Rebuild World, Chapter 20, A Hunter Backup. Cheryl was standing in front of her base with a stern face. She was in a bad mood and was trying to calm herself, but she could not, causing her to get more irritated. No one except those that knew her well could see a trace of panic on her face, which she was trying to cover up with her best facade. An expression that would hide her irritation, bad mood, worries and nervousness that filled her heart. A boy named Ario came to her. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Cheryl. "Cheryl, what the heck is going on with that hunter Akira? He doesn't visit us at all. Just shut up and wait for him, didn't I tell you that already? But yesterday too, we waited a whole night for him and he didn't come at all." Cheryl interrupted Ario with a sharp look. "Just stop yapping. I'm the boss here. So you should obey me. You did promise me that, didn't you?" That sharp gaze was actually an act to hide the panic inside Cheryl's heart, since Akira did not visit this place at all. Her feelings also caused her gaze to turn even more intimidating. Ario could not help but to stay shut. He then let out a sigh before mumbling. "All right, I know, boss." The people who decided to stay in the gang had already approved Cheryl as their boss. So Ario just stopped his complaint there. But it could be seen from his expression that his suspicion and displeasure did not go away. Cheryl let out a big sigh, half of it was just acting. She then continued by uttering some words in order to further intimidate Ario. "A hunter is a very busy person, so I'm sure that's why he can't come here. Even if I did talk directly to him, it's not like I'm in any position to order him to come here as soon as possible. You can't even understand that, huh? You're right, I'm sorry. If you can understand me, then get back on your job." "Roger that, boss." Although Ario answered back in a way that raised some questions, he obediently left Cheryl alone. But after he put some distance from her, he mumbled. "But aren't you his favorite?" Cheryl heard that mumble as her face immediately leaked a bit of her nervousness that she was hiding, but she was able to quickly place back her annoyed expression. Only after she looked around and made sure that no one was near, did she take off her annoyed expression. Her real expression showed that she was filled with panic and nervousness. "It's bad if this goes on. What should I do? Should I go look for Akira once more? No, I should not do that. They'll definitely be suspicious of me if I keep doing that." That day when Akira said to Cheryl that he would visit her base, she and all her gang members waited for him. But in the end, Akira did not come. He did not come the day after that and also the next consecutive days too. Now her position in the gang was in peril. The children who were in Sibia's gang were already operating in the newly revived gang with Cheryl as its head. They searched the area around their territory and the wasteland near them for scrap steel and anything that can be exchanged for money. Since they would group up and go to the food distribution place together, the other gangs already knew about Cheryl's gang. At the moment, the other gangs had not started messing with her gang yet. That was because the other gangs believed that Akira was behind Cheryl. But Akira had not visited their base yet. So the members of her gang could not help but feel displeased and insecure. Cheryl was able to keep her gang members under control by explaining to them that being a hunter was a very busy job. But of course, there was a limit on how long she could keep that up. Soon, her gang members noticed her nervousness and started to distrust her. She became even more insecure because of that. There were a lot of people talking behind Cheryl's back. Some of them were saying she was lying. Some of them were saying that she was not lying but Akira was actually tricking her, and some of them were saying that Akira had already abandoned her. Her gang members started to look at her with suspicion and displeasure. They also started to display their feelings in front of Cheryl. It was not as bad that they would stab her on her back, but it was only a matter of time. Cheryl already noticed about the feelings of her gang's members. But she could do nothing about it. She had no means of contacting Akira and she could not find him even after waiting near his inn. She could not even come up with any good ideas to appease her gang members. She was basically at her wit's end. But right at that critical time, Akira appeared in front of her. Is Cheryl around? Ah, there you are. Akira. Cheryl, who was at her wit's end, involuntarily called Akira's name in a loud voice, thus her voice was heard by everyone in her base. And so all the other children came out from their rooms to see what was going on. Cheryl regained her composure as she dragged Akira to a private room and immediately closed the door the moment they got in. She wanted to just shout at him and ask why he did not come on the day he promised her. But she knew if she did that, it would be the end of her. Thus she desperately tried to hold herself back as she smiled at Akira. Thank you very much for visiting our base. I've been waiting for you. By the way, we waited for you that night, you promised you would come. But you never turned up, did something happen to you? Cheryl's smile showed that she did not mind him being late, or at least that was what she was trying to express with her smile. Sorry, I did plan to come, but I almost got killed that day. Almost got killed? Cheryl could not help but scream. Akira was a bit taken aback to see Cheryl surprised. But he then calmed down and answered back. No need to be so surprised. It's a normal thing in this line of work. Cheryl was lost for words. She did think that something must have happened, but she did not imagine that he was almost killed. She then regained her composure and showed that she was worried. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, I'm not injured and I'm in good shape right now. I see. May I ask what happened? I got attacked by 2 groups of monsters on the same day. I was too tired after the battle, or more like, I fainted out of exhaustion, that's why I couldn't come. Sorry about that. Akira calmly replied that he was sorry. He decided not to say anything about the fact that he forgot his promise since there was no particular reason to tell her that. Cheryl let out a sigh of relief. She then changed gear and smiled at Akira. I see. In that case, it can't be helped. It must have been hard on you, but I'm glad that you're all right now. I dragged you to a private room because I wanted to have a private talk with you. But since everyone is waiting for you, we can talk afterwards. I want to introduce you to everyone, are you okay with that? Sure. Cheryl grabbed Akira by his hand as she led him out of the room. She then quietly complained. Good grief. I don't mind as to why he was late, but that was really surprising. I'm sure he was only exaggerating, but I really hope he would stop joking like that. Although Cheryl was only able to achieve her current position because of Akira's support, a made-up story like that still rubbed her the wrong way. But of course, she was not in a position to say anything about that. In order not to worsen her own mood any further, she suggested getting everyone introduced. Her face twitched out of irritation whenever she thought of the made-up story. It was because Akira told her that story in such a casual way that he sounded less believable. The children gathered in the hall inside the base. Murmurs could be heard in the hall as those children saw Cheryl standing next to Akira in a pleasant mood. So he finally really came, huh? I was doubting her, but it turned out to be true, huh? Is that really the hunter who killed Sibia? Doesn't he look like a small boy just like us? Thank goodness it's real. I feel much safer now. I know that she said he'll help us, but I wonder how far he's willing to go. I'm really worried. Say, he doesn't look that strong though, are we really going to be okay? Although there were still a lot of questions, all the doubts about Cheryl talking to Akira were cleared. Cheryl smiled as she confidently introduced Akira. This is Akira. I think you already know him. Sibia took some of our members to get him, but he was able to fight back. But even so, he decided to help us, so be sure not to be rude to him, okay? When Cheryl turned her gaze towards Akira, he unwilling started to speak up. I'm Akira. I'm just helping Cheryl and I'm only helping Cheryl alone. I have no plans to get involved with any of you. Cheryl is the boss here, if you have any questions, just ask her. Don't ask me about unnecessary things. And when I say not to ask something, then never ever ask about it for a second time. That's all from me. It was obvious that the children were flabbergasted and confused. It was because although Cheryl was their boss, the person who was backing her and virtually the person who had reign over their gang and was responsible for taking care of them showed very little interest in them. Cheryl frowned, but Akira did not care. Cheryl. I have something to talk about with you, so come with me for a bit. Okay. Seeing Cheryl was about to leave the hall with Akira, Ario suddenly stopped them. Whoa, wait for a sec. Are you really Akira? Akira stopped, he turned back and looked annoyed. Yeah. What have you been doing up until now abandoning us? And what do you mean when you said that you're not going to join our gang? Aren't you supposed to look over us? Didn't I say that you should ask that to Cheryl just now? So stop asking that to me. Akira's way of speaking really shocked Ario. When he heard that the hunter who killed Sibia would help them out, he was feeling hopeful but also insecure at the same time. But when that person never showed himself, doubts and displeasure were piling inside his heart. And right when that person showed himself in front of him, he did not look capable at all even when he was armed. It was a huge letdown for Ario. Adding those words that Akira just said to Ario, Ario's doubt toward Cheryl and Akira peaked. This boy might even be weaker than me, you know. Are we seriously going to trust our lives to this boy? Sibia and his friends might be hunters who had fallen off grace. But even so, they were strong. Thus the person who killed Sibia and caused his gang to dissolve must be someone stronger than Sibia. But the boy who was standing in front of Ario did not look like he even had a chance against Sibia. Is Cheryl tricking us? No, it might be him who is tricking Cheryl, right? Ario could not help but think that if he charged at Akira, took his gun and pointed it at him, Akira would not have any other choice but to confess the truth. The view of Akira turning his back at him and heading outside looked so full of openings for some reason. And the way Akira looked so annoyed when he was questioned, it felt like he was mocking Ario. His life was really hard after Sibia's gang was destroyed. And when the gang started operating again, he thought that these hard times had finally come to pass. But then this happened, he was utterly disappointed, which gave Ario the final push. Damn you! Ario shouted as he rushed towards Akira. When Akira was only a few steps away, he clenched his fist, pulled back and threw it aiming at the back of Akira's head. It did not seem like Akira noticed his intention, it was a surprise attack from his behind. Ario was sure that it would hit Akira. But then Akira casually stepped to the side and evaded his fist without even turning back. Wadash! Akira then sent a fist straight to Ario's surprised face and dropped him to the ground. Akira's fighting ability received a huge boost in such a short time due to Alpha's training and all the experiences he piled up. He was already strong enough that a normal boy like Ario would not even stand a chance against him. Of course, a surprise attack from an amateur might be able to take him down, but Akira was very cautious of such a thing due to his experience living in the back alley of the slum city for years. In a normal condition, a surprise attack would not work on him now. Moreover, it was almost near impossible to launch a surprise attack against Alpha. Even for the attack just now, Alpha already forewarned Akira about it. Thus Akira was able to evade it without turning back. So in short, Ario's winning chance was 0 right from the start. Ario was lying on the ground trying to suppress the stinging pain on his face. But when he glanced at Akira who was looking down on him, he found the muzzle of Akira's gun was already pointing at him. Ario's face turned pale as he was trembling in terror. The other kids took some distance between them in panic. Akira's expression did not change as he pulled the trigger. Right after that, a hole was opened on the floor. But Ario was unscathed. Akira missed his shot on purpose, but Ario froze up as if he was shot, he even stopped shivering. Cheryl and the other kids could not even let out their voice. After that, Akira looked angry as he spoke to Cheryl. Cheryl, I don't mind whomever you want to add into your gang. To be honest, I don't even give a damn f***ck. But since you're the boss, at least be sure to keep your leash on them. You better fix this situation before I misunderstand that the people are acting on your order. If that happens, no one will have a good end. Akira then left the hall as Cheryl followed behind him in while being flustered. Only Ario, who still could not stand up, and other kids who were trembling in fear of Akira were left in the hall. Cheryl walked beside Akira as she cursed Ario in her heart, but she did not dare voice it out. She just kept following Akira silently as he took her out of the base and into the slum city. Cheryl did not know where Akira was leading her, as she did not have the leeway of asking that question. She kept cursing Ario in silence as she was following Akira. Akira suddenly spoke to her. Was that good enough? Cheryl was so surprised that she could not give a proper answer. She could only answer that question with a confused face. Akira thought that Cheryl actually was not able to understand what he meant due to her shock, and added an explanation to his question. Oh, didn't you call me to do something like that? Was I mistaken? Cheryl was finally able to regain her composure as she looked at Akira. The anger that she saw in the base was gone without a trace. Akira was completely calm. She noticed that Akira's behavior in the base was only acting. She then smiled at Akira as she was relieved. Well, it's true that I asked you, but I think what you did now was an overkill. I see, I'm sorry, but can you take care of the aftermath? I'm not good with handling that after all. I understand. So then, where are we heading right now? You'll see, we'll be arrived there soon. After some time Akira stopped and pointed at a trailer. It was Katsuragi's trailer, which also functioned as his movable shop. As Akira arrived there, Darius, who was watching the trailer, noticed him and Cheryl. Akira, are you alright? Yeah, I'm okay. Although, it was a big surprise to know that 3 days have already passed when I woke up. I see, I'm glad that you're alright. Akira and Darius laughed lightly to each other. Although there were gaps in their age, ability and social status, both of them were close to each other after facing a life and death battle together. So then, do you need anything? If you have come to buy something, you can go ahead and take a look. Well, I just need to discuss something with Katsuragi, so can you please call him over? Wait for a bit here then. Katsuragi. Akira is here. I don't know what's going on, but he said he wants to talk with you. Katsuragi then popped out from deep inside the trailer and smiled at Akira as soon as he saw him. Akira, huh? I heard that you fainted out of exhaustion, but it seems that you're doing very well since you have come here with a girl. So, what do you need? You came here to have a talk with a businessman, so I won't listen to anything that won't bring me money, you know? Akira replied a bit provocatively. That would depend on your ability as a merchant. Then it'll definitely be a profitable talk. Katsuragi smiled back at Akira. Katsuragi listened closely and seriously to Akira's talk. Akira's suggestion was, in exchange for bringing relics to his shop, Katsuragi had to help out Cheryl's gang. Katsuragi and Akira proceeded to calculate the possible benefit and loss that it could bring them. There were many other places that would accept relics other than the Hunter office. It was because the demand for relics was high and the profit that people can get from it was huge. Although it was only a side job for him, Katsuragi also bought relics. As for the help for Cheryl's gang, it would be alright as long as they used his name. Most of the merchants would look down on the people of the slum city and raise their price to a crazy level. So it would be a big help for Cheryl and her gang to find a merchant that would not do that. Even for people from the slum city who had zero trustability, a small word from someone like Katsuragi would help them a lot. Katsuragi knew well about Akira's fighting ability. He then predicted the quantity and quality of relics that Akira would be able to bring back from the ruins. And then he subtracted it with the amount of money that he would need to help out Cheryl and her gang. After all the calculations in his brain, he still ended up with a profit. After that, he looked at Akira with an inquisitive look. I still owe you some. Moreover, selling and buying relics can bring me money. It's true that it would bring a profit. So do we have a deal here? Well, wait for a sec. Before we decide on that, I have some questions. First of all, what is your relationship with that girl? Katsuragi then looked at Cheryl as if he was trying to evaluate her. Cheryl started getting nervous while Akira made an honest puzzled look. Why did you ask that? Why, you ask? She's someone that makes you strike a deal with me. So, of course, it makes me want to know. Moreover, you even asked me to help her out and this might become a long-term deal between us, you see? So then, what's she to you? Just an acquaintance? A friend? Relative? Lover? Or maybe even wifey? Let's just say that she and I grew up in the slum city and were close enough for me to bring this deal to you. But if she slows me down, I'll abandon her anytime. That's all there is to it. I see. Katsuragi tried to figure out Akira's relation with Cheryl through his behavior, then he just shelved that topic away for now. The next problem is about relics. You do know that even if you bring relics to my shop, you won't be able to get a rank up, right? After all, it means that you're not selling your relics to the hunter office. Is that okay with you? One could only rank up by bringing relics to the hunter office and other shops affiliated with them. There were hunters who tried to get a rank up by only selling cheap and bad quality relics or even fake relics. There were also cases where a fight broke because hunters who assumed the shop where they sold their relics to be affiliated to the hunter office. Hunter rank is something that is used to decide the value of a hunter. Even if he could earn profit from this deal, it was not worth that much to cause a problem with his hunter rank. At least that what Katsuragi though, since he knew well just how good of a hunter Akira was. That was exactly why he needed to make sure that Akira understood this point. Akira then answered back calmly. I don't mind as long as you'll buy expensive relics from me. At the moment, I need money more than a hunter rank. If I find your price is not high enough, I'll sell my relics back at the hunter office just like usual. I see. Well then, we have a deal here. Katsuragi then smiled befitting of a merchant and sealed their deal by shaking Akira's hand. He then turned to Cheryl and extended his hand for a handshake. But Cheryl was at a loss and did not reach for his hand. What's wrong? Won't even shake my hand, huh? I am sorry. Cheryl reached Katsuragi's hand in panic and shook it. But suddenly Katsuragi gripped her hand strongly. Cheryl was so surprised that she shifted her gaze to Katsuragi. The moment she saw Katsuragi's face, Cheryl froze up. He might be smiling but his eyes were glaring at her. Don't you dare betray me. It was clear that Katsuragi was threatening Cheryl through his tone, glare, expression and his strong grip. It was as if he was indicating Cheryl what would happen to her if she did not heed his warning. People got corrupted by riches. As a merchant, Katsuragi knew that very well. Only economic distress could lower the threshold for such a thing to happen. That was exactly why the price of one's life in the slum city was abnormally cheap. With only the price of a single bullet, one could trample over the life and trust of the other person in the slum city. When making a deal with someone from the slum city, this much of intimidation was very much necessary. That was what Katsuragi thought. But he went too far there. Katsuragi usually made such a deal with hunters who regularly fight monsters in the wasteland. So this level of intimidation usually shown to those hunters was simply too much to handle for a little girl from the slum. As such, Cheryl was left trembling in fear, unable to even answer back. Katsuragi understood that he overdid it as he lowered his intimidation. But then Akira suddenly said, "If she gives you too much trouble, then just tell me, I'll take care of her myself." "Oh, what would you do? Be more precise." "I'll kill her and throw her somewhere in the wasteland." Cheryl shivered while Katsuragi was surprised by those words since it did not sound like Akira was joking. Whoa, you're really a straightforward person, huh? We risk our lives by working in the wasteland, so the people in the slum city should also put their lives at stake in order to live. She should understand this. And she is not a fool who thinks she can go against me. You think? There's nothing for sure in this world. If that's not true, I won't accept getting attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day. You can say that again. Katsuragi laughed merrily. He then released Cheryl's hand and showed a friendly smile to her. Sorry that I intimidated you, after all, there are all kinds of people in this world. So I have to be careful. Putting that aside, I hope we can get along well. Why yes. Cheryl tried her best to make a friendly smile but she only ended up with a crooked smile. Akira did not bat an eyelash on that as he continued by asking a question to Katsuragi. By the way, do you sell information terminal? I need something cheap that can be used without complicated setting and I'm fine with the most basic one. Even if you say the most basic one, every person has a different interpretation of that, you know. It's fine as long as it can be used to contact me. It's for Cheryl so that she can keep in touch with me. In that case, that'll be 20,000 orum. Akira handed 20,000 orum to Katsuragi and received the information terminal. He then connected it to his own information terminal to finish the essential settings before giving it to Cheryl. You can contact me with this if anything happens. If you can't contact me for an extended period of time, just assume me to be dead. Remember that I'll assume the same in case I'm unable to contact you too. I understand, thank you. And also, about showing up in the base regularly, as I thought it's not a good idea to decide the time now. After all, I always spend my time doing what I want to do, so it would be too much trouble if I book my schedule beforehand. I don't mind if you call me to show up in the base and if I'm in the mood, then I'll show up. But that doesn't mean that you can call me every day, okay? Why yes. Well then, I have work to do so I'm going back home. As for you, you should discuss with Katsuragi about what kind of help that you need from him. But Katsuragi then called Akira with a displeased tone. Whoa, you came here after all, so why don't you buy something before leaving? Sorry, I'm a bit tight on money right now, but I'll buy next time. After saying that, Akira left. Katsuragi then turned to Cheryl. Well now, Akira did say that too, so let's finish up on the details, shall we? Do you have some time? Yes. I'm okay, I'll be in your care. Cheryl regained her composure as she politely bowed to Katsuragi. Katsuragi took a scan of her again trying to evaluate her before he laughed lightly and asked her. Well, Akira is gone now so I want to ask you this again. What is your relationship with that boy? It's as he said before. I see. Let me rephrase my question then. What do you want your relationship to be? Are you aiming to be his lover or even wife perhaps? Cheryl knew that it might cause trouble if she gave Katsuragi a bad answer. So instead, she answered back with a question. That is. He's helping my gang, is there anything more than that? Katsuragi smiled still with his merchant expression. There are a lot of things other than that. You see, I'm planning to get along with Akira for a long time, which means that I might need to get along with you too. But that depends on what your relationship with him is, right? So I should at least confirm whether you want to get into a closer relationship with him or will he abandon you instead. So then, what is it? Looking at how he behaved just now, do you think it's possible for you? Cheryl knew well that she was being appraised there, so she laughed confidently and said. Of course that's my plan. Not to mention that I believe Akira likes me, you know. After all, he even did something like this for me, right? I believe that his behavior just now was to show Katsuragi-san not to think lightly of us, although we're just small children from the slum city. After all, Akira is also a hunter. She knew that if she pulled back now, then she would be looked down upon. Although she knew that she was saying too much, she still tried her hardest to make an expression full of confidence. But Katsuragi kept staring at Cheryl while trying to look deeper into her words. He then let out a sigh. That sounds like you tried to seduce him with your body only to get rejected. Cheryl froze up. Looking at that, Katsuragi just smiled invincibly. Ah, that face is saying how in the world do you know that, huh? It's not that rare for hunters who have a high income to bring their girls to my shop. In due time, I became able to see whether those hunters are genuinely interested in the girls that they're bringing or if they're thinking of abandoning those girls anytime soon. After all, it's one of the essential skills for a merchant, you see. If it's the former, then it's a good chance to sell expensive equipment. After all, they would want to flaunt in front of the girls that they are interested in. To be honest, your situation seems more inclined to the latter, you know. Actually, it was a bet to draw out the truth from Cheryl. Katsuragi actually did not have any evidence to say that far. But after seeing how Cheryl reacted, he at least knew that Cheryl did try to seduce Akira only to get rejected. But still, I think it can't be helped, you know. Sorry to say this, but someone like you is just. Ah, it's not like I'm mocking you here. It's more like I'm talking about the standards. I think Akira's standards are higher. What do you mean? Cheryl could not help but to make a confused expression. Normally, Cheryl would be able to hold herself back, but now it only showed how much she was shocked by Katsuragi's words. She was also very interested in knowing about Akira's standards. She thought that she may be able to reap some benefits from it in future. Katsuragi smiled as if he found her reaction amusing to him. This is only my theory, but there's a lot of beautiful hunters out there. Ah, when I say hunters, I mean like hunters who properly earn their money from working as a hunter and not like those who are hunters in name only. Of course, each person has a different basis on what kind of beauty that would make them think a girl is beautiful. But there's at least a common ground there for everyone. And I believe that would be their health. Health. Huh. Yes, the complexity of the skin, the shine on the hairs, the amount of meat in one's body. I think most of the people think that a healthy girl is a beautiful girl. So if you use this point of view, then many of the female hunters are beautiful girls. After all, an unhealthy girl will have problems with maneuvering around. In order to survive in the wasteland, a hunter should keep his or her body in tip-top shape. That's exactly why they would stock powerful medicine to heal their wounds and recover their fatigue. The healing medicines always heal wounds on the cellular level. Thus it would also heal damaged skin. Not to mention that exploring the wasteland is hard work, so it's impossible for them to get fat. Moreover, some of the medicines would instantly convert any excess fat into energy. Thus I think that health and natural look are the basis of beauty. Cheryl listened closely to what Katsuragi said. And at the same time, she also cursed the things that she could not do anything about. The cellular level of healing from the medicines can also be thought of as an anti-aging process. That's why some of the hunters stay beautiful past their prime. But well, you can also say that it's due to all kinds of beauty products that they can buy from the money that they earn. So then, if we have to compare you with those girls. Well, you know, the female hunters that Akira is acquainted with are all beautiful girls. Katsuragi then remembered about Elena and Sarah, both of them were beautiful girls. Not to mention that they brought Akira to their home when Akira fainted. So he thought that those two girls must be in a good term with Akira. Katsuragi thought that it would not be strange if Akira already got used to seeing such beautiful girls, thus his standard for beautiful girls would have been pulled higher. Cheryl's voice trembled a bit as she said. So, what do you want me to do? Is there any meaning in telling me all this? Seeing that there was a shred of frustration in Cheryl's behavior, Katsuragi just gave her a meaningful smile. What I'm going to tell you after this is for your sake so that you understand this better. I'll give you something good, so just wait here for a bit. After saying that, Katsuragi went back to his trailer. Cheryl could hear his voice from outside the trailer. Darius. Do you know where those prototypes weapons are kept? You stuffed them back while saying that it won't sell at all and you're going to return them back, didn't you? Ah, you're right. Not too long after that, Katsuragi returned to Cheryl with a big rucksack and then he just put that rucksack in front of Cheryl. Sorry for the wait, I'll give this to you, it's a souvenir from me, take it home with you. That bag was stuffed with foods that were near their expiration date, guns that did not sell and many other things. All of them were valuable things to Cheryl. Thus Cheryl bowed while being flustered. Thank you very much. From inside that bag, Katsuragi took out a few things and showed it to Cheryl. There are soaps, makeup kits and many other things inside this bag. Although they're just trial products, there are also medicines that were produced for hunters' use, so it should be better than those cheap medicines. Remember, you should be at least beautiful enough to make Akira think that he's lucky when you try to seduce him. Let me tell you this up front though, this is just an investment. I'm not sure why Akira helps you, but for now, you're the reason why he'll come to me to sell his relics. So you should work hard so that Akira would not abandon you, and so that he'll keep selling relics to me. You get that? Cheryl still tried to smile even though she could not make a perfect smile. Why yes. I'm looking forward to us working together for a long term. Katsuragi then laughed loudly with a shred of expectation in his gaze. Before going back to his inn, Akira decided to visit Shizuka's shop to replenish his ammo. The moment he entered the shop, Shizuka immediately noticed him and waved at him. Akira found it strange for the person at the counter to take initiative like that, but even so, he just obediently walked to the counter and went on with his order just like usual. Shizuka-san, I have come to buy some ammo again, this time I spent a lot of them. So I'll be buying more than USU dash. Shizuka stopped Akira's words and hugged him tightly. Akira was flustered when Shizuka hugged him. He could feel Shizuka's body temperature and there was a soft sensation hitting him from the front. He was so embarrassed and confused as he tried to break off Shizuka's hug. But Shizuka kept her arms tight even after knowing that. I heard about everything from Elena and Sarah. I know well that being a hunter is a dangerous job and I understand that you need to go above your own limit from time to time. That's why I can't say don't do anything dangerous or don't push yourself too hard. So at least please let me say this, I'm glad that you're fine. Shizuka tightened her embrace for once more before letting off. Akira smiled while looking a bit surprised, but his expression immediately changed to contentment as he bowed to Shizuka. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm okay now. Akira's reply was so well composed that it was not something that would come out from someone who was unconscious for a few days. Shizuka smiled feeling relieved since it looked like it was not just a facade and Akira was really fine. It's all good as long as you're fine. Ammo replenishment, right? I'll bring it right away, just wait here. While Akira was waiting for Shizuka, Elena suddenly entered the shop. She noticed Akira as she smiled at him and walked to his side. Akira, so you've woken up, huh? I never thought to meet you here. Although I already told Sarah to contact me as soon as you wake up dash. Elena stopped her words mid-sentence as she noticed a notification came up on her information terminal. She then checked the notification and smiled bitterly. It just came. That's Sarah, she must have forgotten about it. Akira then bowed to Elena. Elena-san, I'm sorry to have caused you a lot of trouble and thank you very much for taking care of me. And also, sorry for occupying the bed for a few days. Don't worry about that. It's big enough for us to sleep together, after all. But that aside, Sarah used to unconsciously hug you like a pillow though, so are you okay? That girl is an augmented human, you know. Although she looks like that, she's actually very strong. She didn't break any of your bones, right? Elena smiled teasingly, to which, Akira could only return it with an awkward smile. I am fine. I bet that was just a joke. Cheryl dragged her feet to her base. She was on her limit in every sense. Because Akira did not visit the base for some time, a lot of the gang members started to doubt her. She feared that she would get killed. And when Akira finally came to her base, one of the gang members attacked him. It was just disastrous. She thought that Akira would kill her. And then she met a weapon merchant called Katsuragi and was overwhelmed by his intimidation. She again thought that she would get killed. Finally, Akira said clearly in front of her that he would kill her himself if she did anything foolish. But when Cheryl returned back to her base, she should behave as if everything was well and she would need to direct her subordinates as if nothing bad had happened. She should keep her poised and confident look in front of her gang members and in front of the other gangs too. At least she needed to keep that up until there was no need for her to fake it. But she was already at her limit now. Once she arrived in front of her base, Darius who was accompanying her casually put the heavy bag that he was carrying on the ground. "I won't carry it inside, you should do the rest yourself." The gift that she received from Katsuragi was filled with guns and other useful things. It was quite heavy, so it would be hard for Cheryl to carry it herself. Moreover, it would be meaningless if that gift was robbed on her way back. That was why Katsuragi made a smart move and sent Darius to accompany her. Cheryl politely bowed her head to Darius. "I understand. Thank you very much for carrying it all the way here. Well, it seems that you're having a hard time, so give your best, okay?" Cheryl left a positive impression on Darius as he thought that she was a girl with proper manners although she was raised in the slum city. Thus Darius left Cheryl with those words before he left the place. Cheryl was somehow able to carry that heavy bag inside the base. The moment she entered her base, all the children in her gang already lined up there waiting for her. Although it was a correct manner for welcoming the boss, it was obvious that Cheryl looked angry. She thought that she would not see one face anymore as she glared at that person that she deemed unnecessary in her gang. It was Ario. "And here I thought that you'll be gone already, but you're still here, huh?" Ario flinched back in fear as he tried to calm Cheryl down. Cheryl, I'm really sorry." "Sorry? If you have the brain to recognize that you're at fault, then you should have been gone from here." He looked like a normal boy. Although he did carry a gun, he did not look like a strong hunter at all. "That's why I thought that he was tricking you, you see. A normal boy, huh? Normal. Right?" Ario, who was frozen, still did not look like he could spout any excuses, while on the other hand, Cheryl had already reached her limit. As such, Cheryl had an outburst now. "A normal kid, huh? So for you, a kid who can defeat 3 armed hunters is normal, huh? A kid who can do this is normal, huh? So that's normal inside your head, huh? If it's normal for you, then you can do that too, right? In that case, you go ahead and do that too. Go to the ruins and get some relics, then get ambushed on your way back and successfully fight your way out. You should be able to do that, right? So go and do that." Cheryl, who just had an outburst, tried to control her breathing. Ario was so scared that he could not move at all and the other children could do nothing but stand frozen there. Cheryl then turned to the other children and shouted. "Get that fool out from here. Quickly. Please wait. Get him out of here, right now. I'm your boss here and I'm telling you to kick him out. You accepted that I'm the boss, right? If you don't accept me as your boss, then you get out of this place too." The children around Ario then looked at each other before they grabbed Ario's shoulders and arms and dragged him outside. Ario just obediently let himself be dragged outside the base while hanging his head low. Cheryl calmed her breathing. She understood that she had lost her composure just now, so in order to avoid making any mistake, she tried to at least regain her composure as she took a deep breath. Alicia, a girl who was close to Ario, then spoke to Cheryl. Cheryl, about Ario." Cheryl then let out a very long sigh and expelling all the anger left inside her heart. Thanks to that, she was at least able to clear most of the anger left inside her heart and regained her composure to think straight. But even so, she looked at Alicia with a stern look. I know, but we can't do that now. We can't let Ario stay in this gang, you know at least that much, right? At least until we have more people in the gang that Akira won't notice if Ario is mixed up a member of the gang or until Akira has forgotten his anger about him. But until then, we can't let him in the gang. Other children were surprised after hearing Cheryl's words, then one of them asked Cheryl. Increase the members. In this situation, we should at least be able to give some benefits to Akira as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would abandon us. We need to remember that he is not helping us out of kindness. If he abandons us, it would be the end for us. But how? Thanks to Akira, we got a connection to a weapon merchant called Katsuragi. We are somehow able to get some help from that merchant. We have no other choice but to use that connection and try a lot of different things. Cheryl then opened the bag which she carried. The children who saw the foods, guns and other things inside the bag could not help but let out shouts of joy. For now, we were able to get a lot of things thanks to Katsuragi and Akira. So we should come up with a plan before distribute dash. Cheryl caught some children trying to extend their hands to reach inside the bag. She shouted in a loud voice. If you take anything from it without my permission, then I'll kill you. The children then stopped from reaching the bag before slowly retracting their arms. Cheryl glanced at everyone there, thinking about how hard the road ahead for her was to develop the gang. She let out a big sigh. That day, just like usual, Elena only wrapped herself in a bath towel after finishing her bath while operating the information terminal that was fixed on her head. Looking at that, Sarah let out a sigh and said. P4553R, Elena's information terminal is on her head, not on her arm. Elena. Just because Akira already went home, are you going to relax around the house like that again? When Akira was in their home, Elena knew that it would be bad if she stayed like that. Although Akira was only a younger boy and was asleep, he was still a boy. That was why she always put on her clothes where Akira was sleeping so that it would be fine if Akira woke up anytime. But now that Akira had already gone home, she started to turn back to her old habits. Elena ignored that question. She then even criticized Sarah, who was only wearing a t-shirt on her undies. It's fine, isn't it? Moreover, I don't want you to preach me while you look like that yourself. Was that what you were wearing when Akira woke up? Yes. Sarah, what the heck were you thinking? You should at least be more careful. It's okay. Akira's reaction was pretty amusing. I don't mean it like that, good grief. Looking at Elena, who looked like she had already given up on her, Sarah just laughed lightly and said to Elena. Well, it's fine, right? It's just a small service for someone who we owe our lives to. Elena was shocked when she heard that as she immediately turned to Sarah. Sarah's face also turned serious. It was Akira who saved us back then in the wasteland, you know. I see. Elena's reaction was way lighter than Sarah had expected, thus Sarah looked a bit surprised. You don't seem that surprised, huh? I somehow expected that, you know. Isn't it the same for you too? But since it seemed like Akira wanted to keep that a secret, I decided not to inquire him about that. I don't think that Akira would say it himself, so I bet you asked him first, right? Was it okay? Sarah smiled bitterly as she looked a bit apologetic. It went fine. He even apologized for keeping it a secret. Although it was me who pressured him for an answer. Well, it's fine then. Wait, that's not fine. You did say you are sorry for pressuring him, right? I did say sorry, you know. It's all good then. Now that we know that he was the one who saved us, we owe him our lives, so be sure not to cause him too much trouble, okay? I know. After talking thus far, Sarah then looked at Elena with a serious face. So Elena, I have a request for you. I'm sure you have a lot of questions that you want to ask him. But please don't ask him anything and don't tell anyone about him. After all, I did promise Akira about that. So please, I'm begging you. I know that you might not be fully convinced, but please don't ask anything and promise me the same. Sarah was desperate because she did promise Akira that. That was why she resolved herself to definitely get her best friend's promise now. In contrast to Sarah, who was looking dead serious there. Elena just casually but strongly nodded. I understand. I give you my promise. I won't ask anything needless and I won't tell anyone else. So there's no need for you to worry. You're okay with that? Sarah was surprised seeing how Elena just gave her promise so easily like that. But Elena just smiled and said. I told you this, right? I expected this, that was why I was at least able to guess why he was hiding it and what he would not want us to ask him. I bet you asked Shizuka too, right? So don't worry, I'll keep my lips sealed tight about this. And like I said before, I don't want to cause too much trouble to someone that we owe our lives to. Sarah was surprised and then smiled bitterly. You already know everything, huh? Am I that easy to read? After all, you suddenly asked me about the people who can connect to the old domain. Sarah, when you want to hide something, you should be careful when you ask your questions, you know? Because the people that you asked would at least think of why you asked that question. Sarah realized her mistake and felt a bit downhearted, but she then decided to just change the mood and smiled. As I thought, it is correct to leave negotiations to you. Yep, just leave that to me. Next time we meet Akira, I need to properly say my thanks too. After saying that, Elena smiled pleasantly and laughed. Sarah, now that we know the real identity of our savior, what do you think after realizing that he's not a young man from a rich family? Sarah looked a bit annoyed and embarrassed. Please spare me from the teasing. Although Sarah was a bit confused about Elena's remark, she remembered the embarrassing imagination she had of their savior. She couldn't help but blush heavily, which was rare for Sarah. Seeing how her best friend looked a bit at loss at first and finally coming to a conclusion herself, Elena just smiled amusingly. Rebuild World, Chapter 21, Unnecessary Things. Akira was dragging his feet within the Kuzusuhara ruins. He was only able to walk at this speed by stopping every few steps to take a breath. But even with all this struggle with walking, he was somehow able to banish the thought of lying down, to continue dragging his feet once again. The reason why he was walking so slowly was because of the rucksack on his back. It was filled with relics up to its brim and it was so heavy that it made his legs shake while carrying it. He was somehow able to carry it thus far, but he suddenly mumbled a complaint. Alpha, I'm thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Can we leave some of the relics behind? He knew that if he could bring it back, it would definitely fetch him a huge amount of money. Not to mention that he was the one who previously complained about bringing only a small quantity of relics. But the rucksack he was carrying was heavy enough to make him suggest leaving some of the relics behind. But Alpha rejected his complaint with a serious face. No, we won't do that. To be honest, I think I underestimated your bad luck. Right when we decided to go out to the wasteland for training for a day, you got attacked by 2 groups of monsters right away. Even I didn't see that coming, you know. So in order to prepare you to face bad luck anytime, we need to get you better equipment as soon as possible. The money that we earn from these relics will be used to buy that equipment, so you should give your best for a little while longer. I understand your point, but... Alpha could see that Akira was not just displeased, there was another complicated expression mixed in his face. So Alpha too made a displeased look as she said to Akira. Oh my, are you saying that I should give better support so that you would not need more equipment? Just for your information, I'm always giving my best support, you know. That's not what I meant. Your support is really helpful to me. Even back there too, I would have died if it wasn't for your support. I'm really thankful and I do trust you. But still. Akira's trust and gratitude were not fake, but there were a lot of other things inside his head. For some reason, I feel like I'm constantly in danger since the day I met Alpha. But again, facing dangers is a professional hazard as a hunter and I met Alpha on the first day I became a hunter. So it can be said that it's only to be expected, but still. That was what Akira thought, but he could not fully convince himself with that reasoning. Hearing his reply, Alpha's expression changed from displeasure to exasperation. Good grief. Although you got such a beautiful lady like myself around for the whole day taking care of a lot of things for you, you are still complaining like this, huh? Akira, aren't you just too greedy? It might be because Akira was so tired that he looked irritated. Greedy, huh? And when I thought you had no interest in the opposite sex, you did react to Shizuka, Sarah and Elena, right? As I thought, having a physical body that you can touch is a big factor to you, huh? Akira coughed and flustered as he wondered whether he really reacted that much to Shizuka and the other girls. Since I can't entice you with touches, I wonder if I can entice you with appearance instead. Maybe being naked works well. No, judging from how you reacted to Sarah, I think suggestive clothing works better. Alpha then removed all of her clothing and exposed her beautiful skin without anything to hide them. She then put on sexy underwear before layering it with a thin and almost transparent dress. Her transparent dress blurred into the light showing a beautiful figure, her glossy skin was tremendously charming. The shadow created on the opposite side of the light was captivating. Everything about her was so sensuously inviting. But in contrast, Akira's reaction was very dull, he simply lightly blushed before he let out a slight sigh. Alright, I'm sorry. I won't complain again, so switch back to your normal cloth. But Alpha just ignored that as she pointed towards the ruins. Akira, there's somebody over there. Just put on your cloth first. Over there, huh? Akira then pulled out his binoculars and scanned towards the direction that Alpha pointed. He could see a young boy running desperately. That boy, I've seen him somewhere before. He's the young boy that attacked you back in Cheryl's base. Is he heading here to kill you for revenge or something? Now that you mention it, he indeed looks like that boy. Akira remembered that someone attacked him, but he did not remember the face. But for now, that boy did not look like he was following Akira's footprints. So Akira decided to just keep his eyes on him for a while. Ever since Ario was banished from Cheryl's gang, he had been looking for a way to get reinstated. He heard the recent development of the gang from Alicia, who he was close with. He came to know that the gang recently got a helping hand from a merchant named Katsuragi. Thanks to that, the economy of the gang developed very well. This fact only made him regret his foolish action. And since he had no connection that could help him join any other gang and he already had someone that he could trust in Cheryl's gang, he wanted to return back to Cheryl's gang no matter what. Alicia told him that although Cheryl would not be able to do it in front of Akira, she was actually planning to let him join the gang again after a while. Thus, Ario spent his days in the back alley clinging on to that hope. But there was no guarantee that he would be alive until that time comes. Thus, he had to do something before he loses any more time. He thought hard and made a gamble. He asked Alicia to lend him a gun and went to Kuzusuhara ruins looking for relics. In order to return back, Ario had to talk with either Cheryl or Akira. But it was not a problem that could be solved by prostrating and begging for forgiveness. He will have to bring something of worth with him, and bringing a relic from the ruins would be the perfect souvenir. He thought that would be enough as an apology to both Akira, a hunter who was working by hunting for relics, and Cheryl, his boss, who told him to fetch a relic from the ruins. That was why he decided to look for relics in the ruins. An expensive relic could turn a normal person into a rich personage in one go. It was the most common dream for the people of the slum. But Ario soon realized that it would just stay as a dream to him. He now knew that another kid from the slum, just like him, had become a hunter. And he was so close to realizing that dream. So he thought he too might also have a shot at becoming rich. Both their dreams might be different, but he hoped to at least be able to grab a fragment of that dream by a lucky encounter. That was why he took the gamble to try his luck in the ruins. But Ario's gamble easily went to ash. He immediately met a monster the moment he went to the ruins. He did try to fight back with his gun, but since he was in a panic and he had no real skill in using a gun, none of his shots hit the monster. And it did not take very long for him to deplete the low quantity of ammo that he was carrying. Ario, who had lost his means of fighting, then dropped the heavy gun he was carrying as he ran as fast as he could from the monster that was trying to eat him. The ruins filled with debris was not an easy terrain for him to traverse, but that was not the case for the monster that was chasing him. Thus it would be very difficult for him to outrun that hungry monster. It was only a matter of time for that monster to catch up with him. Akira was watching Ario with a confused look. Going to the ruins without a gun, huh? That guy is really careless. Alpha smiled teasingly. You're right. But he's just like you during that time, right? The only difference between that boy and you is that he, unfortunately, won't get to meet me. It was true, he was not that different from Akira from back then. But since Akira met a group of weapon dog on his first day, he might have been actually more careless than Ario in a sense. Akira smiled bitterly after realizing this. The scene of Ario running away from the monster reminded him of himself, and Akira's face turned serious. What Akira was seeing from his binocular was what would have happened to him had he not met Alpha. It was obvious as to how this scene would end. It would only take a few more seconds for that monster to catch up with Ario and another second for that monster to severely injure him. If that happened, then that would be the end of Ario's life. That was also how Akira's life too could have ended in a different storyline. You're right. That's me, huh? Akira mumbled those words as he picked up his gun. Seeing his action, Alpha looked surprised. Are we going to help him? Yeah, this must be some kind of fate. Let's help him and improve my luck. Moreover, he came at the right time. Akira laughed lightly as he carefully took aim and pulled the trigger of his gun. After Ario used all of his stamina and power to escape from the pursuit of the monster, he finally hit his limit. The road in front of him was blocked by rubble and he had no path to run. As he turned back in panic, he could see the hungry monster opening its huge jaw, showing its big sharp fangs as its saliva splattered around. It was the end for him. Ario's face distorted in terror as he waited for the impending death to reach him. And right when that monster jumped towards him, it suddenly rolled over. Then gunshot kept reverberating as bullet splinters ricocheted around the monster. Blood spurted out of the holes that opened up on the monster's body, dyeing the earth red. But even so, the monster was still alive. Although it was wobbly and unstable, the monster got back on its feet. Then another bullet tore through its limbs and it fell down on the pool of its own blood. When it tried to stand up again, another bullet tore through it. But this time, the monster shivered and finally stopped moving. Ario was dumbfounded for a moment. After he regained his composure, he finally realized that he was saved. He then mumbled in a happy and relieved voice. I'm saved. I'm saved. I'm saved. Ario tried to calm down his breathing while still looking excited. He then turned towards the direction where he heard the gunshot from, to look for the person who just saved him. But the moment he saw his savior, his expression froze. The person that he saw in that direction was the same person that he attacked the other day. It was the person that he met in Cheryl's base who aimed his gun at him as he was lying on the ground and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Ario's face twitched when he saw Akira waving at him. Ario was dragging his feet in the middle of the ruins. He looked like he was having a hard time as he said. This is so heavy. The reason for that was because the rucksack that Akira was carrying was now transferred to Ario's back. It was an exchange of favor for saving his life. Although to be perfectly honest, he actually had no way to refuse it. The leg-crushing weight assaulted him who was already tired from running away from the monster. He felt like he would not be able to stand back up if he fell over. Thus, he tried his best not to trip as he slowly dragged his feet. They encountered monsters from time to time, but Akira who walked in front of him would take them out easily. From his back, Akira looked like he was just walking normally, but every time they met a monster, Akira was able to detect them and take a preemptive shot to kill them. Ario did not even have the slightest idea of how Akira could detect those monsters. Was Akira fighting monsters while carrying this heavy rucksack all the time until he met me? Did he also take them out so easily like this while carrying this rucksack? No wonder why he could defeat Shibuya and the others all by himself. Did I really pick a fight against this monster? That explains why Cheryl got so angry at me. Now that I think about it, that was really stupid of me. Ario's fear of Akira just multiplied several times and it made him regret his action even more than before. After getting released from the burden of his rucksack, Akira was shooting down monsters in a good mood. But he then looked puzzled as he stared at the monsters that he just killed. Alpha, do these monsters always roam around this area? Alpha then looked puzzled too as she said. I guess some of the monsters that attacked Katsuragi ended up staying around this area. Or maybe those are rare monsters that came here attracted by that pile of meat from back then. Or maybe they're normal monsters that have gone through an evolution. These monsters are dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, the monster's distribution in the ruins will change and it'll cause ruin exploration to be even more dangerous than before. And even with your ability and my support, we might need to stop exploring the ruins for a while. It was the right choice to bring a lot of relics this time. Alpha said that it would be dangerous even with her support. It showed just how dangerous the situation would really be. Akira understood that very well as his face turned grim. They're really that dangerous, huh? Let's hurry up and go home for now. Roger that. Akira picked up the pace. Of course, Ario who was carrying heavy rucksack suffered more than him, as he desperately tried to catch up with Akira. Once they arrived at the city, they immediately headed to Katsuragi's portable shop and trailer. Ario squeezed every little stamina that he had as he went for the last spurt. When they arrived in front of the trailer, Katsuragi who was watching the shop immediately noticed Akira and Ario. Akira, huh? This time you're bringing a boy rather than a girl with you, huh? But that aside, you really didn't betray my expectations. This time you are here as a customer, right? Yeah, I'm a customer today. Although, I'm only here to sell relics. Ah, selling relics, huh? Well, whatever it is, I welcome any customers. So then, where's the relic? Akira then pointed at the rucksack that Ario was carrying. Looking at that, Katsuragi smiled in a good mood. That looks quite a lot, bring it to the back. After the three of them went to the back of the trailer, Akira started putting out all the relics that he wanted to sell. At first, he just put out everything from inside the rucksack randomly before Alpha told him to keep the medicines. So then Akira asked Alpha through telepathy. Is it a bad idea if I put it out just to show it to him? It's better to be safe. You wouldn't be able to refuse if he asks you insistently to sell those relics, right? Depending on the price, wouldn't it be okay to sell at least one box? Nope. That one box might be the thing that saves you from certain death, you know. So be sure to retain it. Since Akira himself did not want to die, he started to carefully put out the relics. After scanning all the relics that were piled up in front of him, Katsuragi chuckled. I don't know where this boy got all of these relics. But this amount is pretty impressive. As I thought, this boy will be a successful hunter. I have to get on his good side no matter what. After that, Katsuragi appraised all the relics and did the mental calculation. He then put on his merchant smile and looked at Akira. Well then. How about if I take everything for 5 million orum? Katsuragi's face was filled with honesty and sincerity of a merchant. But that sincerity was mixed with some hidden fees that were needlessly added. Alpha then casually said to Akira. Not good enough. After hearing that, Akira immediately said to Katsuragi. I understand, I'll take them to the hunter office then. As Akira went to pick up his relics and put them back inside the rucksack, Katsuragi went to panic mode and said. Wait. 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 Well, this is where you should haggle, right? Don't just give up now. Akira then looked coldly at Katsuragi, who tried to gamble his chance with him there. You can go ahead and do that with your other merchant friends. I have no interest in doing something like that. You have one more chance to decide the price, and if I'm not satisfied with that, I'll just take them to the hunter office. Katsuragi knew that it was not a bluff when Akira said that. So he did not have any other choice but to rethink his price. I understand. 8 million orum. How about that? Well, that sounds good. Athena, in the raw, this line was said with feminine inflection, so it can be inferred that this part is Alpha's. Sounds good to me. You should do that right from the start next time, okay? Alright then, we have a deal here. The relics that Katsuragi bought were moved into his trailer. He would eventually sell those relics at a higher price than what he had paid to Akira. After all, that was where his ability as a merchant would shine. No one would complain even if he sold those relics at a higher price, since he had to spend more money on the appraisal, getting a quality assurance certificate, among many other things. Katsuragi was in a good mood since he got himself a good deal. How do you want me to pay you? Do you want it in cash? It's easier for me to pay you through bank transfer though. Akira had always been living in the slum city up until recently, so he did not have a bank account yet. Although he could easily open a bank account by doing some simple paperwork in the hunter office, the reason he did not do that was because up until now, he had no need for a bank account. So he tried to let the subject slide as he casually said. There are people that only accept payment with cash. But I'll do something about it when I need to handle a larger amount of money. Katsuragi then glanced at Ario and was fully convinced with that reasoning. If Akira wanted to give money to Cheryl's gang, it would be better if he did it with cash. I understand, so it's cash, right? Then wait for a bit. Katsuragi went inside his trailer and returned back with 8 million orum in big bundles. Seeing this much money shocked Ario, who was lying down out of exhaustion, so much that his eyes bulged like saucers. Alpha had warned Akira not to overreact. So he just calmly took the money and placed it into his rucksack and closed it. Looking at how Akira and Katsuragi conversed, Ario realized the big chasm between him and Akira. 8 million orum was a huge amount of money to the children from the slum city. Ario thought that even Akira would be shocked, but Akira proved his expectations wrong and received the money calmly without any emotional fluctuations. Akira noticed that Ario was looking at him with a complicated look. But he could not understand why. Akira was at a loss whether to send Ario home now, since he had finished with carrying the rucksack and had no further business with him. Or should he give Ario a portion of the money? Akira did not even know if it was a good idea to ask Ario about that. But then he said. That's it then, I have no other business with you. You can go back home now. I've saved you back there so you get nothing from me. Later then. Watching Akira as he picked up his rucksack and was about to return on his way, Ario realized that it was his only chance to ask Akira to help him in getting back to Cheryl's gang. But if he asked him poorly, Akira might think that he was trying to ask for a share of the money and get angry at him instead. Thus he desperately tried to be careful as he asked Akira. Can you please ask Cheryl to let me return back to her gang? I was banished because of what I did back then. You might have saved me, but without the gang, I would get killed sooner or later. So please help me. I even helped you carry that heavy rucksack, you know. So I'm at least helpful to you, right? Please help me. Akira looked back at Ario with an expressionless face. It was him trying to act calmly to hide the fact that he was carrying a huge amount of money. But Ario did not understand that, and he began sweating in a panic, thinking that he had made Akira angry. Ario realized that he was a bit too forceful when he requested Akira's help, but if Akira refused to help him now, then it would really be the end for him. If Akira thought that he was being rude, it would mean he would have zero chance to return to Cheryl's gang. But on the other hand, he had no confidence if he could live by himself in the back alley of the slum city, and he did not have the courage to go to the ruins once again. Thus he prayed hard so that Akira would help him. "Well, we can go to Cheryl's place right now." Watching Akira as he immediately turned and started walking towards Cheryl's base, Ario was dumbfounded as he followed Akira. He was still dazed from what he just heard. It seemed that his plea was heard, and he now hoped that he would not get scolded by Cheryl later. Katsuragi, who watched this scene unfold in front of him, thought that Akira did a great job in taming Ario. Cheryl's gang was doing good. After all, her gang members were basically the same gang members that were in Shibuya's gang. And the information that Akira, who killed Shibuya, was supporting the gang was already well known among the people of the slum. Not to mention that the gang was able to get a steady flow of money and guns from Katsuragi. Adding up all of those factors together, people of the slum city already recognized that Cheryl's gang was not just a gathering of slum kids, but a proper gang, albeit a small and weak one. When a small but weak gang appeared in the slum city, it was normal to expect that there would be people who wanted to join that gang. People like those who could not join any other gang because of some particular reasons, or those people who were treated coldly in their current gang. But there was also the fact that the boss, Cheryl, and the members who were running the gang, and even Akira, the one who was supporting the gang, were all small children. Because of that, there was no adult who wanted to join Cheryl's gang. As such, Cheryl's gang became a unique gang in the slum city where all its members were small children. Inside the base, Cheryl was talking with Alicia in a private room. "How's the cleanup in our territory? Is it going well? Did our gang get into any fights? After all, our territory should be a bit dirty right now, so it's to be expected for some people to be displeased with us." All the gangs in the slum city had one extra job, and that was to clean up their territory with any trash and garbage. Cleaning up one's territory was very important in the slum city. Not only because it was an unwritten rule in the slum city, but also everything that a gang picked up during their cleanup became that gang's property. Although those were trash for the people who dumped them, most of them could still bring money for the people who lived in the slum city. Anything that still could be of use would be kept, while any metal object found would be gathered together and sold as wreckages. Then anything that looked like reparable would be repaired and used or sold to other people. And the leftover would be dumped in the wasteland. More than anything, cleaning up one's territory showed everyone that you owned the territory. Alicia begrudgingly recalled her conversation with her other friends that were on cleanup duty. There's quite a lot of people who complained about the number of corpses lying around. That's all, I guess. Well, that's to be expected. After all, no one cleaned up around this area until recently. The slum city was riddled with robbers. Thus, it was common to find corpses of either the victims or the robbers, or even both. Of course, if no one took care of those corpses, they would just be left there to rot. It was the job of the gang who owned that territory to clean up those corpses together with their personal belongings. When Shibuya was killed and the gang was disbanded, the territory was left unmanaged for a while. Thus, corpses piled up in the area since there was no one to clean up those corpses. Cheryl then gave out orders just like usual. Just get rid of the bodies like usual. Clear them up from any personal belongings and store their stuff in the warehouse, then dump the rest in the wasteland. Also, give extra guns to the people who are on duty to go to the wasteland. Carrying dead bodies to the wasteland was not an easy job. Since there was a chance for them to encounter monsters, it was important to arm them with proper equipment. Thanks to Katsuragi, Cheryl was able to obtain the minimum required equipment for traversing the wasteland. Keeping one's territory clean from any corpses also brought benefits to the gang. After all, the government only picked a clean area to distribute their free food rations. So keeping the area clean increased the chance for the area to be picked as the distribution place. On the other hand, if corpses kept piling up in an area, the area would turn unhealthy and the government might decide to sterilize the area with fire. In order to prevent the unhealthy environment from spreading around and affecting the lower district, they would literally set the area on fire. They would burn down everything, the people, the building, simply everything without leaving anything behind. Although the government always said that they had no other choice but to burn the area since such an environment would attract monsters, there were rumors that it was only an excuse that they used for pruning the population in the slum. Basically, a dirty territory was a likely target for this pruning. Because of this, all the gangs in the slum city put their complete effort to keep their territory clean. Alicia then carefully asked Cheryl. Cheryl. About the number of the gang's members, we got a lot of new members, right? Is that so? I don't think we have got enough members since we still can't keep our territory properly clean though. But if you mean to say that it's harder to take care of the gang compared to before, well, yeah, you're right, we have got a lot of new members. It was her first time managing a gang. Although she slowly got used to it, she was not confident if she was doing it well. I'm thinking of selecting you and few other people to help me manage the gang, you know. But I'm still evaluating who to pick. I know that it won't be easy, but do your best, okay? It would be impossible for Cheryl to directly manage everything in the gang, and it would only get worse as her gang grew in size. But even so, she still needed more people to join her gang. So considering that fact, Cheryl thought that she should hurry up and decide the group of people that would help her manage the gang. And since she was good at managing a group, she did not worry about the problems that might arise from creating such a group. But Alicia then continued in a vague way. Of course I'll give my best in that too, but that's not what I meant. What? Cheryl, do you think it's okay to let Ario rejoin once we get some more members? Alicia was worried about Ario. She did try to stop him back then, but Ario said that he did not have any other choice as he set off to the Kuzusuhara ruins. Although Alicia understood that Cheryl might even banish her if Cheryl came to know that she gave one of the gang's gun to Ario without permission, Alicia still gave it to Ario, hoping that he would be able to return back safely. The reason why Alicia volunteered herself to help Cheryl manage the gang was also because it would make it easier for her to give some of the gang's guns to Ario. Moreover, she thought that if she became useful to Cheryl, she might be able to change Cheryl's opinion bit by bit. But Cheryl's face turned sour. No. Although Alicia was staring at Cheryl with pleading eyes, Cheryl did not soften back at all as she continued. Just know, it hasn't even been a month since that happened, you know. There's no way I would let him join back in such a short time. Akira would visit this place regularly from now on, you know. So if he catches the sight of Ario, it might end up worse than having to banish him. And he might even get angry at the other kids too. Don't you even understand that? There was silence between them. Although she said that, both of them did not yield back. Cheryl then said coldly. If that's all, then get back to work and cool your head off. All right. Alicia then exited the room while hanging her head low. Cheryl let out a sigh and stood up as she was about to head back to her work, but suddenly Alicia came running back to her. Cheryl. Ario is here. Cheryl glared at Alicia and said coldly. Kick him out. Alicia, you're so obstinate. Just give it a rest already or. But then Alicia added to her report. He has come here with Akira. Cheryl suddenly stiffened. She then hurried to the room where Akira was waiting for her, but before she entered the room, she stopped near the door to check Akira's mood. She then hid her sour feelings and entered the room. As she stepped into the room, she smiled at Akira while ignoring Ario, who was sitting beside Akira and awkwardly looking at her. Welcome. Thank you very much for visiting us again today. Did Ario bother you again? Please let me say this beforehand, Ario was banished from the gang since that happened. So if he did something to you, we have nothing to do with him anymore. In contrast to Cheryl, who was trying to be as polite as possible in order not to ruin Akira's mood, Akira replied to her casually. Yeah, that's what I heard too. If it's okay with you, can you let him rejoin the gang? Although, I'm totally fine if you're not okay with it. After all, you're the boss here. Cheryl was surprised when she heard Akira. Well, I don't really mind if you say so, but... Are you really okay with that? Yeah, after all, he helped me a bit with my work today. Cheryl was in no position to reject Akira. If Akira told her to banish someone, she would do it without any hesitation. It also meant that she would accept anyone to her gang if Akira told her to do so. Even if she found it strange or shocking, or even if she actually had some qualms in doing so, she would not do anything to ruin Akira's mood. Cheryl then smiled fondly at Akira as she said. I understand. If that is the case, then I'll accept him. Ario looked relieved as he let out a sigh. Alicia looked very happy when she heard that. While Cheryl was at a loss as to whether or not she should ask for the details. Akira then turned to Ario and said with a serious look. Ario, don't say anything unnecessary to Cheryl. And Cheryl, don't ask anything unnecessary to Ario. Okay. I understand. Okay. After hearing Ario answer back nervously and Cheryl who was smiling, Akira lightly nodded and said. That's all for today. Later then. Akira then left the building. Cheryl who was smiling all the time immediately changed to a puzzled look as she turned to Ario. So, what happened? Ario thought of telling Cheryl what happened, but he knew that he had to be careful not to tell her the complete details of the story. So Ario tried to be very careful with his words. Things happened and Akira ended up saving my life. Then after that. Well, I had to help Akira. After I helped him, I begged him to help me talk with you to rejoin the gang. That's all. Ario then recalled back what he just said to make sure that he did not say anything unnecessary. He saved your life, huh? How exactly did he? Cheryl was about to ask for further details but stopped midway as she saw Ario desperately shaking his head. Please stop here. I don't know what I should not reveal when Akira told me not to say anything unnecessary. If you ask me to tell you everything, I'll just tell you everything from the start. But if Akira comes to know of it, I'll tell him that you coerced me into telling the details, you know. Ario looked scared when he said that. It was so different compared to when he was trying to punch Akira. Cheryl then asked Ario with a serious look. At least tell me this, Akira is not angry at you anymore, right? Ario went silent for a while as he seriously thought about the answer before opening his mouth. I think it's okay. If he wanted me dead, he would have left me to die. I see. In that case, I'll have you work right away. Make sure to watch over other kids so that they won't do anything stupid like you. We have guns this time, so if that event repeats again, I'm afraid it won't just end with Akira punching back. Ario replied back with a nod and a serious face. Roger that. After all, I don't want to get into any more trouble too. Looking at how Ario's behavior changed 180 degrees, Cheryl really wanted to know what happened, but she just shut that feeling off for now. Alicia was so happy that Ario was back in the gang. And with Ario watching around, it was unlikely for anyone to do anything stupid like what he did back then. He could also be useful for telling the new members of his experience as he was someone who did it. That was what Cheryl thought as she stopped herself from digging any deeper into Ario's story. Cheryl thought that the same thing happened to Ario back then might also happen to her if she tried to pry further, so she closed the lid tightly on this matter. Alicia smiled happily as she walked beside Ario. I'm really glad that you came back alive, Ario. Not to mention that you got to return back to the gang too. I don't really understand what happened, but it's all thanks to Akira, right? Yeah, you're right, he saved me back in the ruins. I have to thank him properly myself later. As Ario looked at Alicia who was talking in such a happy mood, he remembered what happened to him back in the ruins. He was puzzled and thought. Now that I think about it, Akira was fighting the monsters back then as if he knew the location of those monsters from the start. He also sometimes turned to a direction where nothing was present, as if someone was beside him. Ario then remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. Right when he remembered that, he suddenly felt an unknown terror as he shivered and froze. Alicia looked puzzled when she saw that Ario suddenly stopped walking. "Ario, what's wrong?" "Nah, it's nothing." "Are you sure?" "Well, if you say so." "By the way, you said that Akira saved you, so you were in danger, right?" "As I thought, did you get attacked by monsters and then get saved by Akira or something like that?" "Alicia." Ario cut her midway, then looked at her with a serious face. While looking genuinely scared of something, he begged to Alicia, who was surprised by his behavior. "I beg you. Please don't ask me anything about that." "Oh, okay." Alicia flinched as she answered back and nodded firmly. Ario finally realized what Akira meant when Akira warned him not to say anything unnecessary. Ario shivered as he thought about the consequences if he said anything about that to other people. Then he thought about what would happen to Alicia if he told her about Akira. But just thinking about that made a chill run down his spine. Looking at how Ario was behaving, Alicia worriedly asked him. "Ario, are you really okay?" Ario smiled to clear up Alicia's worry as he replied back. "I'm okay." Ario then swore to himself to never reveal anything about Akira. Rebuild World, Chapter 22, Ordering an Augmented Suit. When Akira returned back into his room, he was beaming. He could not contain his happiness. His eyes were locked onto the bundles of money on the floor. It was the payment that he got from selling relics to Katsuragi. 8 million orum. We got 200,000 orum just the other day, and I was thinking that the idea of living in a 20,000 orum per day room was already crazy enough. But this is just on a completely different level. He had to keep his cool outside, but once he returned back inside his room, there was no more need to hold himself back. When he received the money, he did not react much because it did not feel real to him at that time. But now that he looked at the pile of money for the second time, the reality finally seeped in and he was overwhelmed by it. Although the amount of money overwhelmed him, he had no idea what he would use it for. After all, if he could come up with some useful ideas on how to use this much money, he would not be staying in the slum city. Akira was simply mind blown by it. So for now, he was acting like a person from the slum city who was just lucky enough to get a huge amount of money. Alpha then calmly warned Akira, who was so excited. "Let me tell you this beforehand, this money will be gone in no time. To be more precise, we will use everything tomorrow's afternoon." Akira was taken aback. "You use everything? It's 8 million orum, you know." "Yep. That spare money will be used up in no time." "Spare money? No, 8 million orum is a huge amount of money, you know." With his sense of money, Akira could not understand what Alpha was saying. He remembered that he had to fight to the death against 5 other slum kids a few days ago just over 300 orum. The current 8 million orum in front of him just could not be compared to mere 300 orum. Thus, the number and strength of the people that would be attracted by this money and the level of the danger that it brought would be simply on an entirely different level. But even so, Alpha said that it was only spare money and Akira's brain could not fully comprehend that. Alpha then answered back calmly as if to rectify his sense of money. "It's just spare money. Do you know about those medicines used by the hunters in the front line? I'm not even sure you can use this money to buy enough portions of that medicine for one battle, you know. That's the worth of this spare money. But still, you just can't compare me with those amazing hunters. You need to dream big. It's for the sake of exploring the ruins that I mentioned to you when we first met." Akira was a bit shocked, but he did not look fully convinced. He flinched a bit when he heard how Alpha wanted him to rethink his standard. He then asked Alpha. "By the way, you haven't told me anything about the ruin that you want me to explore. So, what kind of ruin is it?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. It's a secret for now. After all, it would be a problem if you know how dangerous it is and decide to give up early on. But the least I'll say is that it's not a place that you can reach with your current equipment. I don't really understand it, but that information in itself was enough to discourage me. Don't worry. Once you get better equipment, it'll change your perception of danger too. It'll change your opinion from impossible to possible. That's why we'll use that 8 million orum to buy new equipment. Just think that your goal, for now, is to upgrade your equipment. By getting better equipment, you'll be able to explore more dangerous ruins which will allow you to earn more money. Then we'll use that money to get better and better equipment. So we'll go with that cycle to improve ourselves. Akira tried to imagine what was lying beyond that endless cycle, but he could not come up with anything. So, until the day when you become stronger, have equipment suitable for your strength, and have a different sense of money compared to now, you should give your best effort. Worry not, I'll also do my best to help you. Well, of course, I'll do my best. To Alpha, who was smiling confidently, Akira could only reply back with a smile. And it's as Katsuragi said, top-class hunters usually don't buy equipment using cash. It's because the amount of money that they use in a transaction is enormous. It's not like they can walk around carrying a large amount of money. Thus, it's common for them to open a bank account and pay using a card. It might be a good idea for you to open one soon. Akira then looked back at the bundles of money on the floor. He could only smile bitterly as he realized that his sense of money had really undergone some subtle changes compared to just a few seconds ago. Yep, I knew it, you're messing with my sense of money. Ha, I guess I can no longer live in the slum city. That's a good development. Do your best. Akira smiled bitterly to Alpha, who was smiling for a different reason. He then shook it off and said, "So now, we're going to buy equipment with this money, right? We're going to buy equipment that will increase the effectiveness of my support. I guess you should be able to at least buy the lowest level equipment with 8 million orum." Akira was very surprised as he asked Alpha. 8 million orum only enough to buy the lowest level, huh? What in the world are we going to buy with this money? Augmented suit. Augmented suit. It's that thing that allows me to carry heavy stuff, right? Yep. But it's a different story for you. Since you have my support, it'll allow you to do a lot more things other than just carrying heavy stuff. So you can look forward to it. Alpha smiled confidently as she said that. Akira went to Shizuka's shop the next day. When he entered the shop, he saw Shizuka behind the counter resting her chin on her hand looking bored. But the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately stood properly and smiled at him. "Welcome. Are you here to buy ammo again?" "Nope. I'm actually here to buy equipment, you see." Shizuka smiled as if to tease Akira. "Oh my, it has been quite a while since you bought that AAH rifle, so you're finally willing to buy new equipment, huh? I'm happy to hear that, you know. After all, it'll be hard for my shop if I only rely on the ammo trade. I am sorry." Akira apologized while being flustered. Looking at that, Shizuka giggled and apologized. "I was only joking. I'm sorry. So then, what do you want to ask me?" "Actually, you see." Akira then let out a sigh and explained the real reason why he was there, to buy an augmented suit. After hearing his explanation, Shizuka whistled. "Augmented suit, huh? Well, it's not like I'm not selling those here, but to be honest, my shop focuses more on guns and ammo. I didn't put any augmented suits on display, so it's not like you can browse for the real thing here. And even if you place your order, it'll take some time before you can get it since I order it from outside. Although I still can do a basic setting for augmented suits, I think it's better if you buy one from a specialized shop, you know. Is that so? But I don't know any specialized shop for augmented suits though. And even if I know one, I'm not even sure they'll let me in. Not to mention that I know next to nothing about augmented suits, so I'm afraid the shopkeeper would swindle me to buying something bad. Sarah-san also said to consult with you if I have any questions about equipment, so I'll be really thankful if you can help me here. Shizuka smiled happily. I can't refuse if you put it that way. Okay then, if you're okay with my intuition, I'll give you a hand. So then, how much money are you planning to spend on this augmented suit? Akira was so happy that Shizuka decided to help him, so he answered back casually while smiling. It's 8 million orum and it's in cash. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she heard Akira's answer. She then looked at Akira as if she was interrogating him. This much money, where did you get that from? Is it from selling relics? You can't get 8 million orum unless you gathered a lot of relics or obtained some high-quality ones, right? Either way, you would have had to go to dangerous areas to get those relics. Although you just got almost killed not too long ago, did you really go somewhere that dangerous already? Shizuka was able to immediately pinpoint where to get such relics using her intuition and her ability to analyze. So Akira panicked as he answered back. Well, I was actually stocking up relics for a while and sold all of them in one go. Because it's common for a small kid like me to get targeted if I go walking around with a lot of money, I was only selling a portion of my relics and hid the rest. Now I just sold all of those relics that I piled up. I'm trying my best not to put myself in danger. And it's as you said, I almost got killed not too long ago, that's why I'm thinking of buying better equipment. The reason I decided on buying an augmented suit is so that I can run faster when I get into a dangerous situation. That's why I'm thinking of spending more money than usual to avoid being in the same situation like back then. Shizuka's gaze was intense, but she did that because she was worried about Akira. When Akira noticed it, he started spouting excuses in a panic that he did not know what he was even saying. He was making excuses as if he was a kid who was desperately trying to come up with any excuses that he could to avoid getting scolded. Akira was not used to having someone worried about him. Even more so when it was unconditional. Although he did not realize it, Akira was actually feeling happy. So he was actually in a panic because of the embarrassment and the guilt that he was feeling when he realized Shizuka was worrying for him. But if it was Cheryl who said that to him, he would have replied back with, "Shut up," or "Stop asking that." There was a crucial difference between them that Akira himself did not realize. Although Akira answered back in such a fashion to dodge her question, there was no deceit in his answer. In order not to do anything too dangerous, it was necessary for him to do something with a little bit of risk. There were no lies in those words too. It was not like he did that because he wanted to, he had to do that if he wanted to survive. After all, for surviving in the slum city as a hunter he had to take some risk. That was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her as she stared at Akira. She then warned Akira with a tone as if she was seriously giving a warning to a small kid. Just don't do anything too dangerous unnecessarily, okay? Okay. Seeing Akira sincerely nodding, she replied with a smile and a nod too. She then returned back to her shopkeeper routine. Alright then. Shall we hear what kind of augmented suit you want? And since telling me is free, you can say whatever your preferences are. As Shizuka was listening to what kind of augmented suit Akira wanted, she looked a bit surprised. After all, there was one thing that she did not expect to come from someone who was buying an augmented suit for the first time. Akira wanted to get an augmented suit that could operate for a long time. It might still have a limit on how long it could be used, but rather than a suit that would give him enough strength to send vehicles flying with his fist, Akira preferred a suit that he could use to increase his overall strength. He was not looking for a thick strong augmented suit that would give him protection equal to a tank or a mechanized soldier. Putting on such an augmented suit would take about an hour and help from someone else too. Rather than that, Akira wanted a suit that he could put on and take off easily, something that would not need too much work to put on. Up to this point, Shizuka had no questions at all. The thing that Shizuka found strange was because Akira wanted an augmented suit that had multiple control devices in it. So then Shizuka asked Akira for more details. Well, it's true that there are many types of augmented suits. There are mechanized augmented suits with no control device or with a control device. There are also augmented suits that affect the whole body, and of course, there are also those that only affect limited parts of the body. I also heard that most of the augmented suits have its control device embedded into an information terminal or similar devices. But a whole body control device, huh? Akira, where did you hear that from? Akira looked troubled when Shizuka asked him that. He actually heard about that from Alpha, but there was no way he could say that to Shizuka. Well, it's not like I know anything about the details. I only heard that it's a good type of augmented suit. I'm sorry, did I do something against the norms of picking my first augmented suit, or did I say anything strange? As Shizuka observed Akira's behavior, she inferred that it was not like Akira actually knew any details. He just came up with that after hearing it from someone. I guess he consulted with another hunter about getting an augmented suit, and that hunter must have boasted about the type of the augmented suit that he was using. Shizuka's intuition was almost spot on. She was satisfied with that guess and decided not to pry any further. It's okay. It's just that you asked something that only a specialist would know. Although it might be just by pure chance, that actually surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I got the gist of what you want. I can now go ahead and choose an augmented suit based on your request for you, but are you really okay with that? Yes, please. Now about the payment. Since I'll be buying from another shop and being a merchant myself, it would be problematic if I don't pay up front for the product's full price. So I'll call you after I decide on an augmented suit. You can make sure whether it fits your preference or not before putting in an order for real, then you can pay for it afterwards. Well, if we do this, it'll end up taking more time before you finally get one, so are you okay with the arrangement? Akira thought for a bit before asking Shizuka. If I pay you now, would it be faster? Well, of course. A negotiation with the other merchant would definitely go smoothly if I can pay for the product right on the spot. There are also cases where a 10 million orum that you would get next year would be worth less than the 10,000 orum that you need now. Cash is pretty powerful, you know. In a negotiation, the buyers want to make sure that they can get their product cheaply and the sellers want to make sure that they can get their money. So cash is really important, you know. In that case, I'll pay you now. I made a bank account so you can charge money from there. And also, please charge for my medicines and ammo from the same bank account too. Akira then pulled out his hunter ID. He went to the hunter office before visiting Shizuka's shop and had opened his bank account. Although it was still new, he was already able to use his ID as a debit card. He only needed to confirm his identity and then all the bills from ammo, medicines, and any other bills from Shizuka's shop would be automatically paid through his account. Shizuka looked a bit unsure as she asked. Are you really okay with this? Once the money is transferred, it's not like I can return it even if you ask me to, you know. Moreover, I might even pick a subpar product, you know. It's okay. Shizuka looked a bit troubled, but she then warned Akira with a serious face. Although I'm happy that you really trust me, it's better if you think carefully first before deciding something like this. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to swindle as much money as possible from a hunter. But those merchants were nothing compared to those who thought that these hunters would die soon anyway and scammed hunters to squeeze all the money they could. If Akira did this in another shop, it would definitely be very dangerous, and Shizuka was worried about it. Akira also looked troubled for a while before answering back with a straight face. I think the result won't change even if I try to think hard about it. If I could not even trust the merchant recommended by the person who saved my life, then I would never be able to buy anything from any other merchant anymore. So it's alright. Even if something bad happens, I'm sure it's because of my bad luck. After all, I'm someone who got attacked by 2 groups of monsters consecutively in a day. So my luck is already bad enough. And that's something that I can't change no matter how hard I think. In the end, Akira just smiled bitterly. Shizuka could only listen to him without saying anything. Akira was trying his best to find a few shops that he could trust. He then picked Shizuka's shop and decided to buy equipment that would help him survive in the ruins. Shizuka was so happy when she realized that and smiled back to Akira to give him a peace of mind. She was smiling as the shop manager who had confidence in her own merchandise. Well, if you put so much trust in me, then I can't step back now. Alright then, just leave it to me. She then took the Hunter ID from Akira's hand, held it above the terminal on the counter as she operated the terminal. With this, the transaction should be taken care of. And just like Alpha said, 8 million Aurum was gone from Akira's account in just 1 second. So Akira has become a hunter with a bank account now, huh? Just be careful, if you're not, then you might end up debt-ridden, you know. Shizuka gave him that warning as she returned Akira's Hunter ID. After all, in reality, there were a lot of hunters who ended up being debt-ridden from buying too much ammo or having to pay a penalty for the damage that they had done after failing a request. When Hunter's account went below zero, the Hunter office would lend them money, of course with interest attached. The hunter who could not repay their debt would be apprehended by the Hunter office and sent to explore dangerous ruins. There were also hunters who could not escape from that loop and ended up spending their life working as forced labor to pay back their infinitely piling debt. Akira then replied back firmly to Shizuka's warning. I understand. That's a good reply. So then, I'll take some measurements for the augmented suit, come over here. Shizuka brought Akira behind the counter and to the back room. The back room of the shop was filled with ammo, guns and other goods. I'll need to take precise measurements, so take off all your clothes except for your underwear. Akira obediently took off his clothes just like he was told to. Shizuka then used a handheld body size scanner to measure Akira's body size. Try not to move since it'll cause inaccuracy in measurements, okay? Is it important to be that precise? Well, the human body changes daily, so it's not really that important. But still, I think it's better to take a measurement that is as accurate as possible. If you go to a specialized shop, they'll even take a more precise measurement, you know. You'll have to put on a body measurement suit and get into a huge measurement device to measure everything to the minutest detail. Not just your body and skeleton measurement, it'll also measure the position of the organs and muscles, neural network, the number of nanomachines inside the body and all the other information too. The augmented suit maker can maximize the effectiveness of the augmented suit by using that information. These custom-made augmented suits are better than the ready-made augmented suits, and of course, their price is also worlds apart. Shizuka kept measuring Akira's body as she was saying that, but she flinched as she saw Akira's body condition. Akira's body was full of wounds. Among all the small and big old wounds, the wound that he got from fighting the monster groups not too long ago was sticking out the most. Since he directly administered the medicine into the fatal wound, the life-preserving and healing nanomachine forcefully closed that big wound in a short time, thus it left a big scar that looked like a rift. If you think about it, it was not the right way of treating a wound, after all. That scar was caused by his bad luck, but he was lucky to be able to survive from such a wound. Had his luck been worse even by a bit, he would have died because of that wound. As long as he was working as a hunter, he would keep getting such wounds in the future. Shizuka was not aware that she had stopped operating the measuring device after catching a glimpse of that wound. Akira thought that it was strange, so he called her. Shizuka-san. Ah, it's nothing. Shizuka immediately regained her composure and smiled at Akira before continuing with the measurement. All right. It's done. You can put on your clothes now. It would take at least 1 week and up to 1 month before you can pick up your augmented suit. I'll contact you when the suit arrives, please come as soon as possible to pick it up, okay? Okay, thank you very much for all the help. Don't mention it. After all, if you get your augmented suit, then it means that I can recommend you more expensive and heavier equipment. So I'm looking forward to you to frequent my shop more often. Akira returned to the counter together with Shizuka and said a proper goodbye to her before leaving the shop. Shizuka waved at Akira as she sent him off. Once Akira exited the shop, she smiled excitedly. Now then, since he put that much faith in me, I guess I'll have to give my everything for this job. Shizuka immediately headed out to do her job in a good mood. When Akira arrived in his room, he asked Alpha what he should do next. Aren't we going for shooting training today? Let's spend our time inside the room until you get your augmented suit. After all, I feel like you can do much studying or information collection within these few days. So this is a good time for doing that. If we go to a cheaper room, I guess we have enough money to spend for a month. Akira looked like he did not want to do that. Are we going to take a cheaper room? In that case, we can at least go to the ruins one more time. Of course, if he rented a cheaper room, then he would get fewer amenities. It was out of the question to rent a room without a bath, that was why Akira suggested going hunting for relics one more time, but Alpha casually rejected that idea. Rejected? I did tell you that I underestimated your luck, remember? So you're not going to step out of the room until you get your augmented suit, you get that? Even you want to be able to read and write as soon as possible, right? Well, that's true, but... Although Akira had been studying under Alpha's effective guidance and had already understood numbers and letters better than before, he still needed Alpha's help on a daily basis. Let's immediately start now. If you get a good result, I'll give you a reward by taking off a piece of my clothes. That will make you work hard, right? After all, you're a healthy young boy. Stop fooling around and let's start. Akira had a bad feeling about it as he tried to change the subject, but Alpha just would not let it go. In that case, let's do it backwards. I'll put on a piece of cloth if you get a good result. So I'll start naked. If you don't want me to remain naked, you should do your best in studying. Right after she said that Alpha's clothes vanished and she was stark naked. Alpha showed off her glossy wonderful skin in front of Akira without hiding anything. Her appearance could only be described as flawless. Since that appearance was produced by a very complex calculation, it could be changed at will. Alpha's body was simply so beautiful that it did not feel real at all, and she had adjusted her body to suit Akira's preference. In the present condition where she was not out in the wasteland, her body was way more charming than usual. Stop doing such a stupid thing and put on your clothes already. Looking at Akira, who was so flustered, Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life while still being naked. Yep, it seems that it's working. Let's start then. After that, Akira really started studying under that condition, and as she promised, Alpha did put on a piece of cloth every time Akira got a good score. But she always chose to put on seducing dresses with bold and exposing design. It was so captivating and charming that it disturbed Akira's concentration. In the end, it took a week before Akira could make Alpha put on a proper dress. Rebuild World, Chapter 23, A Boy Who Is Like a Landmine. Akira spent his days studying inside his room. It had been 2 weeks since he placed the order for the augmented suit. As Alpha declared in the beginning, he moved to a room without a bath. He tried his best to hold back his desire to take a bath by showering. Also, he did not even step a foot outside the city. He basically spent his days focusing only on studying. But even so, Akira was actually in a good mood. It was because he was looking forward to getting his first 8 million Aurum augmented suit. His mood got even better when Shizuka contacted him to inform about the expected time of arrival of his order. Ever since her call, he could not contain his excitement. Alpha's methods were also really useful in teaching Akira. First of all, she started by expanding Akira's views, so that he would notice things that he did not notice before. In order to build up an effective learning environment, she used a flying electronic blackboard and a white notebook which was filled with images and letters for teaching. Akira had bought these learning materials some time back. Her teaching methods were nothing short of perfect. Not to mention that her method of teaching for every subject was very polished. Her explanation was very easy to understand and highly effective. She was teaching Akira one-on-one, so she could focus all her attention on him. That small and cheap room turned into an optimal learning environment that normally could not be created without a lot of money. Thanks to that, Akira's growth was amazing. Then one day, Alpha, who was pointing at the writings on the electronic blackboard, suddenly pointed to Akira's information terminal. "Akira, there's a call from Cheryl." Akira extended his hand to reach for his information terminal. But after he picked up his information terminal, he could not see any call notification from Cheryl. But then suddenly the display showed that there was an incoming call as the call's ringtone rang. Akira looked a bit puzzled. "How did you know that before it actually came?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "As I explained before, I'm actually connected to that network, so I'm just leveraging it." Akira was wondering if she was actually saying the truth as he picked up the call. As he answered the call, he could hear Cheryl's panicked and nervous voice. "This is Cheryl. I'm sorry that I'm calling when you're busy. But may I ask you to come to the base? Actually, people from the other gangs said that they really want to meet and talk to you." Of course, I did not agree, but they started saying that they would personally come to the inn where you're staying, you see. Akira immediately got suspicious of something. "They want to meet and talk to me? But you're the boss of the gang, right? They said that they have nothing to talk with me. It seems those people outside the gang are thinking that you're the boss of the gang and I'm just your proxy, that's why they would not negotiate with me." Akira took his time thinking. Because he spent days inside his room without stepping out, not even once, the part of him that was unconsciously seeking for a break, made his decision. "All right then, I'll be heading there now. Ask them what they actually want to discuss with me." "I understand. Thank you very much." After Cheryl replied back nervously, Akira ended the call from Cheryl. Alpha looked at Akira as if she did not approve it. "I did tell you that you're not stepping outside the room until you get your augmented suit, right? Please don't say that. At least let me step outside once in a while. It's not like I'm going to the wasteland, after all. So it's okay, right? I also did tell Cheryl that I'm coming there." Alpha smiled as if she was giving permission to a small kid. "Geez, it can't be helped then. Be sure to prepare everything before going out, okay?" "Okay." Akira prepared his equipment just like he used to when he was about to go to the wasteland before setting off to Cheryl's base, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Cheryl ended up her call with Akira, she let out a sigh while still staring at her information terminal. Although it seems that he thinks it's a pain in the ass, he did say that he'll come. Thank goodness. She then turned to the people in question and looked at them with a stern look. It was a man named Wataba and his companions who sought to see Akira. "It seems that Akira would come here. And he told me to ask what you want to discuss with him. So I'm asking you this again, what business do you have with him?" Wataba answered back in a tone as if he was mocking Cheryl. "I'll talk when that Akira boy is here. Are you not listening? I was told to ask you what you want to discuss with him, you know." Cheryl glared at Wataba. But Wataba did not even flinch. Instead, Wataba replied back as if to intimidate her. "You're so noisy. I'm telling you that I'll only talk when that boy is here. So just shut up." Wataba glared back at Cheryl and her friends. He was actually a part of Sibia's gang, so he knew pretty well about Cheryl. And since he knew her position back in Sibia's gang, he was looking down at Cheryl. Wataba had other business to do the day when Sibia brought some people to attack Akira, that was why he could keep his life till now. For a few days after Akira killed Sibia, he was still wary of Akira. But as time passed by, he started to think that Sibia was killed just because he was unlucky that day. Wataba thought that Cheryl was merely a girl who could do nothing but entice men and Akira was just a boy who got manipulated by Cheryl and ended up supporting her gang. Both of them were nothing big. His behavior here was motivated by these thoughts. Cheryl was on her limit, glaring at Wataba and his companions. She could not pressure them to tell her what they wanted to talk about. Although she had a gun with her, it was the same for Wataba too. She had no will to pull the trigger for a fight. It could also be felt by both Cheryl and Wataba that mockery and superiority feeling was spreading among Wataba's group, while nervousness and the feeling of being cornered were spreading among Cheryl's group. And it only got worse the more they waited. Wataba even stopped being wary of Akira. Akira was a hunter, so Wataba had to at least be more careful when dealing with Akira. But that sense of wariness had already been gone from him. Then right at that time, Akira appeared. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Akira. Akira was able to feel the mood inside the room and immediately understood that it would definitely turn into a problem. Everyone's attention still focused on Akira as he walked and sat down beside Cheryl. He then looked obviously annoyed as he asked Cheryl. "So then, what is it now?" "WL." As Cheryl was stumbling on her words, Wataba laughed and said, "That girl could not get anything from me, you know. She could not accomplish what you ordered her to." Cheryl turned and glared at Wataba, her gaze was filled with despise. But Wataba ignored her. Akira let out a sigh before asking Wataba instead. "So, what do you want?" Wataba then answered Akira's question firmly. "It's simple, give me this base and its territory." Cheryl and the other kids tensed up when they heard his demand. Cheryl's gang inherited the territory from Sibia's gang. But it was hard for them to take care of that huge territory with their current members. An unclaimed territory in the slum city would only attract problem, and that would be a bad thing both for Cheryl and for the other people in the slum city. Wataba's boss, Shirjima, thought that it would be easy to at least get those surplus territories that Cheryl's gang could not manage from Cheryl by having a small negotiation with Cheryl's gang. He thought that at most, they would need to use little intimidation during the negotiation to obtain it. Thus he sent Wataba, someone who already knew Cheryl, to have a discussion with her gang. But then Wataba got ahead of himself after seeing how Cheryl's gang treated them, so he changed the demand without asking for any permission from his boss. Of course, it was not something that Cheryl could accept. Thus Cheryl reflexively shouted back at Wataba. "Are you kidding me? There's no way we can accept that. I'm not asking you, so just shut up." Wataba shouted back to intimidate her. Cheryl winced and shrunk back when she heard him. Wataba looked annoyed as he was staring at Cheryl with a mocking expression. He then turned back to Akira and asked him in a fashion as if he knew what Akira would say. "So, what do you say? Of course, you're going to give them to me, right?" "No," Cheryl also made it clear just now. "So don't ask me." Akira answered back casually and firmly, something that Wataba did not expect. Wataba was dumbfounded from Akira's reply, but it was immediately replaced by irritation. So pushed by that irritation, he asked Akira. "I've heard about you before, this gang is yours, right? This gang and this base are Cheryl's. Cheryl is the boss here. It's not me, so don't ask me. Go ahead and ask her instead. If you had asked her, I wouldn't have had to come here like this, you know. Cheryl, don't just call me for every single thing. So that's everything, right? Just go back home now, I'm leaving this place after this too." The way Akira behaved fueled Wataba's irritation to anger. "You! Boy! Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? I'm part of Shijima-san's gang, which is on a different level compared to this shitty weak gang filled with small kids. We also have a lot of members and a huge territory. So don't think this will end well if you refuse. Hell if I care." Wataba was shouting in anger when he said that. But Akira seemed like he did not give a damn and replied as if it was someone else's problem. As things did not go as he expected, and seeing how Akira mocked him, Wataba's mood considerably worsened. His face warped matching his mood. But even so, it did not affect Akira at all, which only made him more irritated and angry. But his face immediately turned back to relaxed expression mixed with mockery. Then Wataba smiled invincibly. "Hey kid, do you really think that we know nothing about you?" Akira finally reacted to that as he looked a bit surprised. "What exactly do you know about me?" Wataba's expression relaxed after Akira finally reacted as he expected. "As I said, my gang has a lot of members. So it's an easy thing for us to find where you're staying, you know." Akira called Alpha through telepathy. Alpha. Alpha got what Akira meant from that short signal. "This position is not good. So you need to move." Akira then stood and walked to the location that Alpha pointed to, and he stood leaning against the wall. After that, he replied back to Wataba as if he was mocking him. "You found out the inn where I'm staying, huh? So then what? Are you going to gather people and attack the place next? Are you stupid? Are you seriously thinking that I'm the only hunter staying in that place? You'll make an enemy out of the security people contracted by that inn, you know? Are you even sane? If you want to kill yourself, do that without causing a problem to other people, will you?" Seeing how Akira did not show even a trace of fear after knowing that they found out where he was staying, Wataba became obstinate and shouted back. That's not all. We also investigated the shop that you frequent too. Are you really okay if anything happens to that shop and the owner of that shop?" Akira let out a sigh while intentionally hiding the dark feeling that was welling inside his heart. He carefully reached for the gun behind him, trying not to get noticed as he warned Wataba and his companions. "I'll at least let you know this out of kindness. That weapon merchant called Katsuragi might look like a normal weapon merchant from the outside, but he's strong enough to even sell his goods to the front line. If you underestimate and try to attack him, you'll only end up killing yourself, you know." After hearing that, Wataba smiled wryly. It was enough for Akira to make his decision on what to do next. "Alpha, I'm counting on you. Akira, you might want to rethink Abu Dash." Alpha understood what Akira wanted to do and tried to stop him first. But before she could say anything, Wataba laughed confidently and said, "Not that one. I'm talking about the girl Dash." Suddenly a gunshot echoed through the room. As the anti-monster bullet tore through Wataba's chest, it sent his body flying straight to the wall behind him. Wataba's face was frozen in surprise as it fell forward and made a bump sound as he hit the ground. He was killed instantly. The blood and flesh that was sent flying when he was shot dyed the wall red, and the blood flowing out from his dead body formed a pool on the floor. No one expected that Akira would suddenly shoot and kill Wataba without even a shred of hesitation. The other men that were accompanying Wataba were so shocked that they were frozen in place. Then the unlucky guy who regained his composure first tried to reach his gun only to get shot on his leg by Akira and rolled over on the floor. His leg that was shot with an anti-monster bullet was blown to small pieces. That man was assaulted with intense pain as he was spouting curses while writhing on the floor. Akira then pointed his gun towards the other men to stop them from doing anything foolish. The small children there finally started screaming. Some of them could only stand frozen there. Some of them ran to the corner of the room. And some of them ran outside the room. The negotiation turned into a fight, and there was only a handful of them who knew how to handle a fight. Alpha then asked Akira with a stern expression. "Akira, was there any need to kill him?" Akira answered back firmly and swiftly. "Yes." Alpha let out a sigh of exasperation and a little bit of irritation before smiling like usual. "I see, it can't be helped then. It's not over yet, so don't drop your guard." "Yeah, I know." Although Alpha did not care how many people Akira killed, she wanted Akira to at least avoid any meaningless killing. Despite the fact that Akira did not like problems, he was actually making a problem for himself here. He thought that it was all because of his bad luck, but the truth was that he kept doing things that attracted bad luck. Akira himself did not realize his contradictory behavior. It was the vague moral standard inside him that pushed Akira into doing such a thing. Wataba's remark there was the thing that was deemed unacceptable by Akira's moral standard and incited the fight. Alpha thought that it would be hard to predict Akira's behavior as long as she did not understand that vague moral standard Akira was holding on to. Thus she decided to continue observing Akira for now. Akira kept his gun pointing at the rest of Wataba's men to keep them in check as he warned them. Throw down your gun. 5. 4. 3. The men who were still standing there threw down their guns. Only the man who was shot on the leg was still writhing on the ground while applying pressure on his open wound. Akira kept counting down while aiming his gun at the head of the man who was on the ground. 2. 1. Wait. I'll throw down his gun. So please don't shoot. The other men tried to stop Akira in panic. He then took the gun from his friend who could not do that because of his injury and the pain. After that, he took his own gun too, dropped them on the ground and kicked them away. Only after that did Akira finally lower his gun. Silence finally returned to the room. Everyone was terrified and looked at Akira who shot Wataba without hesitation or warning. But it did not bother Akira at all. Akira then asked the rest of Wataba's men. So then, you guys are also members of that Shijima's gang, right? Why yes. Don't shoot, please don't shoot, okay? Take me to him. Cheryl, come with me. Cheryl could not comprehend what just happened and was frozen in place. But once her brain finally caught up with what had just happened, and understood what Akira said, she once again was shocked frozen for a different reason. She finally regained her composure as her face twitched. Eeh! Cheryl shrieked. Shijima's gang was just like Cheryl's gang, it was one of the many gangs inside the slum city. But unlike Cheryl's small and weak gang, it was a medium-sized gang with a lot of members and a large territory. Akira and Cheryl went to the base of Shijima's gang. The hall inside the base was filled with Shijima's subordinates. Akira and Cheryl were able to pass through that hall because they had Shijima's gang members, who came along with them to guide them through. Shijima knew of Akira's arrival from one of his subordinates who came to him in a panic. He was still thinking whether to meet them in person or not after hearing the report from his subordinate. After all, his report was hard to believe. But considering that Cheryl, who was the boss of the gang that inherited Shibuya gang's territory, coming here together with Akira, who was the hunter supporting Cheryl's gang, he finally decided to meet them in person. As Shijima entered the room where Akira and Cheryl were waiting for him, Shijima came to understand the truth of the report from his subordinate. Akira was standing there with a calm look while Cheryl looking scared beside him. Beside them was his subordinate who was trying to keep the pressure on his shot wound as his friends supported him. And finally, there was Wataba's dead body that was dragged all the way here as its traces were left on the floor. Akira dragged that corpse himself all the way here to meet Shijima. Everything that Shijima saw inside that room confirmed the report that he had heard from his men. The guy who lost his leg was kept there to give Shijima his report. But then Shijima said, "That guy may go. Help him treat his wound. Hurry." Shijima's men who were supporting that injured man helped him to exit the room. Shijima saw them off before he turned back to Akira and calmly asked him. "Are you the one who did that?" "Ah, right, I'm Shijima, the leader of this gang." Akira answered back in a calm tone. "Yes, I did that. I'm Akira, and this is Cheryl. Although she did not do anything about killing this guy, she's accompanying me here since she's still involved in this case. So I think it's better if she understands the situation too." "I see. So then, why are you here?" "To confirm a few things about the negotiation." "I see. Well, have a seat." There was a table in the middle of that room, sofas were placed around that table. Akira respected Shijima's words and took a seat. Shijima also took a seat after him. Thus Cheryl was left standing alone there. But Akira then casually called her. "Cheryl, are you not going to sit?" Akira had real guts that no one would expect from a small kid who was in the middle of the enemy's territory. Shojima then followed him. "Won't you take a seat?" He was acting normally although they killed one of his men. Cheryl awkwardly took a seat beside Akira. Her reaction was to be expected since she was inside the base of a gang that was superior to hers and she came with the person who killed one of his gang's members. Shojima looked at Akira. To him, Akira looked like a normal boy without anything extraordinary about him. But in this very room, there was a corpse of the man that the normal boy just killed, the boss of the gang that man belonged to, and the other members of that gang who were equipped with guns and looking at him with an unfriendly look. And that the normal boy was here in the same room with all these people, but he was acting without any care as if all these things did not bother him at all. Thus it was obvious that he was anything but a normal boy. Moreover, looking at how Cheryl nervously sat beside him, it only served to make him look even more out of the norm. Cheryl was trying her hardest to put on a front, but she could not do that as she was trembling and sweating profusely. She tried to look away from Shojima, only to end up looking at Wataba. Thus, she tried to look away again in panic. She just could not calm down. As Shojima saw how Cheryl was behaving, he put down his guard on Cheryl but became more wary of Akira. Confirming a few things about the negotiation, huh? I don't know what exactly happened, but well, you can go ahead. As he said that, Shojima pulled out his information terminal and operated it. He was trying to show that he had no intention of seriously hearing what they had to say. Cheryl knew well the strength difference between her and Shojima, thus she did not think that Shojima was rude for doing that. Or more like, she was thankful that the rest of the gang did not kill them even after they saw the corpse of one of their comrades. Akira then casually warned Shojima. "It'll only end up with both of us dead, so you better stop." Shojima, who was operating his terminal, immediately stopped his hand right before he sent a notification to gather everyone in his gang who could fight. Originally, Shojima thought that Akira had come here to apologize after killing one of his men when their negotiation turned into a fight. But once he met them for real, putting Cheryl aside, Shojima understood that Akira did not show even a trace of sign that he was here to apologize. Shojima understood what Akira was trying to say. If he sent that notification to his gang members, then both sides would be killed before they could gather up. Akira would slaughter everyone in the room. It can be inferred from his words that he had the ability to kill all the people here. And Akira was not just signaling that to Shojima, he actually said it. Shojima understood that Akira warned him to stop if he did not want that to happen. Shojima started thinking while trying not to make any changes to his expression. Even if it was only a bluff or simply intimidation from Akira, there was no doubt that people would get killed if it turned into a fight. Moreover, it was almost a certainty that he would be one of the people that would get killed, and he did not want that to happen. Shojima thought that if he could call for more reinforcement in secret, he would be able to kill Akira without getting himself killed. But Akira noticed it and stopped him from doing that. Although to be more precise, Alpha noticed that and informed Akira about it, but there was no way Shojima would know that. But even so, Shojima's behavior did not change much. It reminded him again how mysterious this Akira was as he became more vigilant of him. It seems that this boy was able to kill Shibuya not because of Shibuya's bad luck alone, huh? After all, this boy looks like just a normal weak boy. I bet Shibuya was fooled by his appearance, became careless, and then got killed instead. This boy is just like a landmine. Shojima slowly and carefully put his information terminal on the table. He then stayed calm as he said with the dignity pertaining to the leader of a gang. "You're pretty confident in yourself, huh?" Akira answered back with a firm and strong voice. "Here's better compared to the wasteland or the ruins. After all, those monsters won't run when their friends get killed." "I see, only hunters would come up with this answer." Cheryl could not understand what was going on, she could only silently listen to their conversation. But she could feel the strange mood welling around her, so she tried to recall what Shojima and Akira had said. It did not take much time for Cheryl to understand what just happened. They almost started shooting at each other just a few seconds ago. As she realized that Shojima decided to just back off from that situation, her face immediately turned pale. Akira then continued. What I want to confirm is something simple. No matter what my reason was, I killed one of your men and injured another one. That's true. So then, what will you do from now on? Are you going to wrap this up like some stupid guy in your gang did a foolish thing and got himself killed? Or are we going for a full-scale war until one of us is completely destroyed? In case if we're going with that, how many people should die until you're willing to end the war? I'm here to confirm that. I'll give you an example. In Sibia's case, fortunately, it only took 6 men for the rest of his gang to stop hunting for me. Right, Cheryl? Cheryl was taken aback when Akira suddenly asked her in the middle of their cruel conversation. But Cheryl immediately answered back in panic. Right. No one in my gang would think of killing Akira. I can guarantee that. But then Shojima looked disgusted as he said. Just because that shit is dead, no one would ever think of taking revenge on you. Or more like, there are a lot of us who are happy to know that he is dead, including me. Shojima then returned to his usual calm demeanor. Well, let's not be hasty here. Of course, there are cases where putting out the conclusion from the start would make further conversation smoother, but there are also cases where properly listening to the backstory can change your view on the problem. If we're going to talk about this in caution, it's important to know what happened. So let's hear it. Why did you kill him? It's because he threatened me. Is that all? If I have to give you more reason, it was because he threatened me and made me want to kill him. We're not close enough to let his intimidation to pass as a joke, so he should have been more careful with his words. And even if he did try to explain that in all sincerity, there was no guarantee that it would be conveyed correctly. The listener has the right on how to interpret what he or she hears. I'm a cowardly person, you see. If someone said that he or she will kill me, I won't be able to sleep at night unless I kill that person first. After all the people who said that to me really did try to do that, thus I always killed them before they could kill me. Akira locked his gaze on Shojima. Shojima took his words as, I'm being careful with my words here, so don't you dare threaten me, and he did not think that Akira was bluffing when he said that. To be more precise, it was because he demanded Cheryl to give up her base and her territory. By any chance, was he sent to declare war on US and get killed? That shit, did he really say that? Shojima turned to Cheryl asking for a confirmation, to which Cheryl was flustered but firmly nodded. Why yes, he did say that. Although it looked like she said that as if to only match up with Akira's story, it did not seem like she was lying. That was what Shojima thought as he let out a sigh and rested his head on his hand. It was to be expected that Wataba's words might be interpreted as a declaration of war to her gang. Shojima understood that well. Considering the fact that it did not seem like Akira had any misgivings in fighting and killing, Shojima started to think of a way to talk it out peacefully. Well, it seems that we're also at fault here. To be honest, I only wanted to talk about the territory, you see. A territory that is not managed properly will only attract danger. You do know that too, right? I just wanted to avoid such a thing. Considering what happened to that Wataba due to his foolishness, I want to talk this out peacefully, you see. Shojima then looked at Akira, waiting for his reply. Me too. I want to avoid any needless killing. Akira then looked at Cheryl. After saying that, Shojima followed that gaze and looked at Cheryl too. Cheryl, who was only an outsider in their conversation up until that point, panicked since she just became a part of their conversation. Thus she could only answer back while being flustered. Ah. And me? Oh, of course, I wish we can solve this problem peacefully too. Shojima looked back at Akira and said. Now then, since all three of us agreed to solve this problem peacefully, let's talk about what to do next. No matter what the reason was, you killed one of my men and injured another, so I hope you also put this into consideration. But it's not like I can shoot some of your people too, since it'll only cause another problem. So how about we solve this with money? Shojima took some time thinking for a bit before saying. Let's see. How about 1 million orum? We'll forget about this incident and even befriend your gang so something like this won't happen again in the future. I don't think this is a bad deal since we have to take care of a few things because you killed one of my men. So what do you think? Akira casually looked at Cheryl and asked her. Cheryl. He said 1 million orum. Cheryl went silent and looked confused for a while since she could not comprehend what Akira was saying. But after she realized what Akira meant, her face immediately went pale. There was no way she could pay 1 million orum all by herself. But if she refused, she feared that it would end the chance to solve the problem peacefully and it might even turn into a fight. Cheryl was crushed under the pressure, thus she could only answer back in a voice that sounded as if she was screaming. No way I can pay that. Ah, but it's not like I don't want to pay it, it's just that we don't have that much money. We don't even have a working plan to get that much money. Akira's expression turned stern. I don't have the leeway to pay that money too, you know. I'm not lying. Buying new equipment and ammo takes a lot of money. I'll get killed if I cut down the money I spend on those things. So I have no surplus money. Shojima then said in a menacing tone. We're also risking our lives here. Just try to think about it, the news would spread that we sent some of my men to a gang filled with small kids and they intimidated them just to get killed, but we let that slide without any repercussions. After hearing this, other gangs would look down on us and attack us. This place will turn into a battlefield. So even if we are to resolve this with money, it's not like we can let this slide with a small amount of money. We're already compromising here the moment we said that we'll accept solving this problem with money although you killed one of our men, you know. After that, no one said anything for a while. Every single person involved in the negotiation had their own reason and could not back down. The tense silence continued for some time. Akira broke the silence first as he let out a sigh and made a suggestion. I'll pay 500,000 orum up front and pay the remaining 500,000 orum later. How about that? I can only pay 500,000 in cash right now. When can I get the rest of my money? There's no guarantee when I can get more money since I'm a hunter. I'll only pay the rest if I get some surplus money. Shojima went silent as if he was thinking for a while. Half of that was only an act, but half of it was him thinking about what would happen if he refused it. He then came to a conclusion. All right then. Akira reached out to his rucksack and put out 500,000 orum on the table. It was the money that he withdrew from his bank account in case he needed emergency money. Shojima nodded to one of his men, he took that 500,000 orum and exited the room. Until the rest of the payment is done, I'll put this problem on hold, till then, I'll assume that we've solved it peacefully. So then, you can go back home now. I have to explain a lot of things to my men, so I'm busy here. Akira stood up and left the room without saying anything as Cheryl awkwardly followed behind him. Shojima just silently watched them as they exited the room. He stayed inside that room while waiting for one of his men to report back to him. It did not take long before one of his men entered and reported to him. They've left the base. I see. God damn it. Shojima screamed furiously. What the heck is wrong with that boy? He came here expecting a fight, didn't he? Is that boy really okay in the head? And here I was thinking it was good that damn Shibuya is dead. But I never thought someone crazier would take his place like this. But that boy came up because that stupid Shibuya attacked him, right? Doesn't that mean it's all his fault from the start? Some of Shojima's men who were relatively close to him then asked him as he was trying to calm his breath. Boss, are we really going to befriend that gang of kids? Yeah, but only on the surface. As long as that boy is still alive, just act as if we're getting along with that gang. I want him to pay the rest of the money, after all. And about that Cheryl, there's no need to be overly hostile to her as long as she's the one dealing with that dangerous boy. And what if Akira gets killed? If that boy is dead, we don't need to do anything, Cheryl's gang will crumble on its own. We can take their territory, men and money after that happens. We also need to negotiate with the other gangs about how to divide the territory though. Even this time too, if that Cheryl did not create her gang, Sibia's territory would have been peacefully divided among the other gangs. It was because that girl aimed for Akira and created her gang that this trouble happened. But that Cheryl was originally from Sibia's gang too, right? As I thought, it's all his fault. Damn it. As Shojima tried to calm down, his sight wandered onto Wataba's dead body. So he burst out again. Now that I think about it. This guy was originally one of Sibia's men. I only accepted him since he came here bringing some expensive things. But now he brought me something more troublesome than that. That damn Sibia is still causing me trouble even after he died. Damn it. What a pain in the ass. Somebody, just throw this garbage out of here. Wataba's dead body was dragged out of the room and the room was cleaned up. People risked their lives in the wasteland. People living in the slum also risked their lives. Anyone who blundered and did something stupid would die first, be it wasteland or the slum. Then they would end up joining the pile of corpses that were thrown away without a single care. Rebuild World, Chapter 24, Revitalized Heart. After he had a talk with Shojima, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. But their pace was very slow, even slower than when Akira was dragging Wataba's corpse. The reason being Cheryl walking very slowly behind Akira, slow enough that she would get left behind if Akira was walking at his normal pace. Every time she got left behind, Akira would call her and she would hurry up to his side. But it did not take long before she got left behind again. And every time that happened, she would run slower and slower to Akira's side when he called her name. She eventually walked instead of running, then finally came to a halt. She just would not step forward. Even for someone as ignorant as Akira, he knew that Cheryl was acting strange. So he walked to her to check on her. But when he reached her side, he was more confused than before. Cheryl was looking down and crying without making any sound. While looking confused, Cheryl finally realized Akira was standing right beside her. She then slowly raised her head. Normally, Cheryl would say something as to not worsen Akira's mood, but she did not say anything this time. Raising her head was the only thing that she could do now. Their eyes met each other's. Akira was confused seeing Cheryl cry silently. After a brief moment of silence, Akira, who did not know what to do in this situation which was obviously outside his scope of communication ability, finally squeezed out some words. What's wrong? When he asked that, Cheryl could not hold back and started crying loudly. Akira remembered that the same thing happened back when he met Cheryl for the first time. He then turned to Alpha, seeking for help. It's not my fault this time, right? Alpha smiled teasingly. Well, I wonder now. But at least, just like before, it'll attract people around and might cause a problem. Akira's face twitched as this was the last thing he wanted. Akira thought that it would cause needless worries if he dragged the crying Cheryl back to her base, but it was not like he could just leave her alone too. Thus, just like the last time, he decided to take Cheryl to his room. Akira had moved to an inn with a smaller room. In order to avoid attracting others' attention, Akira somehow brought Cheryl to this room. But he still did not know what to do in this situation where a girl was sobbing in front of him. Last time, he let her take a dip in the bathtub and she calmed down after that. But this time, he was living in a cheap room with no bathtub, so he did not have that option. He knew that the cheap shower would not be able to substitute a bathtub. Akira fired up all his cylinders to think of a way to get out of this situation. He then finally came up with something. He slowly approached Cheryl and hugged her awkwardly. He remembered that last time when he was hugged by Shizuka, even though he panicked in the beginning, he calmed down eventually. So he tried to do the same to Cheryl. He decided to just stop and take a step back if Cheryl hated it. Cheryl did not fight back nor did she say anything as he hugged her. After a while, she slowly hugged Akira back as her cries became louder. Akira was so surprised as he frantically tried to move away, but Cheryl was clinging to him strongly, he could not break free. He finally gave up and let out a sigh. He just let Cheryl hug him. He too hugged her back lightly. It took some time before Cheryl stopped sobbing. After that, she went to sleep as if she emptied her battery crying. What the heck was that? Akira mumbled and looked tired as he did not understand what just happened. Cheryl had reached her limit. The gang that she was in was destroyed and she could not join other gangs. After losing everything that protected and supported her life, she had no other choice but to temporarily live in the back alley of the slum city. It was emotionally taxing for her. It was because of her emotional state that she could not think clearly. As such, despite the fact that Akira was someone that she attacked, she thought that there might be a sliver of hope that Akira did not remember her. Thus, she tried to talk to him hoping that it would be able to help her get out of her current situation. But that sliver of hope was crushed. Before she could even say anything, Akira noticed her and threatened her. She was trembling and could not say anything from the fear of getting killed. It further crushed her already tired heart and her spirit was broken to pieces. After that, something unexpected happened to her. Akira agreed to support her, but in exchange, she had to start a new gang in place of Sibia's gang and she had to be the boss of that gang. But that did not mean that she finally got into a safe situation. Some people came to her base to threaten her, but she was somehow able to drive them off with a bluff. But that experience of passing those dangerous bridges, again and again, wrung her heart even more. Not to mention that operating her own gang was not that easy, it was filled with problems and Akira would not visit the gang regularly. And when he did visit the gang, someone from her gang attacked him. The merchant that Akira introduced to her intimidated her and Akira threatened to kill her if she did anything stupid. Akira might be helping her, but it was not like he was her ally. Cheryl was made to understand that multiple times. And finally, the latest incident. The negotiation where both sides were more than ready to have a shootout was enough to completely push Cheryl's tired psyche to its limit. It was more than what she was able to handle. Finally, she was left with no other choice but to think about what to do next. Right after she went through all of that, thus her steps back to her base were very slow and heavy. She then realized that she had to face these kinds of situations repeatedly in the future. The moment she realized this, it gave the last prod to her heart that had reached its limit and it broke down completely. Cheryl was crying unconsciously. She just kept crying without even realizing it herself. She just wanted to lean on someone and she did not care whoever it was. She cried seeking a place to lean on. She did not know for how long she was in that condition, but when she realized it, someone was already hugging her. She did not even know who it was. But one thing for sure, that warm embrace was saying that it was okay to lean on that person. Thus Cheryl hugged that person back as strong as she could to make sure that person would not go away. Only after she depleted all of her energy, she felt relieved that the person she hugged did not cast her away as she fell asleep. Akira was sitting on the floor, operating his information terminal. Cheryl was still hugging him. Since it looked like she would not let him go anytime soon, he was doing something else while waiting for her to wake up. Thus Akira decided to surf the net in the meantime. It was also a form of training for gathering information using the information terminal. The internet of the Eastern District was filled with a huge amount of information. It was so huge that it would be almost impossible for someone with no ability to search to find what he or she was looking for. Of course, there were some searching sites too, but even using that, it was pretty hard to find something for Akira who had lived all his life in the back alley of the slum city. Normally, any important or highly valuable information was not free. There was a need to buy them directly from people or organizations who were working as information brokers. There were countless paid service sites on the net that provided information tailored for hunters. They provided information like the locations of the ruins that still had expensive relics, guides to fight powerful monsters and many others. Then finally, there were countless sites that provided all kinds of information for free due to certain reasons. It was an important skill for a hunter who wanted to survive and rise to success in the Eastern District to be able to extract important and worthwhile information that could be relied on from these sites. But Akira's current searching skill was not even enough to get him accurate searching results for the next day's weather or a restaurant near him. He might be able to find them instantly if he asked Alpha, but now he was trying his best for the sake of his training. He had a lot of experiences where he got baited to chase some unimportant information that got into his eyes or some other things that led him to waste time on the net. As Akira spent his free time learning trivial knowledge, Cheryl finally woke up. Cheryl was still in a daze as she was staring at Akira from a close range while still hugging him. "Can you let me go now that you've woken up?" Akira thought that Cheryl should have calmed down by now as he said that and tried to break off from Cheryl's hug. But when he did that, Cheryl desperately clung on him and looked like she would almost start crying again. Cheryl then begged to Akira, who looked troubled. "Please help me." Cheryl looked so weak and her eyes started to get teary as she asked Akira for help because she had no other place to turn to. "I beg you, please help me." As Akira stayed silent because he did not know what to do, Cheryl took it as a no, so she begged him again as she started to cry. The short nap gave Cheryl, who was in an unstable emotional state, enough energy to cry again. Although Akira was used to seeing irritation, mockery and hostility, he was not used to having someone looking at him with teary eyes while begging him for something. Due to that, Akira could not handle the pressure from those eyes as he reflexively answered Cheryl. Sure, I'll help you." Cheryl froze for a bit before smiling as she felt relieved. She seemed so happy as she closed her eyes. She loosened her hand that was gripping Akira's hand so hard until that time as if she would die if she had let it go. Cheryl then leaned back to Akira and clung on him as she fell asleep with a happy face. "What the heck?" Akira let out a sigh while looking puzzled. Akira then picked Cheryl up and laid her on the bed before starting the routine maintenance of his gun. As he was doing maintenance of his AAH assault rifle like usual, he once again realized that it was his lifeline, thus he took great care in performing the maintenance. Since the AAH assault rifle was durable and sturdy, it could handle violent treatment and could last long in a bad environment, it was pretty popular for a gun. It was fully justified when they said that it was a gun beloved by hunters for the last 100 years. Akira was also indebted to his gun in so many instances in the past. It was thanks to this gun that he was able to stay alive up until this point. Although he was just a complete beginner not too long ago, Akira was able to proficiently do gun maintenance on an AAH rifle. Rather than buying other guns, it might be a good idea to buy one more of this rifle as a spare. That's right. I can also carry two guns with both of my hands. Akira then imagined himself marching with two guns in his hands. That sounds cool. Alpha was able to receive the glorified image of Akira holding two AAH guns that Akira unconsciously sent through telepathy. If you bring two guns like that, most of your shots will miss and it might even rip your arms off due to the kickback. Akira realized that Alpha read the image in his mind as he embarrassedly answered back. So it's a no, huh? Well, you don't have the strength to handle two guns, after all. So if you handle an AAH rifle with a single arm, it would not serve any other purpose other than shooting a warning shot. Once you get an augmented suit, you'll be able to handle the kickback from the guns even in a bad posture. So if you want to carry two guns simultaneously, you should at least wait until you get your augmented suit. Hearing that makes me impatient to wait for the augmented suit. But until we get that, it's not like there'll be more incidents, right? Can you stop triggering flags like that? Okay. Akira returned back to his usual mood and continued doing the maintenance. In the middle of doing that, he glanced at Cheryl. Alpha, so what was that exactly? Alpha lightly shook her head. I don't really understand either. I'm sure that she's too tired, but when she wakes up, it might be a good idea not to ask her too much. Alpha did not explain Cheryl's psychological condition to Akira since she thought that it might be better this way. Akira, how about you take a rest for today too? I think this problem is solved for now, but another problem might come up again tomorrow, so you better take a good rest. You're right. I'll go straight to sleep once I'm done with this. After finishing the maintenance. Just like usual, Akira took a short shower to suppress his feeling of wanting to take a bath before going to bed. Since his guest had already taken the bed, he just pushed her to the side before settling himself beside her. Although it looked as if Akira crept into Cheryl's bed, it was he who paid for the room. Moreover, Cheryl clung on him for quite some time. So he was sure that Cheryl would not mind sharing a bed with him as he slowly fell asleep. On the next day, Cheryl woke up before Akira. She was still dazed when she looked around, but when she noticed Akira was sleeping beside her, she drowsily hugged him and went to sleep again. But Akira immediately woke up when Cheryl suddenly hugged him. He then tried to wake Cheryl, who fell asleep again. Don't go back to sleep, wake up and let me go. After saying that, Akira was afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. But Cheryl obediently let him go. She still looked drowsy as she let out a big yawn and lightly rubbed her eyes. Akira smiled as he saw that. Good morning. Morning. Akira looked a bit puzzled since Cheryl was acting so differently compared to the previous day. She looked relaxed, there was no trace of her from yesterday. As she was smiling brightly, she looked way more beautiful than usual, which was also scary at the same time. After that, they ate breakfast together. And just like usual, it was only warmed up frozen food. So in short, it was not very delicious and tasted bland. But they were having breakfast in a different mood than usual. Akira was overwhelmed by how much Cheryl changed as he kept eating his breakfast. As for Cheryl, she looked like she was in a good mood. In contrast to the breakfast that they were having, their moods were so much different. Cheryl then stopped in the middle of the breakfast and bowed to Akira. Akira, I'm really sorry to have troubled you yesterday. It's okay, don't worry about it. After blurting that out without thinking, Akira remembered what happened the previous day. Although it was Cheryl who started the problem, it was mostly him who blew up the trouble. Although he did not feel guilty about it, he still understood it. Thus Akira was worried if it was Cheryl's way of saying that she hated him in a roundabout way. But she was actually being honest when she said that she was thankful. And since Akira was a bit bothered by the bad thing that happened yesterday because of him, he answered back in such a way as he was trying not to offend her. Well, a lot of things happened yesterday, but if anything comes up again, you can just tell me. If Cheryl thought that she had unnecessarily involved him in regarding yesterday's incident, it would at least be shown in her behavior. So, by saying this he tried to ease her thoughts, but Cheryl answered back with something that Akira did not expect. In that case, can I hug you again? As Cheryl replied back with a happy smile. Akira was a bit taken aback as he asked Cheryl. But why? I feel safe when I do that. Like, I can feel very relaxed. No. It's not like it'll cause you any trouble, right? And it's not like you'll lose anything too. No, I'll lose something. That's it, I'll lose my mobility. Moreover, we're in the middle of breakfast now, it's hard to eat if you cling on to me, right? In that case, I'll feed you. At least let me eat my own food, will you? Cheryl then leaned towards Akira, who pulled himself back a bit. She kept smiling as she insistently asked Akira. In that case, it'll be okay if I do it after we finish breakfast, right? Managing the gang is really hard. So I'm really tired right now. Not to mention the incident that happened yesterday. Just treat this as a sanity check for me. If you let me do so, I'm sure I'll bother you less in the future. So it's okay, right? Akira understood that if he agreed with her without giving it a serious thought, then Cheryl would come up with all sort of reasons so that she can keep on clinging on to him. But if he rejected her strongly, there was a chance that something like yesterday would happen again. When compared to that, it might be better if he just let her cling on to him. After all, it was not like it would cause any inconvenience to him. All right then, you can do that after we finish breakfast. Cheryl immediately beamed happily. Thank you. Although it was only a bit, Cheryl was able to manipulate Akira. Alpha realized that as she decided to be more careful with Cheryl. After they finished their breakfast, just like promised, Cheryl clung onto Akira. She embraced him from the front as he was sitting. She was in a pose that looked like she was straddling Akira. She wrapped her arms around Akira's back and neck. She looked very relieved. But she then asked Akira for something more. May I ask you to hug me back or pat my head? Well, I don't mind though. As Akira did what he was asked to, Cheryl started to mumble while looking extremely happy. What the heck am I doing here? Akira was making an awkward face as he was asking himself that question. But as he caught sight of Alpha smiling teasingly, his mood immediately soured. What? It's nothing. Seems that she really likes you. What do you want me to do then? No idea, I don't have an answer to that question. But if you don't get away from her, we'll have to start today's lesson in this situation, you know? As Akira realized that he might really have to start studying with Cheryl clinging onto him, Akira tried to get Cheryl off from him. Cheryl, can you let me go now? I have other things to do. I understand. Cheryl replied back in a sad voice as she reluctantly let Akira free. He was relieved since he thought that Cheryl would not let him go. Cheryl then smiled at Akira. I'll return back to my base. I have to explain yesterday's incident to everyone in the gang. If I may, can you please accompany me back to my base? Alright, sure. Thank you very much. Cheryl looked so happy as she politely bowed to Akira. After that, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. Cheryl walked happily on their way there. Although Akira looked at her with a puzzled look, she just ignored it as she walked back with a happy smile on her face. Cheryl politely bowed to Akira when they arrived in front of her base. Thank you very much for accompanying me all the way here. I'll contact you again if anything happens. And also, I'll be very happy if you visit the gang even if you don't have anything to do here. I'll do my best to manage the gang, but since it's a hard job, it's really helpful to have a day like today where I can get a breather. Well, I'll come again if I have free time. Thank you very much, I'll be waiting for you. Cheryl stood there as he saw Akira off until he was gone from her sight. On his way back, Akira grumbled. He looked back to everything that happened yesterday, like Cheryl's emotional breakdown and so many other things. Alpha, Cheryl really did change, didn't she? It's like, she changed so much, I just can't explain it well though. Well, it's not like she's depressed or something, so I don't think there's any need to worry. You're right, but still. Alpha looked displeased as she then said. Rather than worrying about her. I really want you to be more careful not to cause any problems before you get your augmented suit. The last incident was pretty dangerous, you know. Akira smiled bitterly as he made some excuses. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would become that bad, you see. Akira was saying sorry because of his inability to see that coming. He was not apologizing for making the condition worse. Akira did not realize that. Alpha, who noticed these facts, was reminded of how hard it was to control Akira. She then gave Akira a warning with a serious face. From now on, you're absolutely not allowed to go outside your room until you get your augmented suit. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. I'll obediently stay inside my room. The children in Cheryl's gang did not sleep last night. After that incident happened, Akira and Cheryl went out and did not come back even after one whole night passed. Thus half of the children started to worry. The children thought that Akira and Cheryl were killed and they were already in an all-out war with Shijima's gang, thus most of them already ran from the gang. And most of the children who stayed back didn't do so because they believed in Cheryl and Akira having a negotiation with Shijima's gang but stayed there because they had nowhere else to go. Thus when Cheryl returned, it raised a commotion in the gang. Although the children were looking at her with a worried look, Cheryl did not let it bother her as she kept smiling confidently. "I'm back. Did anything happen since I left?" The children just swarmed Cheryl. "What is with that question?" Or more like, how did the negotiation go? Although all the children were making a commotion as they surrounded her, she was very calm. "It went well. We had a talk with Shijima and sorted out everything, so there's no problem now." The children started to make a bigger ruckus. Although it was a very relieving answer, at the same time it was a very unexpected one too. Thus they simultaneously tried to ask further about it. "And no problem, you say? How about Akira? He isn't together with you. Did he get killed? Are you for real when you said that you had a talk with Shijima? But we did kill one of his gang members, you know. So how did you wrap it up with just a talk? Do we have to surrender our base and our territory? How did it end up regarding that part?" Cheryl smiled to calm everyone down and to make them feel at ease. "Akira is unhurt. Shijima's gang won't ask us to surrender our base and territory, they might even work together with us. So it's okay, no need to worry anymore regarding this matter." Cheryl looked confident in front of everyone. And from the way she said it, it did not seem like she was lying or trying to trick them. Thus they calmed down although they found it unbelievable. Then Cheryl's face turned serious as she said in a strong tone. "So then, what are you guys doing here? Shouldn't you guys be doing your job like cleaning the territory, patrolling around or collecting metal wreckages? Or is it like you guys have already completed those jobs?" "Well, no. We thought that it's not the time for doing something like that when we're in this situation." "So then, where are the people who are not here right now? Did you have a change of schedule or something?" Then the children looked at each other as they hesitated before telling Cheryl. "The guys who are not here are. I think they left the gang and ran away." Cheryl then just replied back casually. "I see. In that case, we have to redo everyone's schedule." It was fully within Cheryl's expectations. Even after she estimated the number of people who left the gang, she was not surprised at all. The only thing in her mind was that it was a good thing she was able to flush out those people who would abandon the gang at the sight of threat. She then gave out a command in a calm tone. "Ario, take some children with you and search for those who ran away. If you find them with our guns or food provisions, retrieve everything. But you don't need to bring back those children. Alicia, confirm how many people left the gang and how many people who are still here. Report to me once you're done. As for the rest of you, just follow the usual schedule for now." Some of the children looked at each other in confusion, some still wanted to ask more questions to Cheryl. Some could not follow what was happening. And some just stood there dumbfounded. But no one started working. Cheryl's face turned stern as she shouted. "Go. Now." All the children immediately scrambled to their own job. Cheryl just stood there watching them scurry off before returning back to her private room. The representatives of the children who remained at the base, Alicia and Ario, were talking to each other. Ario was making a puzzled face as he carefully asked Alicia. "Say, it's about Cheryl, though. She's scarier than before, isn't she?" Seeing how Cheryl was able to smile confidently despite what happened yesterday, Alicia had the same impression. But in order not to make Ario any more worried and in order to keep herself calm, Alicia smiled and said. "I think it's just your imagination. She looked in a good mood and full of confidence to me though." "Is that so?" "I see. Well, she did say that there's no problem now. But since that happened, I guess it was better rather than looking worried, huh?" "That's right. But we should go too or she'll be mad. You're right. Ario and Alicia then changed gear and got on to their own job. Cheryl was still in a good mood as she was thinking of her next plan. Cheryl was a smart girl from the beginning. And with her intelligence, she was able to do well in Sibia's gang and was able to live a pretty comfortable life. In contrast to that, she was not good at anything related to combat. Of course, there were a lot of fights that happened in the slum city, but every time it happened, Cheryl always hid behind someone's back until it was over. But after the gang she was affiliated with was disbanded, she was thrown into a world where she could be killed anytime. It was a world where one needed to get used to little by little, but she was thrown there suddenly without any preparation. It was a world that was way too harsh for her. The endless days of nervousness, terror and the pressure that came from such a world were very emotionally taxing on her. Her heart was somehow able to hold on, but it left her heart with countless cracks. Then finally, the last push crushed her heart into small bits. As her heart was ground to dust and scattered into the wind, she was looking for a place to lean on. Then she found a place to cling and it became the new foundation that supported her as she gathered her crushed heart piece by piece into a new shape. The cracks between the pieces that she gathered were filled with something that was flowing out from that new foundation. A safe haven, sense of relief, trust and reliance glued the pieces together and even transformed the pieces. Cheryl's psyche was rebuilt from scratch when she met Akira. It was rebuilt again and again without changing its name or identity. The Cheryl up until now was not able to give her maximum performance due to her fear. But now that she had perceived a sense of safety and regained her confidence and sense of freedom, all of a sudden the idle gears inside her fit perfectly into the bigger picture. Cheryl then looked back to her old self where she was careless and full of flaws. There were a lot of points that needed improvement. She reflected back as she decided to do better in the future. She had so many things that she wanted to try inside her head. She was reassessing, reevaluating and improving all of those ideas that she had. As she was thinking about the future of her gang, she knew that it had to grow bigger and do better both for her own sake and for Akira's as well. It had become something very important to her to make the world where she and Akira could live happily. As Cheryl imagined the future that she wished for, she let out a captivating smile. Rebuild World, Chapter 25, Head Equipment, Intuition and Occult. When Akira received notification from Shizuka about the arrival of the augmented suit that he ordered, he immediately stopped his studying and packed up his things before setting off to Shizuka's shop. Akira looked excited as he entered the shop. Shizuka saw him and gave him a welcoming smile. "Welcome, the item that you ordered has arrived. I'll take you there, so just follow me." Shizuka took Akira to the shop's warehouse. He saw many items and goods lined up inside the warehouse, then his eyes caught the augmented suit that was on the hanger rack. The grayish-black augmented suit hanging there was made of something that looked elastic. There was a metallic part that formed a skeletal frame extending from the backbone of the suit to all the four limbs. And it did not come with a helmet or any head equipment. Akira circled it, his eyes locked to the augmented suit. Shizuka giggled as she watched Akira who was behaving more childish than usual. "It's the TLT Type C-style augmented suit. Its name is Kalon. It might be 2 generations behind the latest generation augmented suit, but its hardware is not that different compared to the current generation. The basic setting software is already updated to its latest version, so don't try to increase its capabilities by installing new software. In the worst-case scenario, a wrong adjustment can make it twist to the opposite direction than intended, so be careful." Akira's eyes were still locked into the augmented suit as he listened to Shizuka. He looked just like a small child who was excited about his new plaything. Induced by his curiosity, Akira extended his hand to touch the augmented suit. The suit was made of synthetic fibers with countless thin but hard wick woven together. As he traced the thin wick, his finger arrived at the metallic skeletal frame. Akira continued to feel the metallic part. The metallic part was way softer than he thought, and as he pressed it a bit, the metallic part deformed as if it was made of gum. Akira pulled his finger back in panic. Shizuka-san. It's softer than I thought though, is this normal? Shizuka laughed, which made Akira relieved. But a part of that laugh was Shizuka enjoying Akira's comical reaction. It's alright. That part is elastic and soft when the suit is off in order to make it easy for the user to equip it. So then, don't just stand there, let's try putting it on. I'll need your body measurement for the first time setting. So take off your clothes just like when I took your body measurement. Shizuka then took Akira's body measurement like last time. After she finished, she went behind the augmented suit and operated her information terminal to send the data to the suit. Once the data was received, the augmented suit automatically adjusted itself as it started to wriggle. The sleeves, inseam and body part of the suit readjusted itself to mimic Akira's body. Akira gasped in surprise when he saw that. After the adjustment finished, Akira put on the suit with some assistance from Shizuka. The soft and elastic metallic part of the suit did not impede his movement when he equipped it and tried to move his limbs. But it was a different story for the weight. Although the weight of the suit was distributed across its humanoid shape, it was still quite heavy that Akira would get tired quickly if he tried to move around in it. Shizuka took a good look at Akira before she nodded lightly. Yep, you look cool. Thank you very much. Akira answered back while being bashful, but then Alpha interjected. Yep, you look really cool. It's wonderful. Shut up. Why are you so mean to me? Because it sounds like you were mocking me now. Alpha looked offended, but Akira just ignored her. Shizuka then continued checking the augmented suit. Well then, go ahead and turn it on, the switch should be somewhere around your waist. Although I think there should not be any problem, be sure to immediately cancel the startup process if you feel something is not right. Alright. Akira then turned the suit on. As the augmented suit booted up, he could feel the metallic part woven in its wicks and in its skeletal frame start to harden. And at the same time, Akira could not feel the weight of the suit anymore. The augmented suit supported its own weight and it moved together with its user, that was why the user would not feel its weight when it is turned on. Akira was a bit surprised when he could not feel the suit's weight as he tried to move around. Looking at how Akira was behaving, Shizuka knew that there was no problem with the augmented suit. It seems that the suit booted up without any problems. Remember to move around slowly for now until you get used to your enhanced physical ability from the augmented suit. I would have recommended you to pick up some random heavy guns lying over there to test your enhanced strength, but it would be problematic if you break them accidentally. So be sure not to touch anything, okay? You can go to the wasteland and pick up some wreckages to test your strength. Also, remember to be careful when you grab your gun. It'll easily break if you use your augmented strength violently. Note that the metallic part of your augmented suit only hardened in order to provide support when you carry a heavy gun or any other object. So remember that you're basically still vulnerable to bullets and monster attacks, okay? Akira nodded firmly. I understand. I'll be careful. The other items that came along with the augmented suit are inside the box over there. It should include extra energy packs for reserve, maintenance kit and a simple manual. You should be able to find the site where to download a more detailed manual inside the simple manual. So be sure to read the manual. I guess that's all. Do you have any other questions? Akira took some time thinking before asking Shizuka. By the way, do people usually use a helmet with their augmented suit? Armor, augmented suit and basically any other equipment are actually optional. Are you one of those people who prefer to use a helmet? I'm sorry, I should have clarified with you beforehand. As Shizuka looked sorry and apologized to Akira, he replied while getting flustered. No, I'm just wondering if it's weird if I use a helmet along with the augmented suit. I didn't mean to complain. I also did say that I'll tell you if I need anything when I consulted with you. So please don't be sorry. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. Seeing how Shizuka smiled at him, he felt relieved knowing that she was back to her usual mood. So then he continued asking questions to her. Shizuka-san, you did ask me if I'm the type of person who uses a helmet, right? So there are people who prefer to not use a helmet, huh? Yes. It's actually more common, you know. Some people prefer to use an information terminal on their head, so the helmet that comes as a set with the augmented suit would get in their way. There are also people who prefer not to put anything on their heads too. That's why head equipment is optional when you use an augmented suit. So there are people who do that too, huh? To be honest, I think it's safer to put on a helmet. There really are people who do that, you know. For example, both Sarah and Elena don't use a full-face helmet, right? Akira recollected his memory of Sarah and Elena's augmented suit. It was indeed true. He also remembered that the hunters who attacked Sarah and Elena also did not use a helmet. But even so, it was not enough reason for him to not use one. On the contrary, it made him question it more. Thus he asked Shizuka again while looking puzzled. That's true. But why, though? Well, there's a reason for it, but it's an occult thing, you know. Occult thing, huh? Yep, you want to hear it? Yes please. Looking at how Akira was genuinely interested, Shizuka smiled as she began her story. There are people among the hunters who don't want to put any helmet no matter how good the helmet is. For example, there's this helmet, although it's a full-face helmet, it is bulletproof, has a wide-angle display so the view with the helmet and without the helmet is exactly the same, can also transmit sounds without any obstruction as if there is no helmet. It fits perfectly and at the same time it does not exert any pressure on your head, and if used with the augmented suit, it's basically weightless too. But even so, there are people who would not use this helmet. Do you know why? Of course, it's not because of money. Akira stood silent for a brief moment trying to think of a reason, but he could not come up with anything. He then gave up and surrendered. I have no idea. For some reason, putting that helmet will reduce their intuition, or so they say. Intuition, huh? Akira looked puzzled after hearing an unexpected reason as the answer. Shizuka smiled as if she was enjoying his reaction, which was exactly like she expected. Yep, intuition. It seems that those people would ditch powerful helmets or any other defensive equipment in order to keep their intuition sharp, you know. Since in my opinion, I'm also someone with good intuition, so it's not like I can't understand their reason. I don't think I understand it. Well, it's true that it's very subjective. There are people who doubt it, but eventually, since it's about their own feelings, there are a lot of people who trust their own gut and do whatever they want. I don't think there's any problem as long as they decide that based on their own preference. But it causes some problems in certain situations, for example, when arming people who work in a private military company. There's a story where someone who was responsible for arming his squad did not believe in such a cult and forced everyone in his squad to equip their helmet. You know what happened then? What happened? Although they used a high-quality helmet in order to convince his squad, their fatality rate increased, you know. Shizuka said that in a mysterious tone as she was watching Akira's reaction. She then smiled with satisfaction. It's not like there's any real proof, and it's quite doubtful when you say you don't want to use a helmet because it impedes your intuition. But a tangible proof like fatality rate did come up. That's why it's called an occult thing. So, is it better if I don't use a helmet? Shizuka answered back in a way that calmed Akira, who looked unsure of what to do. I'm sorry, but I don't have a definitive answer to that. After all, there are also people who really like their full-face helmet. There are also people out there who took this story seriously, didn't put their helmet on, and got killed because of that. If you want to put on a helmet, then I think you should. If you don't want to, then you shouldn't. That's all I can tell you. Not to mention that I heard good hunters feel awkward when they're using equipment that they don't usually use. So like I said, it's fully a subjective topic, you should decide that for yourself. Akira looked a bit conflicted before he made a decision and smiled bitterly. I understand. For now, since I don't have any money left to buy a helmet, I'll just assume myself to be one of those people who don't prefer a helmet. Shizuka smiled and said. That might be better than staying undecided. You can anyway buy an optional set later, just tell me when you change your mind. Yes. Shizuka then changed the subject. Remember that just because you got yourself an augmented suit, doesn't mean that you can do anything dangerous, okay? Contact me if anything bad happens. Just come to me if you find anything faulty, but remember, it'll take at least 1 month to get it fixed. And also, be sure to turn off the suit or put it under daily life mode until you exit the shop, else you might damage something unknowingly. Akira then turned off the augmented suit, thus its weight suddenly returned. He thought it would be impossible to go back to the inn under this condition, thus he turned it back on and set it to daily life mode. The weight of the suit reduced considerably. Although there's a slight weight, it would not impede his movements. Akira and Shizuka then went back to the shop and they started conversing professionally like a customer and a shopkeeper. I tried my best in picking an augmented suit that would satisfy you. I'm sure you'll come up with a lot of things once you actually use it, but I hope you're satisfied with it for now. If you find anything that you want to complain about, there's no need to hold back. I'll help you if it's something within my boundaries. I think it'll be alright, but I'll come again for consultation if anything crops up. Shizuka smiled as it seemed that Akira was satisfied. She then added. There's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Don't forget that you'll need to buy energy packs and other things for your augmented suit beside the usual medicine, so keep that in mind. It'll be meaningless if you only buy a new energy pack once you run out of energy. Since you already bought one, you need to maintain it so you can use it anytime. Yes, I'll be careful. Thank you very much for everything. As Akira politely bowed, Shizuka smiled and offered Akira some of her goods while making a joke. Don't mention it. And now that you have an augmented suit, you should be able to wield guns that you couldn't before, right? I'll be looking forward to when you order more guns. I want to meet your expectations, but I'll have to earn enough money before that. So please wait patiently. Akira casually replied back with a smile. He then bowed his head and went back home. Shizuka saw Akira off as she mumbled. But that aside. He bought an AAH rifle not too long ago and he already bought an augmented suit now, huh? That's really fast. Not to mention that he was lucky enough to get rescued by Elena and Sarah when he was in a pinch. He might become a great hunter in the future. Just maybe though. Shizuka looked worried for a bit before recovering immediately. The faster a person is running on the road to success, the more focused he would be, the narrower his vision, and finally, the bigger the damage he would suffer when he meets bad luck. Shizuka immediately changed the things in her mind before she unconsciously said what she thought and jinxed it. Akira, who already returned to his room, smiled seeing the augmented suit that was hung on the hanger rack. Now that I already have my augmented suit, I can start looking for relics again. There was a need for him to pay the rest of 500,000 orum to Shirjima and he almost ran out of money too. He only had enough money to stay in this bathless room for a few more days. Akira wanted to earn more money and move to a room with a bath as soon as possible, but Alpha just rejected that idea. We won't go to the ruins anytime soon, you know. But you said that I can go to the wasteland again once I get my augmented suit, right? Of course you can go to the wasteland, but not to the ruins. It's dangerous and I've decided to keep you safe, you know. I'll do my best to find a solution against your bad luck. From the way Alpha said it, it felt like she was exaggerating his situation. Akira winced a bit as he wondered if his bad luck was not something that he could fight back unless he had an equal amount of resolve. I see. If you say so, it can't be helped then. So, what should I do from now on? We're about to run out of money to even stay in this cheap room, you know. It's alright. We'll take requests from the Hunter office to earn money for the time being. Your aim, for now, is to complete requests from the Hunter office and get your Hunter rank up until you can borrow a vehicle for exploring the wasteland. Vehicle, huh? Is there any reason why I should prioritize that? It's tiring to run away from a group of monsters with your legs, isn't it? Although Akira was convinced by that reasoning, he was making a conflicted face as he realized that the way Alpha worded it out was as if he was ought to encounter another group of monsters in the future. Exploring the ruins for collecting relics will come after that. And I'll be the one choosing the requests too. Well, if you said so, then I'll leave everything to you. Just go and take rest for today. I'll finish the augmented suit setting while you sleep. You'll have augmented suit training for the whole day tomorrow. I'll have you get used to it so that you'll at least be able to fight while using it. Then we'll start taking requests from the day after tomorrow. Augmented suit setting. But Shizuka already did that, right? Alpha smiled invincibly to Akira, who looked a little bit sour. She only configured the most basic part. I'm going to configure the setting tailored for you to maximize my support capabilities. I only need you to connect your information terminal and I'll do the rest myself, so don't worry. Akira took his information terminal and used the cable from the augmented suit maintenance kit to connect his information terminal with his augmented suit. Once it was connected, the information terminal showed an array of symbols, numbers, images and characters that he did not recognize, but he remembered that something similar had happened when Alpha configured his information terminal too. Thus he did not worry about it and went to take a rest. As Alpha was busy configuring Akira's augmented suit through the information terminal, Akira was using the note and the stationaries to study by himself. But he then remembered what Shizuka said. Hey Alpha, Shizuka-san said that there are people whose intuition worsened when they used a helmet. Is that true? Yep, that's true. Akira was a bit surprised since Alpha said it as if it was a fact and it was idiotic to doubt that in the first place. You put that out pretty clearly, huh? Even Shizuka-san said it herself that it was a cult belief, you know. It's a misjudgment and misinterpretation due to the inability to get the needed accurate information and knowledge. It's because a mix of inability to empirically translate individual sensation or inability to communicate with such a thing or so many other factors. It's exactly because it can't be analyzed with the current technology that it's called an occult thing. Akira looked utterly confused. Can you please explain it in words that are easier for me to understand? Of course. Let's imagine, you are seeing a low-resolution picture of Kuzusuhara ruin. Although it's blurry, you can still recognize it. But there's a difference between the picture and the real scene even if the people who see the picture don't realize it. Since it is a blurry image you won't be able to make out all the details in it. It's the same reasoning with a full-face helmet equipped with a wide-angle display or a high-quality binocular. There's always some information that gets lost. And if some of the information that is lost contains warning for an incoming danger, then you won't be able to notice it. And this is not limited only to information coming from vision. The same reasoning can also be used for any information received through any part of your head. Akira looked puzzled and there were a lot of questions inside his mind. Feeling someone behind you and really finding someone there when you look back. There are people who have such a level of intuition. But those people have such intuition, not because of their sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. They, of course, can't see what is behind them, nor hear, nor smell, nor touch. These people might not be able to directly see the person behind them, but they might have an organ that somehow makes them able to feel the gaze. They might be someone who got such an organ by using technology from the old world, or they might be descendants of such people. There's also the possibility that they got their hands on a relic that allows them to do that and they've been using it without realizing, as if they suddenly got a superpower. So using a helmet might impede that organ or relic. Akira looked confused, he seemed like he could not understand everything that Alpha just said. Although you're talking with me through telepathy, this is something that only happens between me and you. Like I said before, this is possible because of some peculiarities in your brain. But this is not only limited to our case. There are cases where other people could communicate and send information through telepathy with another person or thing too. As an example, some twins can communicate between them through telepathy, or like when you somehow notice that there's danger nearby from the people around you. You might not be able to communicate directly with the people around you, but some information is unconsciously transferred. This kind of information transfer might be blocked by a helmet. Akira was barely able to follow through all the new information that was flooding his brain. Basically, people who have good intuition are those who for some reason are able to unconsciously receive information and make decisions based on that information. For the hunters who regularly risk their lives in their job, they've always been polishing and relying on their intuition, so having it dulled is like making them fight monsters with their eyes blinded. The more they rely on their intuition, the easier they'll get killed without it. Alpha then stopped her explanation temporarily. Did you understand anything? Akira was still confused, but he somehow blurted out an answer. So in short, if I put something weird on my head, the things that are hard to notice normally will become impossible for me to notice. And there's even a chance that it'll block our telepathy ability, right? Alpha looked surprised for a moment hearing his answer, but she immediately smiled happily. Even though you didn't understand everything, I think it's good enough that you were able to understand this much. That's why, no matter how good the equipment is, you're not allowed to use it if it impedes my support. But how will I know if it'll impede your support? I'll know it right away and I'll warn you, so don't worry. I see, I understand. Akira was relieved since he knew that Alpha would warn him when he might try to equip anything strange that would hamper Alpha's support unknowingly. Now then, was that good enough? Or should I explain it to you again with a lower difficulty bar? Nope, that was good enough. You can just tell me the rest of the details while teaching. Is that so? Just ask me any time when you want to hear the rest. Yeah, sure. Akira rejected that offer since he had a feeling that she would continue with a long and difficult explanation if he said yes. But he did not know that Alpha had already guessed his answer. Alpha smiled as she was watching Akira closely when he tried to evade that subject. By seeing how Akira reacted, how his expression changed and how his mood changed, she was able to infer Akira's tendency, personality, things that he liked, things that he hated, things that shocked him etc., basically, the root of his personality. She had always been observing Akira for this very reason. Rebuild World, Chapter 26, The True Worth of an Augmented Suit. Akira started going to the wasteland again, but it was for the purpose of training using his augmented suit. He put on his augmented suit in the wasteland not too far from the city while carrying his anti-monster AAH rifle with him. In short, he was fully equipped to fight monsters in the wasteland. On the other hand, Alpha was donned in a white one-piece, not something that one would typically wear in the middle of the wasteland. The glossiness of the dress further accentuated that it was made of high-quality fabric, and as the light shone on it, it made a drop shadow effect that traced her body line. Although Akira wanted Alpha to change to something that better suited the wasteland, he decided to hold himself from saying anything. He recollected her naked self during their first meeting in the ruins and her beautiful pure white dress that she wore during a previous trip to ruins when he was targeted by 2 hunters. During both these occasions, she had a reason for wearing such a dress. Similarly, he thought that there must be some reason as to why she wore this dress now too. But more than that, he knew that she would only change her dress to something worse if he commented about it. It was quite a while since the last time he had the chance of going to the wasteland, thus he did not want to do anything that might bring him trouble. Akira mumbled to himself that it was 1,000 times better than her being naked and just assumed that it was a part of his training too. Alpha smiled and told Akira to start the training. Akira, we'll start the training for using the augmented suit. Okay. Akira was about to turn on his augmented suit when the suit suddenly booted up by itself. Although he was a bit surprised, he immediately realized that it was Alpha's doing when he saw her smiled meaningfully. So then, what should I do? Alpha pointed to a location in the wasteland that was 100 meters away from them. First of all, walk till you get there. As Akira turned to the pointed direction, he could see an arrow pointing to the intended location. It was something that Alpha added to his vision. Akira was already used to it, so he was not surprised. He then started walking towards the location. He was able to get there without any problem. So Alpha gave him the next command. Next, over there. Once he arrived at his next location, Alpha gave him the next order again. He just kept on walking from one location to another for about 10 times. Thus, he started to find it weird. Alpha. Do I need to walk more carefully? Or maybe walk while carrying my gun? Or is it that I should not do any of those at all? Or are we still confirming the functionality of the augmented suit and we will only start the real training after that? Nope, we're already in a training session and I've started gathering your data too. Just by walking. Alpha just smiled meaningfully while looking at Akira, who was puzzled. Yep, after all, you would never realize the usefulness of my support until you try to move around without it. Support? But I'm just walking normally, right? Is there anything more than that? Alpha smiled mischievously. You'll know soon enough. Akira, try to walk over there, but this time I'll turn off my support. Actually, I've been adjusting the power output of your augmented suit. So then, go ahead and feel for yourself how great my support is. Akira had a bad feeling as he saw Alpha smiling at him. As he tried to step forward, he immediately tripped over. The moment he swung his leg, he accidentally kicked a boulder powerfully and sent it flying. The kickback made him roll over. He was stunned as it happened. He tried to stand up by thrusting his right hand on the ground, but his right hand went deep into the ground right till his wrist. He then tried to pull out his right hand by pressing the ground with his left hand, but he pulled so hard that he was thrown back and almost fell on his back, so he tried to readjust his position in panic. But instead, it completely disrupted his balance as he fell down again. And when he tried to get back up on his feet, he pushed too hard and tripped again. After that, he tried to be careful and moved slowly, so he was somehow able to get back on his feet. But when he tried to step forward, he could not keep his balance and was about to fall down again and used all of his strength to keep himself standing. As Alpha watched Akira trying to move so slowly and carefully, she smiled as if she was enjoying it. Now you get it, right? If you can't control your augmented strength, you can't even walk normally, you know. The reason why you don't usually fall down when you walk is because your body unconsciously adjusts your center of gravity. It is a very crucial part of the training to be able to walk wearing your augmented suit, you know. I'll turn my support back on, so you can go ahead and walk without worry. Akira started to walk carefully. But this time, he could walk normally, thus his face turned stern as he smiled bitterly. I can't even walk without your support, huh? Does everyone who uses an augmented suit for the first time go through this? Did all of them go through a lot of training to turn from not being able to move around to be good enough to use it for combat? Until I finish the whole training, I think it's better if I don't use this suit, you know? That depends on each augmented suit. Usually, high-quality augmented suit can be paired with high-level software enabling the user to adjust the power output of the augmented suit. There are a lot of augmented suits that can be used normally right from the start. There are also augmented suits that use the installed auto balancer as their selling point. The higher the power output, the more control you'll have to exercise when you do a fine movement. For example, even if you have enough power to send a vehicle flying, it'll also send yourself flying if you can't control its power. So it's not just about the output power, but having the function that would help the user to use it normally without any problem is also one of the indicators of how good an augmented suit is. Akira looked interested as he listened to Alpha's explanation. He then realized something. So it means that you are adjusting its power output when it moves, right? Yep. That's amazing. Akira looked genuinely amazed. The difference when he had Alpha support and when he did not have it while using his augmented suit was crystal clear to him. Naturally, Alpha was satisfied with Akira's reaction. But that's not all, you know. In order to make you realize just how great my support is, I'll have you work hard. Okay. Roger that. Then he continued his training and kept following Alpha's orders. Walk slowly, walk faster, run slowly, sprint, quickly get on feet after lying on the ground, stand on his hands and get back on his feet, sprint and then make a sharp turn. His movements slowly shifted from doing light maneuvers to those that fully utilized his augmented body strength. Normally, one would need a long time worth of training with such a low functionality augmented suit before they could do any of those maneuvers. But Akira did not realize that as he kept moving around normally. He could not even grasp the fact that he was able to do that only because of Alpha's superior support. After finishing his morning training, Akira went to have a light meal. He was eating Hunter's ration that he packed in his rucksack. It was cheap and nutritious, although it had no taste, it was enough to at least fill his empty stomach. As he was chewing on the hard-to-chew tasteless fried dango-like thing, he unconsciously complained about its taste. And when he realized that he was complaining about how bad it was, he just laughed bitterly. Although I've always been thankful to even have something to eat until today, now I'm complaining about the taste, huh? It seems that I've become too used to living in luxury. Although he was criticizing himself, he was also glad that his life had turned better than before. Alpha, what to do for the afternoon? Are we going to continue with the training? We'll have shooting training in the afternoon and then melee training after that. Melee training? Do you mean like training how to kick and punch the enemy in close range? It's just standard training including how to use your rifle in short range. First of all, I'll have to teach you martial arts and train you to use it against humans. You'll also have a mock fight against me. Akira looked confused. What are you talking about? I can't touch you. Wait, I can't touch you, right? Akira was a bit surprised as he wondered whether she got a corporeal body. So just to check, he extended his hand towards her. But just like always, his hand went through Alpha's body. As he confirmed that she did not have a corporeal body, he was puzzled as to how they were going to do the training and it was shown in his face. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled. You'll understand when we do that. So just look forward to it, okay? Although Akira wanted to know badly, it did not seem like Alpha would tell him now. Thus he continued eating his ration while making a questioning look. After he finished his food, Akira started his shooting training as scheduled. He could feel a weird sensation coming from the thick gloves that he was using to grip his rifle. Since he was still in the process of getting used to it, he started by aiming at small rocks rather than images of monsters. He carefully took an aim at a small boulder 100 meters away from him and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of his rifle, hit the small boulder precisely and sent it flying. Akira smiled as he knew that he did well. He then moved to the next target, aimed carefully and pulled the trigger. This time also it was a bullseye, and the next one too, and the next one too. All of his shots were accurate. Oh. You're doing really well today. Akira was in a good mood due to his unexpected result in the shooting practice. Even Alpha complimented his result while smiling. In that case, I'll increase the distance of the target gradually. Okay. Akira then aimed at his next target more carefully than before and pulled the trigger. Then the bullet flew straight and hit that target. Since then, his consecutive targets became further and further away from him every time he hit the previous target, and he did not miss even a single shot. But suddenly, his good mood vanished. Akira realized that his targets had become so far from him that it would normally be impossible to hit them accurately. But even so, weirdly enough, all of his shots still accurately hit those targets. He assumed that it might be because the augmented suit absorbed the kickback from his rifle, so his accuracy had increased. And after he accurately shot a target that was 500 meters away from him, he turned to Alpha and asked her a question. Alpha, you're doing something here, aren't you? Alpha just smiled, which confirmed Akira's guess. I'm giving you my complete support. As I thought. Although he already guessed that it was not because his shooting skill suddenly went up, it was still frustrating when he heard it. He could only smile bitterly after realizing the fact. After you moved your aim around the target, I controlled the augmented suit to make some fine adjustments. And when you pulled the trigger, I also adjusted your stance and center of gravity. I also make a small adjustment to your augmented suit to completely absorb the kickback too. So you can even do that too, huh? That's amazing. Doesn't that mean that I don't even need to do shooting training at all? Nope. The better you can aim, the less adjustment that I need to do to make an accurate shot. Moreover, there may be occasions in the future, where you will have to fight without your augmented suit or when I can't give you my full support. That's why you still need to train. Well, that's true, alright then. Since I can adjust your stance to the most effective one to shoot now, so your training will even be stricter than before. After all, with the augmented suit, you can shoot while being in a variety of positions. I'll train you so you can shoot accurately even when you're running, or when you don't have visual confirmation of your enemy, or when you're in a tight spot. Don't worry, even if you're too tired to walk, I'll use the augmented suit to assist you in walking, so you can train without worry. Be gentle, please. Seeing Alpha say something so scary with a smile, Akira winced a bit. Alpha then turned serious and said. Now then, since you know that I can give you my support when you shoot thanks to the augmented suit, I have something that I need you to know. What is it? At the moment, I cannot do anything more than giving support by adjusting your movement through your augmented suit. Which means that I can help you do what you want to do, but I can't ignore your wish and make you do something that you don't want to do. But if you agree, I can configure your augmented suit so that it can give me full control over your body. Thus I would be able to move your body without your will. Of course, I promise that I will not do anything that will bring you harm. But even so, there are pros and cons in doing so, so listen to me closely and think carefully before making any decision. Looking at Alpha, who was making a serious face, Akira remembered the time when she asked him for permission due to some annoying rules. As he realized that it must be something that she needed in order to give him her full support, he firmly replied back. I understand, tell me the pros first. If I can completely control your augmented suit, I can unleash its full power. So you'll be able to do some superhuman feats. For example, you'll be able to run along the edge of the rooftop and shoot monsters with guns on both hands with your eyes closed. You'll be able to fight people who are expert in martial arts. You'll be able to evade attacks or even counterattacks from your dead angle as long as I notice it. All of those things sound amazing, so then, what are the cons? First of all, you'll feel uncomfortable since your body will move on its own. Then since the augmented suit moves your body with it, it'll cause bigger stress on your body. And because it'll change our role from me adjusting my movement with you, to you adjusting your movement with me, so when you try to make a different move than mine, it'll disrupt the fluidity of your movements and it'll cause bigger stress on your body. In the worst case scenario, it might even break your bones. Akira then thought while making a serious face. It sounds like the pros are worth the cons, but since she said to me that I have to think carefully, I wonder if there's something more to it. Although Akira tried to think hard about this, he could not come up with anything more than what Alpha just said. Is it possible to try it out? Of course, it is possible. In that case, I'll try it out first. Alright, I'll be controlling your augmented suit then. We'll start by walking slowly, then I'll increase the speed until you are running. If you feel it is very uncomfortable, you can stop me immediately. Okay. We'll start now. Akira's augmented suit started moving on its own and made him walk. He was a bit shocked when that happened, but that was all. Although it felt like his legs were moved by external power, it was not that uncomfortable. Moreover, as he adjusted his movements to match with the movements from his augmented suit, the stress on his body was further reduced. And after he started running, it felt way easier since his augmented suit actively supported his movements. Is this all? If this is all, I don't think there's any need for her to warn me just now. As Akira looked relieved, he started to run faster and faster. Before he realized it, he was already running faster than he ever could on his own without her support. Every time his legs swung forward, he could not catch up with its movement and his legs were forced to swing forward against his will. So his legs started to scream in pain. And every time he kicked the ground, he could feel the impact through his bones which shook his whole body. Akira was running in the middle of the wasteland while leaving a cloud of dust behind. He was already running as fast as a vehicle. His face twitched in shock, fear and pain that was assaulting him. As he returned to his senses, he immediately asked Alpha to stop. Stop. Please stop. His running speed then slowed down to compensate for the burden that it had caused. And when it was slow enough, Akira was back in control of his augmented suit. When he finally stopped running, Akira was on his knees and breathing roughly. If you are able to run a bit faster than this, you would be able to outrun a group of monsters if they come chasing you. It might be hard for you, but it's a good solution for such a situation. So what do you think? Akira understood well as to why Alpha told him to think it through. I'll only give my permission when it's necessary. And also, do tell me next time when you want to control my body. Roger that. I will seek your permission every time. Permission, huh? It's about that, right? Those annoying rules about permission. That's right, I need your permission when I want to take any action that is beyond your wish. But don't worry, I won't do anything bad. That aside, we'll do melee training next, we'll start once you can move around again, so just take a rest for now. Alright. Akira just laid flat on the ground. The stress subjected to his body when it moved without his will by the augmented suit was too much to handle. He always thought that things would be easier since he had his augmented suit now, but that line of thinking was destroyed by the pain that was assaulting him. But even so, there was no doubt that he had acquired a new power and Alpha's support had also gotten more effective. And it was obvious that he got stronger, that was what he told himself as he was enduring his pain. He was just lying there in the middle of the wasteland for a while, and when his pain had mostly subsided, he was back on his feet. Are you finished resting? Yeah, it's not like I can safely sleep in the middle of the wasteland. I'll take a good sleep when I get back to my room. Akira knew that he would not grow stronger if he stayed lying down. He needed to become stronger in order to rise up as a hunter. He wanted the power to reach for what he wished. Thus, he got back on his feet. I see. In that case, let's move on to melee training. Alpha smiled as she saw that Akira was really motivated to move forward. The melee training started, but they did not go straight to martial arts training. This dress is no good, I guess. So let me change it. Alpha removed her dress, became buck naked and then changed to a fighting suit. Her fighting suit was comprised of something that looked like a high-cut bodysuit and a low-rise pant. It looked as if it was made of a thin fabric that emphasized her body shape. It even had a hole that seemed to have no other use but to show some skin. It was as if that dress was contradicting its functionality during a fight. Alpha just stood smiling in front of Akira. Although she was wearing a dress that was much more inviting than being naked, Akira who was looking at her seemed to be genuinely questioning that suit. What is with that suit? It's one of the fighting suits from the old world, you know. Did they really use that suit? Yep. You can find one if you look for it in the ruins. Akira's misunderstanding about the old world deepened. He thought that even though it was a high-quality suit that was produced using the advanced technology of the old world, since Alpha had no corporeal body, it could not show its full functionality. He asked Alpha another question. Should you really wear that suit? If you have any request, I can change it to anything you want. But please pick something that can show my movements clearly. With your current ability, this won't be good training unless you can see my moves clearly. So anything that reduces the prediction of my movements is rejected. There were people who could predict their opponent's next move from a small shift in their limbs. Thus there were people who used clothes to hide their movements. If they really went down that line of thinking, then the best dress that allowed such a prediction would be the birthday suit. Akira realized that and he changed the topic. Alright, let's start. Now then, what should I do? Even if I attack you, my attack would just go through you, right? For now, just try to attack me any way you want. Although Akira was still not sure about it, he just stepped forward to attack Alpha like he was told to. She blocked his fist with her right hand, and strangely enough, when his fist should have just passed through her, he could feel his fist bumping on something. It was stopped. No, wait, what is this? Akira was surprised at that unexpected turn of events. Alpha saw that and smiled as she started explaining. Every time you hit me, I'll harden your augmented suit on the part where it makes contact with me. It would give you a little feedback as if you really hit something. With this, you can at least get the feel, right? Now then, let's start for real now, come at me. Alpha then smiled as if to invite Akira and made a come on taunt with her fingers. Akira then changed his stance and launched an attack at her. It was obvious that he was a complete amateur in close combat. Most of his attacks did not even hit Alpha. So even if she had a corporeal body here, she would end up with only some light bruises. Alpha kept guiding him on how to execute his moves. From how to clench his fist, how to kick, where to attack, how to position himself, what was the correct fighting stance, how to step in, things he needed to be careful, how to adjust his body's weight, how to prepare himself to evade, and how to block. She kept firing instructions to Akira through telepathy. The more accurate Akira's movement was, the easier he moved due to the support from his augmented suit. And whenever he made a wrong move, the augmented suit would push him in the right direction. Thanks to that, Akira could learn by remembering the feeling and the sensation when he made the correct moves. The hitting feeling during the fight coming from his augmented suit also recreated the sensation from Alpha's attack. When he got punched on his abdomen, he would be pushed back. And when he got his legs swept, he would lose his balance and fall down. Even when he blocked an attack, he would feel as if he really did receive that attack. Before she attacked, Alpha always told him where she aimed, how she would attack and when she would attack. But even so, Akira had a hard time blocking her attacks. Even if he tried to dodge, he would only get hit if he did not evade correctly. And if he tried to block, he would lose balance and get hit unless he blocked correctly. He almost had no chance to counterattack. Every time Akira got hit on his head, it would be considered as a killing blow and they would restart the fight. If he got attacked on his head by someone using an augmented suit, there was no doubt that his head would be blown away. Depending on the situation, it might even blow his head to pieces. There was no way of predicting how good his block would work against that kind of attack. So Akira was taught to prioritize evading when faced with such an attack. As Akira was lying on the ground on his back, Alpha just smiled, raised her leg and stomped his head wanting to crush it. Akira tried to look at Alpha's face that was hidden behind her breasts as he was still lying on the ground. With a little adjustment, he could see her looking down at him while still smiling. He could sense that her smile now was a bit scary than her usual smile. There, you died again. Get on your feet. Or do you want me to make you get up? It's okay, I can get up on my own. Akira dragged his own body up. There were images of his corpses with crushed heads scattered on the ground all around him. It was the same as to when he had his shooting training, although they were just images, it was enough to make him wince. There you go, another image of your corpse. Let's work hard so that the real Akira won't be added among these images, okay? Yeah, I know. Akira could again sense something scary hidden within her beautiful smile as he continued his training. In the middle of his training, Akira realized that something felt strange. Alpha, can I ask you something? Yes. How should I put this out? I've been feeling something weird. Did you do something to me? Something weird? I'm just operating the augmented suit so I can efficiently teach you how to move. Do you mean that? No, not that one. It's like, I always find my body already moving when I want to do something. Do you mean that your body moved first even before you intentionally tried to move your body and it was not the augmented suit that made you do that? Yeah, something like that. Maybe it's just your imagination. My guess is that your augmented suit received the information of what you were going to do from its sensors, so it moved to match your movement. And what you noticed was that move. I think the reason for your strange sensation is because of the time gap between that movement and your sensation. It's not like I did anything there, you know. Is that so? But remember that sensation well. If you try to match your body to that movement, it should greatly reduce the burden on your body. Moreover, the augmented suit is set using the movement of someone well trained as the basis, thus if you follow that movement, you might be able to fight well even without my support. I understand, so in short, that sensation was a good thing, right? I think so. It's not something for you to worry about. Now then, let's continue the training. Both Akira and Alpha took their fighting stance and this time Akira proceeded by following that movement he felt without any worry. They kept training until sunset. After he finished his training, Akira was so tired that he could not even walk on his own, thus it was thanks to his augmented suit that he was able to return to his room. So in short, it was just like Alpha said, he was able to return back by making him walk using his augmented suit. With his new augmented suit, Akira's training had become more efficient and harsher than ever before. Rebuild World, Chapter 27, Recognition of the Young Hunters. A lot of hunters gathered in an open field near the city. Akira was among them. The open field was located near the city border right next to the wasteland and since it had a vast area, it was occasionally used as the meeting ground for the hunters who took certain requests. Many portable shops were also set here. The hunters gathered here after taking a specific request from the hunter office. It was the duty of the hunter office to distribute requests to the hunters. There were all kinds of requests posted on the net and all the requests had restrictions based on hunter rank. Hunters with rank 10 were not even considered as real hunters, it was rank for a complete amateur, as such, the number of requests that a rank 10 hunter could take was very limited. The request that Akira took was to patrol around the Kagomayama city. Hunters would join together with other hunters to patrol the area in a vehicle that the hunter office provided. Their main job was to thin out the monsters around the city. For this request, the pay was guaranteed even if they did not encounter any monster at all. Moreover, they would get more money if they did encounter monsters and eradicated them. So for those who were lacking skills, they could still get paid just by riding the patrol vehicle. And even if they met some monsters, the other hunters would help them fight those monsters. So in short, they would have a better chance of survival. And for those hunters who sought glory and money, they just had to kill those monsters faster than anyone else. As for the new hunters who wanted to rise up to greatness, this was a perfect request for them. After all, it was not a life-threatening job, so their chance of getting killed was relatively low. A lot of hunters completed their request registration through their information terminal. As such, this method of registration became most common among hunters. But for Akira, who was not very skilled in operating his information terminal, it was not as easy. But thanks to Alpha, who was there to operate his information terminal, he just needed to go to the gathering place. Eventually, a hunter office's staff stood up and used a sound amplifier to give instructions to the hunters who had gathered there. Line up and show us your hunter ID. After that, get on the vehicle assigned to you. You can do anything you want until the departure, but if you are late in boarding the vehicle, we'll take that as you abandoning the request. Now, form a line. All the hunters lined up as if they were already used to this kind of thing. Akira joined one of the lines and waited for his turn. When he was called, he imitated other hunters and just held up his hunter ID on the hunter office staff's information terminal. After the staff finished reading information from Akira's hunter ID, he assigned him a vehicle. Go to vehicle number 14. Next. Akira left the line and headed towards his assigned vehicle. Midway, Alpha looked a bit curious as she said to Akira. Number 14, huh? That does sound like a number for you. What do you mean by that? Don't worry, it's just a number with a certain meaning. So what kind of meaning does this number 14 have? It's nothing to worry about. Just leave everything to me. It'll be alright since you have my support. So let's work hard and come back alive. At first, Akira just tilted his head in confusion. But he eventually became very bothered by it since Alpha kept telling him to stop worrying about it. Seriously though, what exactly does this number 14 mean? That one over there is your vehicle, let's go board it. Alpha just kept smiling, there was no sign that she would explain the meaning behind number 14. The vehicle number 14 was a big truck designed to traverse the wasteland. Its roofless cargo tray was fitted with cheap long benches on both sides. Hunters were already sitting on those long benches. Some of those hunters stared at Akira as he was about to board the truck. There were many armed hunters gathered in his vehicle. Akira thought that those hunters were so powerful that he would not be able to win against them in a one-on-one fight. Thus, he could not help but imagine the worst-case scenario which made him nervous. But then Alpha suddenly flew to his front and changed her dress. Akira, this seat is empty. Akira was a bit surprised as he sat on the seat pointed by Alpha and locked his face forward. But the scene in front of his eyes made him forget about his nervousness. He made a puzzled look as he asked Alpha. Alpha, why did you change your dress? Alpha struck a pose in front of Akira and smiled at him. Does it look good on me? The truck was designed for traversing the wasteland and its cargo tray was filled with fully equipped hunters, but in the middle of the cargo tray, Alpha was posing in a sexy swimsuit without showing any embarrassment. It made a very contrasting scene. Moreover, Alpha should have been attracting a lot of attention in that situation, but no one even batted an eyelash. It was such a weird scene that it reminded Akira of the fact that Alpha was indeed an abnormal being. Alpha's sexy swimsuit showcased her long legs and her alluring figure. Akira did not want to comment on her fashion sense but he couldn't resist. All I can say is that it's not appropriate for this situation. Even someone like myself, who doesn't know much about common sense, understands that swimsuit is not appropriate in this truck heading to the wasteland. Alpha smiled mischievously. I bet you'll be bored since you'll have to keep looking at the vast and empty wasteland for a long time during this job. So I thought of adding some colors to your views. So what do you think? It's pretty good, isn't it? It was true that her swimsuit was pretty good and he admitted that. But its aesthetics were spoiled because it stuck out like a sore thumb among those hunters. I don't really care, just turn back to your normal dress. Alpha smiled as she was having a good time teasing Akira. If you keep looking at me with that scary face, you'll look suspicious, you know. Akira let out a sigh and decided to stop urging Alpha to change her dress. All the nervousness and uneasiness that he felt when he was boarding the truck were gone after having this stupid conversation with Alpha. And of course, he was not that stupid to not realize that it was exactly the reason why Alpha changed her dress in the first place. As Akira was about to forget everything and focus on the present, the hunter sitting beside him clicked his tongue in annoyance. His name was Hazawa. Another kid, huh? What the heck is going on? It is so unlucky to get assigned to this truck. Another hunter near him then chuckled and mocked Akira. What the heck are you talking about? It just means that we have fewer competitors, so we're actually lucky to get on this truck. Although both of them agreed that there were useless hunters in the truck, they did not agree on their situation. Hazawa looked at the young hunters around him, especially at Akira, then he shouted. I wanted to do a risk-free job, you know. I heard that new monsters have started appearing in Kuzusuhara ruins and changed the distribution of the monsters there. That's why I wanted to do a safe job until things return back to normal. Is that too much to ask? But even so, to think that I would get assigned to this truck filled with kids, this is just too unlucky. Akira looked around to see other hunters in the truck. He noticed that there were many around his age in this truck. Hunters mostly did their job in the wasteland. Caution and cowardice would not help hunters in earning a lot of money. On the other hand, it would keep them away from doing anything that would endanger them. The other experienced hunters only smiled at Hazawa's behavior. It was obvious that they understood Hazawa's line of thinking. But there was one young hunter, named Katsuya, who could not let that slide. He shouted back at Hazawa in anger. Are you kidding me? My hunter rank is 19. And I'm not using cheap equipment like yours. Both of our skills and equipment are on different levels, you know. Katsuya was pretty confident with his own skill, and in reality, he was indeed pretty skilled. But since he was a young hunter, he was frequently looked down upon. Thus Hazawa's remark now rubbed him the wrong way. Hazawa looked at Katsuya and the other hunters and mocked. Humph. You're just one of those Drankum brats, right? I know you guys were carried through your ranks by the veteran hunters. Like hell I can trust that hunter rank of yours. Drankum was the biggest operational hunter gang in the slum. It was a relatively big gang with hunters as its members. A lot of people used the gang to attain success. The hunter office often gave preferential treatment for such big and influential gangs. Whenever the hunter office gives out a big request which would consume both time and a lot of human resources, it would allow such gangs to decide on the team's composition, handling the lack of human resource and even distribution of rewards. After all, it was easier to govern the rowdy hunters when they were affiliated with a gang. Because of this reason, the hunter office was actively recommending hunters to join a gang, which indirectly led to the formation of such big-scale hunter gangs. The hunter office also managed these hunter gangs. One of the indicators that the hunter office used to evaluate these gangs was the average hunter rank of its gang members. Thus it was rather common among the hunter gangs to let the new hunters tag along with some veteran hunters to raise their rank faster, which in turn, would increase the gang's average hunter rank. The hunter office had some toleration for such conduct. After all, it was also a method to raise the next generation of hunters. It was fine as long as the hunters that got carried, still finished their increasingly difficult requests equivalent to their ranks in the future. As such, there were few hunter gangs which only raised up their average rank in order to get the preferential treatment from the hunter office. Those hunter gangs were filled with amateur hunters with a high hunter rank. But that was not the bad part. The worst part of it was when the new hunters, oblivious to their real situation, thought that it was all due to their own skill they got ranked up and ended up doing something foolish. And in case they had to work together with another group for a job, the whole group would have to pay the price of their foolishness. The reason why Hazawa said such a thing was because he himself had gone through dangerous experience because of such kind of hunters. Moreover, he also noticed that the other hunters' equipment were better than his, thus he tried to hide his jealousy with hatred. I bet you didn't buy that equipment with the money that you earned yourself. It's such a pain in the ass to have an arrogant fool like you around, you know. Hunters like you will only give me more trouble. Katsuya looked furious as he replied. It's people like you that will give us trouble. You just said that you're planning to sit back and let other hunters kill the monsters for you right from the start, didn't you? What? I was just saying that I had no plans to clean up your mess. Katsuya and Hazawa were getting more and more agitated as they quarreled. Katsuya was sitting next to two other young hunters affiliated with Drankum, Eri, and Yamaina. Seeing Katsuya not planning to end their quarrel anytime soon, Yamaina started scolding him. She sounded like she had been taking care of him since they were kids. Katsuya, stop it. It would be a problem if they say that you were making a ruckus here. Eri also tried to stop Katsuya by joining the fray. Katsuya, no need to listen to a small fry like him. Katsuya turned to Yamaina and Eri with an annoyed look. But Hazawa got furious when he was called a small fry and glared at Eri. She just ignored it and continued. If we're only amateurs, then the other hunters here are also the same. I'll definitely rise up from this place in no time, so I don't have the time to listen to small fry like him. The whole place suddenly went silent. The moment Eri said that everyone in the truck was also amateurs, everyone looked at Katsuya and his friends with hostility. Unfortunately, Akira also got hostile stares as the other hunters mistook him as one of Katsuya's friends. A hunter by the name Shikarabe broke the silence with a big sigh and put pressure on everyone with his low voice. You three, stop there. Shikarabe's equipment was on a different level compared to the other hunters in the truck. He gave out an aura of an experienced hunter too. He was also a member of Drankum and he was here to look over the other children from his gang. In short, he was a babysitter. Shikarabe looked around him with an annoyance. It was enough to take control of the whole situation that was about to get elevated into a riot. I'll be looking over these brats, so they won't give you any trouble. The other hunters could only agree since Shikarabe was stronger than them. Looking at the others' reaction, Katsuya and Eri made a smug face. At the same time, the staff from the hunter office shouted from the driving seat. It's time. We're going now. Anyone who makes ruckus will be kicked out from the truck and considered as abandoning their job. And also, you from the Drankum. Be sure to keep your brats in check. We're leaving now. The other hunters were relieved when they heard that. Akira looked relieved when the ruckus died down, but he then complained. Why would something like this happen before we even get dispatched? Alpha smiled and said. Maybe it's because of your bad luck. Although Akira was somehow convinced by that reasoning, he quickly tried to refute it. But there's a strong hunter with us in this truck. So it should have nothing to do with my bad luck. The hunters in the truck had calmed down as the truck was on its way to the wasteland. The truck traversed the wasteland by surveying its surroundings using the big sensor installed on it. The rewards awarded to the hunters in a patrol request was based on the numbers of monsters they defeated during their patrol. As for the monsters, basically it was first come first served. The hunter office identified hunters who killed the monsters based on the information gathered by the devices installed in the truck. In the cases where the monsters were killed during a salvo or when it was unclear who killed a monster, the reward would be divided between the hunters who were involved in the salvo or even divided among everyone in the truck. It was also mentioned in one of the clauses in the job request so that the hunters would not complain during the distribution of the rewards. As for the corpse of the monsters, they were all sellable goods and the hunter office had rights over them. It was for preventing the hunters from dragging those corpses back home and delaying the patrol. Although there were cases where another group was sent to collect them, most of the time they were just left behind because it was ineffective. The truck continued patrolling the wasteland. Although they encountered monsters, most were spotted from far away or were just all alone in the middle of the wasteland, thus the hunters were able to take them out from afar. The hunters in the truck were assigned their patrol direction according to their seat. The Drankum hunters were assigned to watch the right side. As for Akira, he was assigned to watch the left side and he had no luck in spotting any monsters till now. Hazawa, who was sitting next to Akira, mistook him as one of the Drankum's member, thus he tried to get Akira to move away from his side with spite. You're one of them, right? So why are you here? Akira answered back calmly. I have no connection with them. Hazawa looked surprised. Is that so? But you're also just a brat. Even a small kid like me needs money too. There are not many requests that a small kid with low hunter rank can take. I only got in this truck together with them by pure chance. If that's the case, then what's with your augmented suit? Isn't that something that you borrowed from Drankum? The reason why Hazawa was suspicious of Akira was because even the cheapest augmented suit was expensive and it was not something that a newbie hunter would be able to afford, more so for a small kid. Hearing Hazawa's question, Akira's expression turned serious. I bought it with the money that I saved. It was pretty cheap since it is 2 generations behind. But even so, I had to sacrifice most of my accommodation money to buy it. Thus I ended up staying in a room without a bath and hadn't been taking bath these past few days. I'm planning to move to a room with a bath with the money that I get from this job. Hazawa was able to feel Akira's resolve and motivation, and he was taken aback by it. Hazawa could also see Akira's determination within his eyes. I see. Sorry that I lumped you with those people. Well, I too want to be able to take a bath every day. I can understand your feelings there. Although it was weird to be able to buy an augmented suit only by cutting accommodation money, that line of thinking did not even pass Hazawa's mind as he was taken aback by Akira's reaction. Katsuya and his friends were shooting at the monsters while exchanging light jokes, they were so relaxed. Whether it was because of their real skill or from their lack of awareness of danger due to their lack of experience was unknown, but it was enough to grate the ears of the other hunters who were still annoyed by their behavior before they were dispatched. Katsuya was aiming at a monster from afar, he took an aim carefully and pulled the trigger. But since the truck was rocking in distance from the monster, his shot missed the target. Missed again, huh? This is hard. Yamaina looked exasperated as she smiled and told off Katsuya. Katsuya, as I said, it's too far for you. You should bait it to come closer before trying to shoot. Eri extended her hand and urged him for the rifle. Next is my turn. Wait for a bit. I'll definitely hit my next target. Even though it was first come first served, only Katsuya was shooting at the monsters. This was because the range of his rifle was superior among the other hunters. In short, it showed the difference between the equipment that the Drankum hunters were using compared to the other hunters in the truck. No matter how many shots Katsuya released, the monster kept running towards the truck as none of his shots hit it. When the other hunters readied their gun to take aim, one of the young Drankum hunters would finally hit their target because of their superior effective range and kill the monster. But thinking about the number of bullets they wasted, it was uncertain whether they would make any profit at all. Katsuya lowered his gun while looking disappointed since he could not kill all the monsters by himself. Eri extended her hand towards him again. Katsuya, it's my turn. I know. As Katsuya reluctantly handed his rifle to Eri, Yamaina just smiled bitterly. The young hunters of Drankum monopolized the prey because of their better rifle. It was indeed first come first served, the survival of the fittest. There was no rule saying that they should share their prey. But it was a completely different case whether doing so would anger other hunters or not. Looking at how Katsuya and his friends were acting, Hazawa mumbled in a bad mood. Those brats getting ahead of themselves. Ah, it's not like I'm saying that to you, you know. Hazawa remembered about Akira who was right beside him, thus he said that to Akira in panic. But Akira did not seem to be bothered at all. It's fine, I know that I'm also a brat. I see, by the way, your gun is also AAH rifle, huh? Mine is also AAH rifle, you see. Hazawa then showed his gun to Akira. It was indeed another AAH rifle. Although Akira's rifle looked better maintained than his, Hazawa still felt happy to meet someone who was using the same rifle type that he loved. It's indeed a good rifle, isn't it? It's a famous gun. Although there are people who look down on it because of its cheap price, it was not like the price is everything. If you suck at shooting, you'll miss even if you use an expensive gun. Hazawa glanced at Katsuya. Although Hazawa did not say that intentionally to let Katsuya hear him, still Katsuya overheard him nonetheless since the truck's tray was narrow. Katsuya glared at him and Hazawa who noticed that just chuckled mockingly. Akira then interjected to say his own opinion. We're trying to shoot a monster from a long range in a moving truck, so it's to be expected that it's not going to be easy. Akira sounded as if he was defending Katsuya, thus Hazawa's mood soured while Katsuya looked satisfied. But it quickly changed when Akira continued wording out his opinion. Don't worry though, I'm not someone who would intentionally miss my shots just to bait a monster and make other people take care of my mess. Not to mention, someone said he would take care of them and make sure that they won't trouble other hunters too. Just leave those guys alone. Don't mind them as long as they don't let monsters swarm this truck from their side. Akira sounded like he was saying that Katsuya and his friends were just dead weight to them. Thus Hazawa looked satisfied while Katsuya was obviously offended. Hazawa's mood turned better as he lost interest in Katsuya. He turned his gaze back to Akira and said, "As brothers in arms, I'll let you take the first monster coming out in this direction." "Thank you." Not too long after that, a monster was detected from Akira and Hazawa's direction. It was a big burly carnivorous monster. The moment it noticed the truck, it started running vigorously towards them. Akira composed himself, let out a small breath, and readied his gun. "Alpha, I'm counting on your support." "How much support do you want this time? Since you're not in training today, how about trying to shoot it by yourself?" "Nope, please provide me with your full support. The truck is rocking pretty hard, I don't think I can hit that monster without your support. I'll use this chance to see how effective your support is during this kind of situation." Alpha returned a smile hearing his challenge. "Oh my, if you say that, then I have no other choice but to show you how great my support is. So leave it to me. I'm counting on you." Akira readied his gun and aimed carefully through its aiming device. The weak points of the monster and the TP line were shown in his view. Although the rocking of the truck should intensely sway the aim, Akira was able to hold his aim through his rifle's scope on that big monster which was on the very edge of his rifle's effective range. It was possible because Alpha made fine adjustments to compensate for the shaking from the truck. As Akira was about to pull the trigger, she raised the power of his augmented suit along with her fine adjustments and hardened it to stabilize his aim. Akira pulled the trigger of his gun. The bullet which flew out from its muzzle was highly accurate thanks to Alpha's support and hit the weak spot of the monster. The same happened for his second shot and third shot. All of his shots hit the moving monster as if it was a miracle. The last bullet went straight through its skull and ripped its brain off. Each bullet shot by Akira worsened the monster's condition from light to severe wounds and finally to fatal wounds. The monster tripped and rolled over before it finally lay dead. Hazawa was taken by surprise when he saw the monster trip over and die. He never thought that a shot from such distance would even hit the monster. "Whoa, you're pretty good." Akira lowered his gun and replied back as if it was nothing. "Well, as expected from a famous gun." "Why you can say that again?" Hazawa was at loss for words when Akira said it in a fashion as if it was to be expected to hit that monster. Akira was sure that his shots would hit, thanks to Alpha who made it possible. Alpha was smiling meaningfully at Akira. "So? What do you think?" "It was amazing." Alpha looked a bit unsatisfied with his answer. "But you don't seem that amazed though." "Is that so?" "Well, I got to see so many surprising things since I met you. So I might have gotten used to it." "Really? In that case, I'll definitely surprise you in the near future." After saying that, Alpha smiled teasingly. As for Akira, he tried to keep his cool while reacting to Alpha so as to not make himself look suspicious. Hazawa was not the only hunter who was surprised by Akira's skill. From the point of view of people who could not see Alpha, Akira looked like a powerful hunter doing such a miraculous feat like it was nothing. After the truck finished patrolling the area assigned to it, it started its return trip to the city. On their way back home, the hunters in the truck already lowered their guard and started relaxing. Most of them started talking to each other and the truck became a bit noisy. Katsuya didn't take his eyes off Akira. Akira noticed that but he ignored it. "Akira. He's looking at you. It's not like he's going to challenge me to a fight. So just leave him be." "You're right, he might be just looking at you since it's rare to find small kids in this kind of job." Akira thought that Katsuya and his friends were unsociable and they were the kind of people who would frequently cause problems. As long as they were not the ones taking the initiative, Akira preferred to keep away from them. But talking about people who would frequently cause problems, Akira was actually worse than them considering the incident that happened in Cheryl's base the other day. He also understood that, but he was playing ignorant. Alpha, in the end, I only got to kill one monster though. Are we really going to keep doing this kind of job from now on? How much am I going to earn exactly? Well, one thing for sure, it won't be enough to let you sleep in a room with a bath. If only another group of monsters attack you like the other day, would you be able to make a lot of money? Give me a break, I don't want to face that kind of situation for a second time. Akira's face twitched as he remembered that he barely survived that fight. But in contrast, Alpha just kept smiling like usual. You have an augmented suit this time, so I think you have the choice of running away now. No thanks. What would you do if it breaks my legs? Well, let's use medicine on your legs before they break. I think that should buy us enough time before your legs actually break. Let me make myself clear, can you please come up with a solution so that I won't get in that situation in the first place? Akira's face distorted when he said that and he maintained his expression all the way back to the city. Akira thought that he would look like a frowning hunter who was on his way back from his job knowing that he did not make much money. Katsuya was looking at Akira with a puzzled face, he then whispered to Yamaina and Eri. Say, did you look at him when he shot that monster? Eri shook her head and answered back. Nope. I wasn't looking at him too, what's wrong? Yamaina asked back curiously, to which, Katsuya replied back with a disappointed face and said. So both of you didn't see that, huh? We're here for exploration training after all. So we didn't have the time to look at others. Katsuya, that should be the case for you too, right? So why are you watching someone kill a monster? Were you skipping your training? Yamaina scolded Katsuya. So he panicked and tried to come up with an excuse. I am sorry, okay. I just heard some conversation that bothered me back there. So I was curious and kept an eye on them. Get a better grip on yourself, okay? We're a team here so we have to support each other, but even so, there's a limit on how much support I can give you, you know. Katsuya saw that Yamaina had entered her scolding mode again, thus he glanced at Eri, seeking for help. But Eri asked him a question as if she could not read the mood. What's bothering you anyway? Katsuya immediately answered back in order to cut short Yamina's scolding. Well, actually. Yamaina noticed that Eri saved Katsuya from her scolding, so she just smiled since she knew that there was nothing she could do. As Katsuya told them what he saw when Akira shot that monster, Eri thought for a moment before saying. Wasn't that just pure luck? It was already within his AAH rifle's effective range and there was a chance that his shot hit by pure luck. Moreover, the shots might have not hit the monster directly too. The bullets might have hit the ground near the monster and the monster was surprised by it, thus tripping over and breaking its own neck. Or maybe someone took a shot at that monster at the same time as him. It's hard to believe that he intentionally aimed and hit all his shots at that monster's weak points. I see. But it did look like that to me. Since it's not like I saw it, I can only say that it might be just coincidence, moreover. Even if he did hit his shot successfully, it has nothing to do with us. Yamaina then asked Katsuya in an annoyed tone. By the way, why are you so bothered by that? Eri also joined Yamaina. Putting that aside, I think you should pay more attention to the other hunters who are on the same gang and same team as you. The reason why Katsuya was bothered by Akira was because of Hazawa. It was clear that Hazawa was looking down at them, but even so, it seemed like Hazawa admitted Akira's ability. And that was more obvious after Akira took down that monster. Although Akira and he were similar-aged hunters, Hazawa recognized Akira's skill but did not accept his own skills. Katsuya was just simply bothered by this fact. But since it pained him to say that, he just came up with an excuse. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just that because he's around the same age as us, it bothered me a bit. Of course, you girls are more important to me than him. Yamaina looked embarrassed as she said. What are you talking about out of the blue? While on the other hand, Eri was delighted as she nodded and said. It's fine as long as you understand. Although they said that, Eri and Yamaina actually knew that Katsuya was trying to evade the real question. But they were swept off their feet by his words and let him get away with that. Hazawa looked annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends, he then let out a sigh and said to Akira. Good grief, these guys are an eyesore right till the end, huh? Akira apathetically replied back. Just let them be. You'll only waste your energy reacting to them, and it'll cause you more trouble if you get in a fight with them. Not to mention that they have brought along another hunter who looks relatively stronger than anyone here. Hazawa glanced at Shikarabe who was sitting near Katsuya. Well, you're correct. But still, there are children like them, and again, there are children like you. I'm just wondering how you guys can be so different from each other like this. Hazawa was only trying to engage in a silly conversation. But Akira went silent for a while before answering back in a serious tone. I'm not that different from those children. Is that so? But from my perspective, you look very different compared to them, you know. We're the same. Although we behave differently, both of us are children who are staking our lives out in the wasteland. That's a fact, no matter whether someone admits that or not. Our luck and skills to explore the ruins, to fight against the monsters and to get out from a mess are not that different. The more dangerous a request we take, the more rewards we can get. But since we're out in the wasteland, we're bound to meet different kinds of people. We were not lucky enough to avoid problematic people this time, but we're sure lucky enough to get back home, that's all there is to it. After saying that, Akira went silent as if he was trying to hide his emotion. Most of the things that he just said were actually directed at himself. The biggest advantage of joining a hunter gang was being able to get support from the other hunters. But if he had to compare that point, Akira with Alpha's support was obviously in a better position. But even so, looking at the other hunters who were similar to him in age, it was true that Akira felt a bit jealous, especially Katsuya and his friends who were having silly talks and joking around enjoying their trip to the wasteland. Hazawa kept staring at Akira without saying anything, he was in deep thought. He got a close look at Akira when he used the AAH rifle to easily kill that monster. Although Hazawa looked calm on the outside, he was actually very shaken deep within. Hazawa knew that he could not do the same feat although he was holding the same rifle. He had no confidence he could hit a target from such a distance. If he was in that situation, he could only spray some bullets hoping to weaken that monster before firing a killing shot. It was impossible for him to defeat the monster with the least amount of bullets like what Akira did. He understood this fact very well. Hazawa's gaze shifted to Akira's gun, it was the same AAH rifle like his. But Akira's gun looked like it was properly maintained. In contrast to that, he could not even remember the time he had done full maintenance for his own rifle. As expected of a favorite gun, AAH rifle could maintain its performance even when it was not properly maintained. But it was to be expected that the performance of a gun would slowly worsen if it was not properly maintained. When Hazawa looked at his gun, it looked like a shabby gun to him now. Hazawa then just smiled bitterly. I could return back home safely from the wasteland although I'm using this gun, huh? It seems that I'm pretty lucky. Although he took this relatively safe patrol job because he was afraid of dying, he did not properly maintain his own gun and went out to the dangerous wasteland. Even though this job did not seem worth the money at first glance, it looked even more unworthy of the money to him now. Hazawa did a lot more dangerous hunter jobs in the past. He explored a lot of ruins, brought back a lot of relics, fought all kinds of monsters and survived all of those. At the same time, he also saw a lot of people getting killed. Some of them were his fellow hunters who went to the ruins with him, some of them were bandits who tried to rob him and some of them were his friends who suddenly stopped coming to their usual drinking place. All these deaths weakened Hazawa's resolve. Eventually, Hazawa decided to exchange his chance of success with his safety. If I keep doing cheap work like this because of fear, I guess it's given that I would end up being a hunter with no achievement, huh? Now that I remember it, I was way more ambitious back in the days. One of the reasons why Hazawa was so annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends was because he could feel their determination to raise up as successful hunters. They still tried to chase a higher position despite all the dangers that they were facing. If they did have the ability and the luck, it would be as Eri said, they would raise up in the rank in no time. But putting that aside, it was true that Katsuya and his friends were aiming for a higher position, just like he did in the past. I guess this is it for today. I'll go back home after this and do proper maintenance on my gun. Then I'll redo everything again. I'll once again aim for becoming a hunter that I was dreaming about. After all, I'm a lucky person. I'm lucky that I was able to meet these brats today. It's as if saying that I should retry again. Hazawa made up his resolve in silence. In truth, Hazawa was actually a lucky person. After all, he was able to finish his job for the day and go back to his inn to do proper maintenance of his gun. He was actually luckier than he thought he was. Rebuild World, Chapter 28, A Request from the Corporate Government. Akira and the other hunters returned back to the gathering place. It was busier than when they had left. The trucks that were used during the patrol were lined up and the hunters were off-boarding from their trucks. As Akira stepped down from the truck's tray, the nervousness and tensed-up feeling inside him finally cleared. He then let out a sigh to expel all the tiredness within his psyche. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer up the tired Akira. Good work out there. You got back safely without any trouble. You're right. I'm really glad. But don't forget that this is also thanks to my support, okay? Yeah. To be honest, I thought I had to be more cautious of your bad luck when you got number 14, but it seems that there was nothing to worry about after all. When Akira heard that, he looked at Alpha in puzzlement. Seriously though, what meaning does this number 14 actually have? It's nothing to worry about. Alpha's smile did not change as she said that. Although Akira was still suspicious, he was interrupted when one of the hunter office staff made an announcement. Show your hunter ID and report in to wrap up your patrol request. The rewards will be distributed at the counters in the hunter office. The payment distribution will start at 1800 hours today. Hunters who didn't collect their payment within 48 hours since the start of distribution will lose their rewards. I'll say it again. Show your hunter ID and. The staff from the hunter office kept repeating this announcement to the hunters who returned from their patrol. It was in order to avoid any kind of problems that might arise when they distribute the payment for these hunters. Akira, let's go and formally finish today's request. It'll be bad if you forget it. So let's go now. Alright. Just give me a break and return back to your usual dress, will you? Oh my, do you hate this swimsuit that much? Alpha then turned to Akira and made some poses to display her charm while making a displeased expression showing that she was offended by his remark. Akira had calmed down and loosened up after realizing that he was no longer in the wasteland, so he now felt that Alpha's swimsuit was a bit too aggressive. So he replied back bluntly. Just turn back to how you usual dress already. Ha, it can't be helped then. Alpha then changed into something that was less revealing. Although it was still rather aggressive, Akira thought that it was at least fine for now. After all, if he complained too much about it, she might even turn her dress to something worse instead. After that, Akira joined the line for the report wrap-up. When his turn came, he let the information terminal handled by the hunter office staff to read the data from his hunter ID. The sound made by the terminal when it read the data from his hunter ID indicated that his job was formally over. Akira felt like he had accomplished something. Alpha then told him to open his information terminal, connect it to the hunter office and check the request history. With her help, Akira used his information terminal to connect to the hunter office and opened the page that showed individual data of hunters. When he checked the history section, he could see that the request he just finished was listed there. By the way, what should I do to receive the reward? It would be transferred to your account. The basic reward is 5,000 orum. Although I don't know about the data gathered by the hunter office's information gathering devices, you did defeat only one monster back there. So don't keep your hopes too high. When the payment distribution begins, your reward should be transferred to your account from the hunter office. As for your hunter rank, I can't really say anything. After all, the rank promotion calculation is not revealed to the public. Athena, all hunter offices are owned by Hunter Association. The current Akira was more concerned about the money that he could get for paying his accommodation rather than his rank. Thus he frowned when he heard her explanation about his reward. I still can't change to a room with a bath with that amount of money. You just finished your first request for this morning, you know. I think it'll be okay if you sum up all the money that you'll be making today. I hope you're correct. The patrol request was divided into 3 rounds during the morning and 4 rounds during the evening. Since the ammo expenditure depended on the number of monsters that they encountered during the patrol, it was divided in such a way that they would always have enough reserve ammo to return back as scheduled without any trouble. Most of the hunters who took this request were new young hunters. And even after registering their name beforehand, some of them still did not turn up in the gathering place. There were a lot of possible reasons for the same. Some of them were just simply abandoning the request. Some of them took multiple requests, got attacked by monsters on their previous request and were too afraid to proceed. And of course, some of them were rendered unfit to fight or even got killed by monsters. These were common happenings among new hunters. But the hunter office did not differentiate between these reasons. After all, these kinds of things only happened because these hunters were lacking in their resolve and skill. The next request that Akira took would start at 11 o'clock. Since he only used 3 bullets during his last patrol, he did not need to restock his ammo before proceeding to the next request. So he decided to have a small talk with Alpha while waiting. But suddenly, Elena, who was passing by that area by pure chance, noticed Akira and smiled at him. Ah, as I thought, it is Akira. Long time no see, Akira. Akira politely bowed his head. Long time no see. I thought that I would frequently see you in Shizuka's shop, but it seems that you haven't been visiting her shop lately. Did anything happen? Ah, it's just that after I placed my order for an augmented suit, I temporarily stopped doing any hunter requests and was spending most of my time inside my room. My augmented suit arrived not too long ago and I started taking up hunter requests again today. I see, I'm glad that it wasn't because you were bedridden after getting injured from back then. Elena then looked at Akira's augmented suit. Is that the augmented suit you were talking about? Yep, it looks good on you. You look really cool in it. Thank you for the compliment. Akira was a bit bashful when he said that. Looking at his reaction, Elena felt it rather cute. But right after that, her face turned serious. When I look at him like this, he looks like just your normal everyday boy. But Akira noticed that small change in Elena's expression and looked at her in puzzlement. But then Elena politely bowed at Akira. I know that this might be way too late, but I want to say it properly. Thank you very much for saving me and Sarah back then. I'm really thankful to you. Akira looked like he was at a loss for words, but then Elena continued with her still serious face. Sarah has already said this to me and I too promise you that I won't ask anything unnecessary and I won't reveal this to anyone. Akira looked conflicted for a second, but he immediately covered it up with a smile. Ah, right, please don't tell anyone. As Elena saw Akira's reaction, she felt a little disappointed. As I thought, it's not like he can trust us right away, huh? Well, it's only to be expected though. Elena's heart hurt a little when she realized that Akira still did not fully trust her, but at the same time, she understood his reason too. She thought that Akira might be someone who could connect to the old world domain and that he knew it was dangerous if other people discovered that. Thus it was only to be expected that he did not trust her. After all, there were cases where getting killed was better than getting discovered. Elena understood that as well. That was why she tried to give her best sincere smile to Akira in order to make him feel more at ease. Even if I look like this, I'm a hunter with quite some accomplishments under my belt, so I know well about the importance of trust. And not to mention that I don't want Shizuka and Sarah to hate me, of course, I don't want you to hate me too. So don't worry. Ah, it's not like I can't trust you or Sarah-san. It's just that. You know. Is that so? Thank you for believing in us, I'm really happy that you do. Elena then smiled fondly at Akira. Akira was embarrassed seeing her being so sincere to him, but then he started to blush and started to get flustered for a different reason. Elena was happy and it was shown in her face. Judging by Akira's reaction, it seemed that he was indeed not lying. But then she looked reluctant and said, "To be honest, I still want to talk with you for some more time, but I have some other things to do for now. Let's meet up again somewhere else like in Shizuka's shop and have a long conversation next time. Since you're here, I bet you're taking that patrol request, right? Because this is your first hunter job after a while, be sure to not let your guard down and be careful out there, okay? See you around then." "Yes, I'll be careful. Elena-san too, please be careful." Elena waved at Akira before she left the place. After Elena was gone from his views, Akira hung his head and let out a big sigh. Just like that time with Sarah-san, Akira felt a strong and heavy emotion crawling inside his heart. Alpha noticed that and immediately called out to him. "Akira." Akira then remembered what Alpha said to him back then. "I know, it's all right." Akira had made his resolve and decided that next time he would save Elena and Sarah for the sake of saving them and not as a pretense for killing other people. And he would get stronger both for Elena and Sarah's sake and for his own sake as well. Looking at that, Alpha smiled at him and said, "It's all good as long as you get it. It's about the time for the next request, so let's move." "Okay." Akira raised his head and firmly stepped forward. As the time for his next job came closer, Akira got assigned to a truck just like before. While he was walking to his assigned truck, Alpha who was beside him frowned a bit. "This number again, huh? I wonder if this number has some kind of connections with you or something." Akira got assigned to the number 14 truck again. Looking at how Alpha frowned and said that as if it had some kind of meaning behind it, Akira also frowned. "Seriously now, if you're going to say something like that, you should just tell me the meaning behind that number. It's nothing much. It's just that according to my experience, it was a rather unlucky number." "Oh, I see, it's indicating that I have bad luck, huh?" "Yep, it is." Akira was convinced by her answer as she would not explain anything more than that. As the next patrol was dispatched, Akira looked around to check the faces of other hunters who were in the same truck as him. Although he saw some familiar faces, he did not see Hazawa or the Drenkum hunters who were with him in his last patrol. This time, Akira was the only young hunter in the truck. Although it did not become a ruckus like the last time, there were still some hunters who looked at him as if he was a dead weight. But after he got to kill some monsters with his accurate shooting thanks to Alpha's support, other hunters stopped looking at him like that. Due to his highly accurate shooting, some of them even thought that Akira was a cyborg. After all, it was not an impossible thing to execute such a highly accurate shot if he was a cyborg with a pre-installed accuracy support device and software. Moreover, it was not rare for a hunter who just got a new body modification to be taking low-level requests until he or she got used to it. The patrol continued without any problem. The strength of the monsters and the number of encounters they had were all manageable for a normal hunter. And for those hunters who expected to make quite a sum of reward money, this time's patrol was a productive one. Akira did kill a lot of monsters together with other hunters, thus he could not help but smile and look forward to his reward money. After they finished their patrol and were on their way back to the city, some of the hunters who were expecting to get a good amount of reward were laughing and talking to each other on how were they planning to spend their money. Some of them were planning to go to the entertainment district in the city and some of them were planning to splurge their money buying things. Akira was also in a good mood. Although he had no idea about how much rewards he would get, judging by how the other hunters were acting, it seemed that he could get his hopes high up for this time's reward. It seems that I might be able to stay in a room with a bath after all. I'll take a good long bath today. Akira was very relaxed after he finished his second patrol. Alpha saw that and warned Akira with a smile. Remember that you also have a patrol job in the evening too, so don't get too relaxed yet, okay? Let's work hard so you can keep staying in a room with a bath from tomorrow. I know. But it'll be fine as long as it's only at this level. Or is it that the next patrol will be harder than this one? Although the difficulty of both requests is the same, it's common to find that the real difficulty is different compared to what was mentioned in the request information. And this is more prominent in case of eradication requests such as the one we're taking. But I bet you know this very well already, right? After all, you experienced it yourself where you got attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day. Yeah, you're right, I'll be more careful. Akira smiled bitterly and readjusted his psyche which he let loose just a moment ago. He understood well about his unluckiness since there were cases where he had to face it in the past. After he returned, he completed the job wrap-up and accepted the request for his next patrol. Akira then sat in the gathering place to eat his hunter's ration. His next truck was also number 14. I wonder if they assign hunters to the same truck always. Akira looked conflicted since Alpha told him that number 14 was unlucky, but in contrast to that, Alpha seemed like she was no longer bothered by that. That seems to be the case. But it's nothing to worry about. So then, we still have some time before the next patrol starts. What's your plan for now? If you ask me so. I still have quite a lot of reserve ammo so I don't think there's any need to refresh my reserve. And I've also finished my meal too. I have no idea what to do next. In that case, how about heading to the truck and taking a nap? You might be feeling the rush after finishing the last patrol, because of that there's a chance you're not feeling the fatigue now. So just to be safe, it's better if you take rest. Even a short nap will really make you feel better. Is that so? Alright then, let's do as you say. Akira then headed to the truck assigned to him. There was no one in the truck. He boarded the tray, sat on one of the seats, put his rucksack down near his leg and prepared to take a nap. Alpha smiled and said in a gentle voice. I'll wake you up on time for the request, so don't worry about that. I'll be counting on you, so I shall go ahead take a nap now. Akira gave a light nod and closed his eyes. He immediately fell asleep. It was as Alpha said, he was building up fatigue that he himself did not realize. He was lulled to sleep as soon as he relaxed his body. For Akira who had been living in the back alley of the slum city for years, it was unthinkable to be able to sleep in such a condition. Normally, he would have thought that sleeping in the middle of an open place filled with armed people roaming around would be the same as a suicide. But the fact that he could sleep here was because of his trust in Alpha. The gathering place for the patrol job was filled with hunters and merchants. Sarah and Elena were also among them. It seemed like they were waiting for someone, but they were also attracting glances from the people around them. The reason for that being the big opening in Sarah's suit near her chest. Sarah made a mistake when she replenished her nanomachine stock and completely filled her reservoir. Thus her suit could not fully cover her nanomachine reservoir, which is her chest, so she had no other choice but to let a big opening on her suit's fastener. In order to prevent the opening from getting any bigger, Sarah used a sturdy-looking fastener belt below her chest. But because of that, her attractive and alluring chest became even more prominent. Moreover, because she was not wearing her inner suit today, the gap in her suit revealed her bare skin valley of paradise. Elena smiled bitterly. As I thought, it might be better if you put something on top or wear something under. Sarah just smiled and rejected that suggestion. If I put a random thing on top of it, it might obstruct my movements. As for the inner suit, all of my inner suits are torn. None are suitable for me now. Moreover, I have no reserve inner suit as well, and the clothes made of fabric that can handle the body movement of an augmented human are expensive. Well, it can't be helped, I'll just have to endure this for now. Your defensive suit also has a function to increase the performance of the nanomachine inside your body, so the inner suit should be compatible with that too, right? Undies made using the technology from the old world are sturdy, but we don't have the leeway to buy them yet, huh? Well, it can't be helped. Sarah laughed mischievously as she made a suggestion. Elena, I think some of the attention will be shifted to you if you also make a big opening like mine in your suit. So can you please do that too? Just think of it as helping me out. Elena smiled and gave Sarah a short answer. No thanks. That's just too bad. Sarah then made an exaggerated gesture to show her disappointment. Right after that, a young boy came running and stopped in front of Elena and Sarah before giving them a big smile. He looked like he was very excited. It seemed like he was the person Elena and Sarah were waiting for. Elena-san. Sarah-san. I'll be in your care today. That boy was Katsuya. Eri and Yamina followed behind him. Yamina looked exasperated as she smiled bitterly and said to Katsuya. Katsuya, don't go ahead alone like that. You're too excited. Yamina said the last part in a small voice that no one could hear as it was mixed with a little bit of jealousy and annoyance. But she immediately returned back to her usual self and politely bowed to Elena and Sarah. Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'll be in your care today. As for Eri, her expression did not change much as she said. I'll be in your care too. Katsuya idolized Elena and Sarah. Although there were a lot of other feelings mixed in, it was still a form of his admiration towards other hunters that he recognized to be above him. Of course, there were a lot of hunters in Drankum who were well above him, but because most of them were always looking down on a young hunter like him, so he did not really like them. In contrast to them, even after doing several jobs together with Elena and Sarah, there was not even an instance where they looked down at him or mocked him or insulted him or showed that they hated young hunters like him. There were even times when they were being considerate of his inferior skill, but that was to be expected. As a matter of fact, he was actually happy when Elena and Sarah were being considerate to him. Because of his past experience, Katsuya was excited when he knew that he was going to do a hunter request together with the strong, gentle, admirable, and on top of that, beautiful Elena and Sarah. For Eri and Yamina, as fellow female hunters, Elena and Sarah were their idols who they aspired to be. That was why they understood that it could not be helped when Katsuya got excited and so they held themselves back. Shikarabe followed behind Katsuya and the girls. He glanced at Katsuya showing this contempt for being so excited but then he immediately returned back to his usual expression and turned to Elena and Sarah. Are we late? Nope, it's fine. I see. Well, I'll be leaving them to you. Just check on them from time to time. Drankum made a special appeal to Elena and Sarah to take request along with Katsuya and his friends. Although it included a lot of details, the bottom line was, they wanted Elena and Sarah to take care, train and protect Katsuya, Eri and Yamina. So in short, Drankum wanted them to watch over the young hunters. Elena and Sarah understood this when they accepted the request. All the young hunters belonging to Drankum were stipulated to work under other veteran hunters until they piled up enough experience, abilities and achievements. This was required in order to increase the survivability of young inexperienced hunters in this line of work where their chance of survival was already low. It was also a method to attract more hunters into their gang. Katsuya was deemed quite talented, thus he was assigned to work under Shikarabe who was regarded as a skilled hunter in the gang. This was also because it was Shikarabe who found the hidden talent in Katsuya. But even so, Shikarabe did not like Katsuya, thus he was pretty annoyed when he got to watch over Katsuya. This was also one of the reasons why Shikarabe made an individual request to Elena and Sarah to look over Katsuya and his companions. Seeing Shikarabe look relieved because he would not have to watch over Katsuya and his friends for some time, Elena felt sorry as she said to him. About that request though, I'm really sorry to say this so suddenly, but can you please cancel it? Katsuya was surprised since he was looking forward to doing this request. What's wrong? Shikarabe was also shocked. He then asked Elena for the reason while looking a bit displeased. What do you mean by that? You're asking me to cancel the request right before it starts, you know. I hope you have a good explanation for this. Of course, a work request was sent to us from the Hunter office. I'm really sorry but we'll be prioritizing that request. After hearing Elena's explanation, Katsuya was very upset and displeased. But that was not the case for Shikarabe. As a hunter from Drankum, he only showed a bit of displeasure to Elena who was trying to refuse his request. He then continued to pressure her with a little intimidation. So you're canceling a request from Drankum just because of that, huh? Do you really think that we will allow you to do that? There will be consequences, you know. But Shikarabe's behavior instantly changed with Elena's reply. Even if that request comes from the corporate government. The corporate government? Shikarabe was surprised. This reason was enough to completely erase his displeasure towards Elena and Sarah. The corporate government was a huge association of multiple big companies that ruled over the Eastern District. The Hunter Association, which runs the various Hunter offices, was nothing but one of the working partners of the corporate government. Thus for the Hunters, any request made under the name of the corporate government was very important. If they refused a request without any good reason, in the worst-case scenario, it might even turn the whole Eastern District into their enemy. The request is to patrol around a dangerous region near Kagamayama City, but the request was made under the corporate government. Although, to be honest, work like this should be made by the city. I don't know the reason, but since the request was sent formally from the Hunter office, I don't think there was any mistake. I'm sorry, but it's not like I can refuse this request just because I'm planning to explore around with some of my acquaintances. As for the cancellation fees, the Hunter office will directly transfer it to Drankum. You're okay with this, right? Elena then smiled as if she was challenging Shikarabe after giving that explanation. Or maybe Drankum wants to take responsibility and negotiate with the corporate government. Of course, I'll rethink about your request if you are able to do that much. Shikarabe smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't be stupid, I get it. I'll tell the people in the Drankum. But still, a request from the corporate government, huh? What's going on? Your guess is as good as mine. So there, you have it. I have a lot of things to prepare. I'm sorry but we'll be leaving. Tell the Drankum side that I did meet you directly to cancel the request. When the Hunter office sent a request from the corporate government, they usually only sent that request to first-class hunters who usually worked near the front line. Although Elena and Sarah were recognized as pretty strong hunters in Kagamayama City, they were not that strong for the corporate government to take notice of them. Shikarabe, Sarah and Elena knew this fact well. That was why they had a lot of questions regarding this request. Sarah turned to Katsuya and the other kids. Well, so there you have it. I'm sorry for today, see you again next time. Okay. It's unfortunate but it can't be helped. Although Katsuya was still not fully convinced, he had no other choice but to accept it. At the same time, his gaze was sucked into Sarah's cleavage, but he immediately looked away. Sarah just smiled seeing that. Soon, Elena and Sarah left the place. Shikarabe then used his information terminal to contact Drankum and discuss this. Katsuya let out a sigh. A request from the corporate government, huh? That is amazing, but it's too bad that Sarah-san and Elena-san had to cancel today's request because of that. I wonder when I'll get my next chance. As for Yamina and Eri, they both also felt that it was indeed too bad. But after seeing how Katsuya reacted, they felt a bit conflicted and it was shown on their face. In order to change the mood, Yamina made an awkward smile and said, "I don't think there'll be next time. After all, you were staring at Sarasan's chest just now. She might hate you for that, you know." Katsuya coughed and panicked. "Did I stare too hard?" Eri made a short remark that confirmed what Yamina said. "You did." Katsuya started making excuses in panic. "Well, it's just that I was captivated. It can't be helped, you know. Any guy would agree with me after seeing that. So I'm sure Sarasan would understand." Yamina looked amused as she kept teasing Katsuya. "I think Sarasan won't understand since she's a girl." Eri also followed Yamina but with a flat expression. "Curiosity killed the cat, it might be better if you give up." Unlike Yamina, who was obviously teasing Katsuya, Eri just stated out a fact, hearing which, Katsuya panicked even more. That's not it. It's just that Sarasan was wearing a pendant although she usually doesn't wear any, and that pendant was made of a bullet which is uncommon. The pendant's top was sucked into her chest, so I couldn't help but get curious when I noticed that, you know." Yamina and Eri let out a sigh at the same time. "Now that you mention it, that was unusual for Sarasan to be wearing a pendant like that. It looks crude though. I wonder if someone gave her that as a present." "I don't think Sarasan or Elena-san would buy something like that themselves, so it might as well be a present from someone." "That might be a present from her boyfriend." Katsuya was lightly shocked. "Boyfriend? But I heard that Sarasan and Elena-san only work in a team of two. So it's hard to believe if she has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend doesn't have to be another hunter, you know. Moreover, it's not too unbelievable. It might even be another hunter who could not join her in hunter requests since it'll disrupt his relation with the other hunters. If that's the case, then it won't be strange at all. Or they might have already started negotiation for transfer." Yamina and Eri were having their time of life teasing Katsuya, who seemed to have a crush on Sarah. Thus Katsuya's torture kept on continuing. Shikarabe ended his call in a bad mood. He was annoyed that the negotiation did not end up well. He pushed his displeasure aside and turned to Katsuya and the other kids to inform the result of the negotiation. "You guys can go back home if you guys want, but if you want to take up more jobs, you'll have to take the patrol work just like the one that you took this morning with me, so what do you want to do? Today's work with Elena got cancelled anyway, so I think it's fine if you guys just go home for today." Personally, Shikarabe wanted them to just go back home for today, but as someone who was taking care of them, he could not say that outright. As such, he could only send a stare saying that he hoped they would just disband. "Just go back home. You should be able to understand that I can't order you to disband. You should also get the hint that something bad might be happening right now from the earlier conversation with Elena. I know that you don't want to go to a patrol job with me either. Your next chance to go with Elena will come again sooner or later. There's no need to work hard under me, so just go back home." Shikarabe's silent prayer did not reach them as Katsuya turned to Yamina and Eri and asked them, "What to do now? I did prepare my stuff to go for a job, and not to mention that I want to raise my hunter rank as soon as possible too. After all, with our current hunter rank, we can't take other requests on our own and we can't go for exploring ruins either. Either way, they would still need Shikarabe's permission." Katsuya wanted to break off from this situation as soon as possible. If he did, then there would be fewer people looking down on him. "I don't mind if you say so. How about you, Eri?" "No problem." As for Yamina and Eri, they only followed Katsuya most of the time. Their budding love for Katsuya in their heart pushed them to do so. Shikarabe just looked at them with a cold gaze, showing his intense hatred towards Katsuya. "Going with majority rule again, huh? Don't you know that those two won't oppose if you make a suggestion? Are you doing this intentionally after knowing that fact?" Originally, there were 5 kids under Shikarabe. Every time they wanted to decide on something, they would always go with majority rule and Katsuya always won. That was why the other two made a request to be transferred to another team. And so Shikarabe was left with Katsuya and these two girls. Looking at how Katsuya was forcing his opinion using this majority rule, Shikarabe's hatred towards Katsuya intensified. Katsuya then turned to Shikarabe to tell him their decision. "We'll take another patrol request." "Alright." Shikarabe then turned his back to Katsuya and took out his information terminal to contact Drankum and take care of the registration for the patrol job. As he was operating his information terminal, he let out a sigh looking annoyed. "Damn it, if only I didn't have to look over these brats, I would have been able to investigate that request from the corporate government by now. I know that we should invest in training the young hunters, but we're the ones working hard to pay for their equipment and sacrificing our time doing cheap work together with them for the sake of their training. I really hope the people in the management would pay more attention to this." Shikarabe understood that it was Drankum's policy and not Katsuya's fault, but he did not understand that it was normal for hatred to be created between the people who had to make sacrifices and the people who benefited from others' sacrifice. Elena and Sarah reached home and were preparing themselves for the request inside their vehicle. They checked their ammo reserves, the condition of the vehicle, the big information gathering device and the machine gun installed on their vehicle. They also installed more armor just to be safe and filled the energy tank. This was pretty excessive preparation for a simple patrol in the wasteland. Normally, Elena would do the information gathering and driving, while Sarah would peek out from the vehicle and shoot monsters down. So they were preparing themselves in the area that they were responsible for. "Say, Elena, about this request though, what do you think about it? I did a bit of investigation, but I couldn't get anything of worth. But it seems that the same request was also sent to other hunters near the ruins. Since hunters like us got this request sent to us directly from the corporate government, I think it's fully expected that there are other hunters who got the same request as well. Maybe they're trying to call all the hunters back to the city." Sarah looked puzzled. "Doesn't that mean that there would be another big-scale monster attack?" But again, it's weird that the corporate government would send out a request just because of that, huh? If that's really the case, then the defense squad of the city should be enough to handle them. Not to mention that it would be a perfect chance to show their worth to the people who keep saying that the defense squad spends too much money. So I don't think they would go out of their way to call the hunters back to the city just to snatch the role from the defense squad. Elena looked conflicted as she agreed with Sarah. "That's true. It's because of that, I just can't understand the reason behind this request. It would be great if it's just a form of insurance, but that might not be the case. Let's just prepare everything so that we can stay safe even if anything unexpected happens." Elena said that last part with a firm voice as if to psyche themselves up, but then she continued with a soft tone. "But well, I bet it'll be alright. After all, we're doing very well lately. Thanks to that, we got quite a lot of money and we were able to upgrade our equipment. It is as if our time when we were on a slump were non-existent in the first place. Although I said it as if it were nothing, we were really facing a hard time back then." Sarah replied back in a small voice. "It was really bad indeed. And what made us rise back up from that situation was Akira saving us. Not only did he save our lives, he even turned over our situation. I can't thank him enough for everything that he did for us." Elena agreed with her as she smiled and nodded. "Speaking about Akira, I met him today by coincidence. I was finally able to say my thanks to him and I feel much better now. But don't worry, just like you, I also promised him about not asking anything unnecessary or telling anyone else about him." "You met Akira?" "Although I thought that I would meet him in Shizuka's shop sooner or later, I didn't see him lately at all." "Where did you meet him?" "It was in the gathering place where we met Katsuya. It seems that Akira was also taking the patrol request. He told me that he locked himself inside his room after placing his order for an augmented suit in Shizuka's shop. That makes sense though, after all, it would be unfortunate if he went out to the wasteland before getting his augmented suit and got injured. So Akira started to get better hunter equipment for himself, huh? We should work hard too. Yeah, let's give our best out there. Elena and Sarah giggled as they continued with their preparation. Although they could not understand the reason behind this request from the corporate government, they were confident that they would be able to do it just fine. Rebuild World, Chapter 29, Impossible, Reckless and Futile. Akira, who was taking a nap in the truck, suddenly heard Alpha's voice inside his head. Akira, it's time. Wake up. Since Akira was the only one who could hear her voice, she was free to wake him up by blasting him with a loud voice. Akira immediately opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Kobayashi, a staff from the hunter office, standing in front of him. Kobayashi was the truck driver and he was responsible for maintaining the truck. His job also included taking care of the hunters who were in his truck's tray. He smiled when he saw Akira wake up right before he started cleaning the tray. It was as if Akira woke up on an alarm clock. Right when I was about to throw you out if you don't wake up, huh? It seems that you're using a pretty good alarm. Yeah, I'm using the best one out there. Akira just smiled lightly while Alpha looked a bit offended. Wait for a second, I'm not an alarm clock. Sorry. Good grief. Kobayashi then shouted to all the hunters in the tray. It's time. We're going now. Anyone making ruckus will be kicked out. You understand? As Akira looked around at the other hunters who were in the same truck, he saw Katsuya and his friends too. Judging from Kobayashi's words, Akira thought that another problem had occurred when he was sleeping, thus he looked away from Katsuya as to avoid getting involved with him. Not too long after that, the truck started moving, and that marked Akira's third patrol job for the day. Although the patrol went well without any trouble, for the hunters who were aiming for rewards, it was a bad run. After all, they did not encounter any monsters at all. The truck that was outfitted for the patrol job was equipped with a wide-range detection device. The main aim for the patrol was only to cull the number of monsters around the city, thus it would only take a route with a low possibility to encounter a monster. So it was completely normal not to encounter any monsters at all from time to time. Everyone in the tray had already relaxed and started making silly talks. And thanks to the wide-range detection device, they could relax without fearing any surprise attacks. As for those hunters who were already used to doing the patrol, they had completely put their guards down. Akira was looking out to the wasteland with a stern face. Nothing, huh? You're right. Alpha looked indifferently when she replied back. She didn't even look at Akira and spoke in an apathetic way. After hearing Alpha's reply, Akira understood that she was not in a good mood. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it would bother you this much. As Akira frankly apologized, Alpha quickly changed her behavior. But there was still a trace of indifference on her face. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's good that you're acting all friendly with me, but you did call me an alarm clock back then. So just be more careful next time, okay? Although Akira was curious as to why Alpha was in such a bad mood, he was afraid to worsen it further by asking her any unnecessary questions, thus he just stayed silent. The awkward mood between them continued, but Alpha just smiled at him and said, If you really want to fix my mood, it's a good idea for you to say something nice to cheer me up. After saying that, she made a teasing pose in front of Akira and smiled provokingly. Akira thought for a bit. He then fixed his pose and made a serious face. It's all thanks to you that I'm alive until this point. Thank you very much for guiding me through the ruins while avoiding any encounter with monsters, thank you for helping me search for relics, thank you for helping me fight monsters. You even helped me to get this augmented suit and to improve my accuracy. Thank you very much for everything, I'll be counting on you as always. You're welcome. I'm happy to help you. I'll be counting on you too. Alpha became happy when Akira was honestly being grateful to her. But there was still some awkwardness floating in the silence right after that as she was smiling faintly and awkwardly. I'm happy with what you said, but there's something else, you see. Although Akira did expect that it would be pointless to say his thanks this late. But he saw something strange in Alpha's behavior. Something else? Is there anything strange? Yep, for example, is there anything you want to say about my appearance? Alpha changed back to her swimsuit when Akira was sleeping. It was an aggressive swimsuit with a high level of exposure showing her beautiful skin and limbs, and at the same time, it was very alluring and captivating. Akira took another good look at Alpha. He then decided to word out his candid opinion that he thought to be meaningless even if he said it. As I thought, it looks really weird. If you can, please return back to your normal dress. Alpha let out a sigh and changed her dress. She erased the swimsuit, became naked for a blink and put on a fully armed battle suit. It had fasteners running from around her neck, down to her chest and to the back of her hip. But the fastener was not zipped all the way and it showed her alluring bare skin. Although it was not that exposing, it was clearly an alluring appearance to the opposite sex. After Alpha changed her appearance, Akira voiced out his opinion again about her outfit. This one is better than before, but, this does not help at all since you're already floating around, so you still look weird to me. In order to make him look less suspicious to the other people, Akira was looking out to the wasteland which also doubled as him looking out for monsters too. And Alpha was floating as if she was standing on an invisible platform. Alpha just smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant, I was expecting some compliment about my appearance, like if it's beautiful, or it looks great on me, or simply whether I look dashing in it. Oh, I see. Akira looked surprised when he said that, but he then immediately turned back to his normal self. I think you're very beautiful and all the dresses that you usually wear are wonderful and charming. It is just that your last dress was very inappropriate for the current situation, but it was still very charming and wonderful to me. Really? But your reaction was pretty weak, you know. Even if you tell me so. Well, although it's weird for me to say this. Maybe I somehow already got used to it, or something like that. Alpha's appearance was basically a CG produced through an advanced and complicated graphic calculation. Because of that, Alpha could freely change her expression and body proportion. Alpha took advantage of this freedom to create an extremely beautiful and alluring appearance that was rare to be found naturally. Akira remembered the first time he saw Alpha, it was so shocking and captivating as if his soul was sucked out from his body. But it was no longer the case now and he thought that it was because he already got used to her beauty. Alpha was almost always beside him 24/7, and there were a lot of occasions where she would pose her naked body or wear a dress that was close to naked in front of him. She even went into the bath together with him. That was why Akira thought that he should have gotten used to it. Alpha at least accepted Akira's explanation for now. Got used to, huh? I guess I'll need to think about it. You're not thinking of anything bad, right? Nope, not at all. Akira looked at Alpha with suspicion, but Alpha just smiled it off. When Akira was sleeping, Katsuya noticed him as he boarded the tray. That's him. Yamaina looked around and checked people that she knew. There are also other hunters who we met in our last patrol job. But it seems that man who picked a fight with you is not here, that's good. Although Eri was also one of the people who caused trouble in the last patrol, she intervened as if she was telling Yamaina to just forget about that subject. Katsuya, don't make any trouble this time. I know. That guy is sleeping though, is that really okay? Just leave him be. Try not to get involved with other hunters who are not members of Drankum. They'll just throw him away if he's still sleeping when the time comes. So just take your seat. Katsuya just obediently boarded the tray and took a seat. He was only talking with his friends while waiting for the truck to move, but he unconsciously made a stern face and was staring at Akira. Remembering what happened during his previous patrol, he just could not come to like Akira. And when the time came, Akira was still sleeping. Katsuya was actually looking forward to seeing Akira getting kicked out from the truck. He even grinned in an ill will when Kobayashi stood in front of the still sleeping Akira. But Akira just woke up right before Kobayashi kicked him out, and Kobayashi just chuckled when that happened, thus Katsuya's mood got even worse. Their patrol finally started. Katsuya was thinking of taking a closer look at Akira this time, but they did not meet any monster at all during this patrol, thus he did not get his chance. So his mood worsened even more. As everyone in the truck started to relax, Katsuya let out a sigh. He could not focus on today's training because he was in such a bad mood. He could not see any monsters from his binocular, and the detector did not pick any monsters at all, so he had lost all of his motivation. Katsuya then asked Shikarabe while making an annoyed face. "Say, there's no monsters though, do we still have to do this training?" Shikarabe answered while trying to suppress his annoyance. "Whether there are any monsters or not, it'll still be training for detecting monsters. You should already know that in a thick colorless mist, you would not be able to detect monsters using binocular or other information-gathering devices. So you have to spot monsters by using your eyes. You guys should have been taught where to watch, points to be careful about, and how frequently you should change the person keeping watch and so on. But will this training be useful without any monsters around? I won't force you. At the moment, this is just voluntary training since our original plan was changed after Elena and Sarah got that sudden request. So you're free to do what you want." Although it was also one of his duties to train Katsuya and his friends, he had no wish to force them to do training. After all, it was outside his main duty. Shikarabe did not even care if Katsuya just skipped his training and got into trouble later. That's what Shikarabe thought as he clicked his tongue. After that, Katsuya decided to just keep doing his monster detection training for the meantime, but he eventually started talking with the other hunters. Looking at that, Shikarabe just let out a sigh and thought that it would be a waste of energy to think about him, so he just ignored Katsuya. The truck kept running on its patrol route in the middle of the wasteland, although they did not encounter any monster. But it suddenly stopped. The hunters in the truck immediately picked up their guns and put up their guard. Kobayashi then got on the tray and shouted. "I just got a call, the patrol job is finished here and now. We've taken care of all the administrative processes for you. And now, I'll tell you about the current situation. According to the information that I got, a large group of monsters is heading to the Kagomayama city from the Kuzusuhara ruins. The defense squad is already preparing themselves to intercept that group of monsters." Hearing this announcement, restlessness spread among the hunters in the truck in an instant. The city has issued an emergency request and is asking for help from this truck. All the hunters around the ruins have been called to gather up and be sent later. The content of the emergency request is for us to help those hunters. Kobayashi looked at the shocked expression of the hunters and did not know what to do. Thus he shouted to urge them. "Decide now. If the majority of the hunters decides to accept this request, we'll be heading to the nearest battleground, but if the majority of the hunters want to return back home, we'll immediately go back to the city. The rest can just walk to the city or to the nearest hunter group on their own. Decide in 5 minutes." After Kobayashi finished his explanation, most of the hunters immediately decided to go back home. After all, the truck was only fit for the low-risk patrol job, and most of the hunters in the truck did not have the ability nor the equipment to take this emergency request. Even if there were some hunters who wanted to accept the emergency request, it was only a handful of them. None of them was foolish enough to take the emergency request when it meant that they would be left behind. While some of them were thinking of taking the request after returning back to the city and arming themselves with proper equipment. The hunters looked at each other and quickly confirmed each other's decisions. Just to be safe, Alpha also asked Akira. "Akira, we'll return back to the city first, okay?" Of course, no one would want to face a group of monsters out of their own volition. Akira's face turned grim. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a group of monsters, got saved by Elena and Sarah, and was barely able to survive the fight. Most of the hunters had made their decision to go back to the city. But there were a few exceptions like Katsuya. Katsuya was having a fierce debate with Shikarabe. Their voices were heard by the other hunters and attracted a lot of attention. Shikarabe thought that Katsuya's decision was not a good idea and so he did not allow him to go. Although he was really angry, he was still holding himself back. No. Give me a break, already. You're being a pain in the ass, you know. The Drankum is famous for taking in any emergency request. You're the one being a pain in the ass here. We can do this. Drankum only takes emergency requests that they can safely accomplish. And also, don't put me together in that we. I'm not a member of your team. Kobayashi shouted, wanting to end the debate. It's time. Raise your hand if you want to take the emergency request, then those who are against it. Alright then, we'll go back to the city. Those who want to stay, get off from the truck now. Katsuya mumbled when he saw Kobayashi returning back to his driver's seat. The request that Elena-san received must be about preparing for this monster attack. Even I would be able to help them out somehow. Yamaina and Eri then tried to cheer Katsuya. Katsuya, I can understand your feelings, but it's impossible for us. It's plain recklessness. There were people in this world who proved their silly talks and hollow optimism as reality using their skill and luck. They were those who turned their big talks into reality. Such feats were usually done by great people, heroes and champions. Katsuya had done such a thing in the past. From time to time, he would make a decision that he knew to be impossible and turned it into reality. It was one of the reasons why Yamaina and Eri were attracted to him, and that was why they could understand some of the crazy decisions that he made. But of course, there was a limit to that. They too did not want anything bad to happen to him. But if they just left Katsuya alone, he might become obstinate and decide to stay even if he should get off from the truck. Thus they were worried and tried to stop him. Katsuya understood Yamaina and Eri were worrying about him, so he decided to back down. But it was not like he could just let go of his displeasure. Not to mention that Shikarabe was glaring at him with hatred. He then mumbled to vent out all of his displeasure while locking glare with Shikarabe. I bet you're just scared of fighting against those monsters, the heck calling yourself a hunter. You're nothing but a coward. Shikarabe's anger reached its peak and burst. He had been holding himself back up until now. Due to that, the way he looked at Katsuya and his friends changed from just a mere pain in the ass into hostility. At the same time, he mocked Katsuya as if he was challenging him. Scared? Yeah, you're right, I can't help to get scared if I have to bring complete amateurs who are not even full-fledged hunters like you to fight a group of monsters. Bringing dead weight like you into such a fight is equal to suicide. Just go ahead if you want to go. I won't stop you. But leave all the equipment that you borrowed from Drankum here. They're not your own equipment. As a part of Drankum, I'm the one making decisions here. If you won't listen to me, then you're out from Drankum. So you can go ahead and fight those monsters unarmed and die for all that I care. Or do you want to try taking that equipment with force? Do you want to kill me and take them? I don't mind if you want to try, you know. Come here. I really don't mind. You're not a coward, right? Make your decision now. Shikarabe had recognized Katsuya as a hostile entity. He was ready to kill if Katsuya made any aggressive moves. Yamaina and Eri could only stand frozen, overwhelmed by the killing intent and anger exuding out from Shikarabe. Katsuya was barely able to stand against it, but of course, it did not make the situation any better. What's wrong? Go ahead and choose. Whether you go back obediently or fight those monsters with your bare hand. Drop down your weapon if you're not going to fight me. But if you want to fight me, then let's do it. I don't mind even if you bring Eri and Yamaina to assist you. Shikarabe pressured Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina for their decision. So it was not only Katsuya making the decision now. Katsuya finally realized that he was also getting Eri and Yamaina involved. And that made him back down. It can be said that he backed down as to not get others involved, but looking at it from another point of view, it can be said that he was using that as an excuse to back down. Katsuya then dropped his gun, Eri and Yamaina followed suit after him. Shikarabe finally suppressed his killing intent and expressed his scorn as he said to Katsuya. Then just shut up and take your seat. As Katsuya and the other two obediently took their seats. Shikarabe let out a big sigh and said. Bunch of cowards. Katsuya looked frustrated, Yamaina and Eri worried for him when they saw that. Shikarabe then looked at the other hunters and said. Sorry for making a scene. Please get the truck moving again. Shikarabe thought that the reason why the truck was still not moving was because they were waiting for them to end their ruckus, that was why he shouted to let Kobayashi know. But the truck was still stuck in its place. Shikarabe and the other hunters found it weird and peeked into the driver's seat. But instead, he caught the sight of Kobayashi outside the driver's seat with Akira who was straddling a small-sized bike. Akira heard everything when Katsuya was arguing with Shikarabe. That was when he came to know that Elena and Sarah were going to intercept that group of monsters. Akira was deep in thought for a bit before he stood up and picked up his rucksack. Alpha somehow understood what Akira was about to do and so she tried to stop him. Akira, why don't we think about this one more time? I don't think I need to tell you this, but this is very dangerous, you know. I know. Akira then jumped out of the truck's tray. It's not like we know for sure that Elena and Sarah are going to be in danger too. And with your current ability, you might even be a dead weight to them. That might be true too. When Akira knocked at the truck's door, Kobayashi stepped out. What's wrong? We're about to leave now, you know. What should I do to accept the emergency request? Kobayashi was surprised when he heard Akira. He then asked him again for confirmation with his still surprised face. You're still planning to go? By walking? I'll be running. As Akira answered back promptly with that short answer, it only made Kobayashi even more confused. Wait, I'm not talking about that, you see. It's true that I did say the hunters who want to go should go by feet, but I didn't mean it literally, okay? I have my augmented suit with me, so I can do high-speed running. Of course, it's still slower than directly taking a truck, but I believe it's still faster than going back to the city and looking for another truck to take me there. When I asked you back then, you didn't raise your hand, right? I changed my mind. But it's not like it would change the end result anyway. Kobayashi was completely dumbfounded as he kept staring at Akira. He then mumbled in a small voice. Is this boy being serious now? Kobayashi suddenly smiled. He looked as if he found it very amusing deep inside his heart. He then asked Akira in a good mood. Say, can you ride a bike? Alpha confirmed immediately. Akira, it's not a problem. Yes, I can. Akira never rode a bike before, but since Alpha said that it was not an issue, he just replied back with that. He only thought that it would be fine as long as Alpha said that it was okay after he gave his answer. I see. Then wait here for a bit. Kobayashi looked very excited as he went back into the truck. Alpha frowned and asked Akira again. Akira, you can still rethink about it now. We don't know if we can meet Elena and Sarah even if we go, and I don't think having you there will change the situation by much. Even if you're saying to me that it's futile, I still want to know for sure whether it's completely meaningless for me to go, or will I be able to help out by doing something there, so that I won't regret it later. Even if it's futile, I'll still be picking this option. Akira picked this option because of his feeling of guilt and obligation towards Sarah and Elena. They thanked him for saving their lives. He owed them a favor for saving his life too. And he used them in the past as a pretense to kill the people that he wanted dead. Of course, Akira understood very well that there was no guarantee he would be able to meet up with Elena and Sarah even if he took the emergency request, and if he did, there was a good chance that he would be just dead weight like Alpha said. But even so, Akira still decided to accept the emergency request. It was not solely because he was trying to help Elena and Sarah while they were fighting. It was also for his own self-satisfaction as well. That was exactly why Akira did not hesitate at all when he accepted the emergency request, although it might be futile and he might as well get himself killed. Akira thought that his life was his own, thus he had no trouble deciding to futilely go and fight that group of monsters on his own accord. Moreover, for him who spent most of his life in the slum, he had nothing else other than his own life that he could put on stake. He could not completely get over that line of thinking due to all the years that he spent there. Thus for him, it was natural to put his own life on the line for his selfishness. Alpha, who, to some extent, understood the moral principles Akira was obeying, knew that it would be meaningless trying to stop him. Although she did make an exasperated look and let out a big sigh, as she expected, it did not change his decision at all. Kobayashi grabbed a foldable small-sized bike and stepped out from the truck. Although it was only a small bike, it was specially designed for exploring the wasteland. When it was folded, it was barely enough to fit the seat beside the driver's seat. He had that bike there to call for help if in case the truck got attacked by monsters and was unable to move. Most of the hunter office staff would put their foldable bike on the driver's seat since the other hunters would use it without permission if they left it in the truck's tray. Kobayashi then quickly unfolded the bike and assembled it. When he was finished, he looked at Akira while lightly patting the bike seat. "Get on this bike. It's at least faster than running, and also, give me your hunter ID." Akira gave his hunter ID to Kobayashi, who then used his terminal to read information from Akira's hunter ID. This will finish the registration for the emergency request. If you use your information terminal to access the hunter office's site, you'll be able to see the area assigned to you. At the moment, you should be assigned to the nearest battlefield. And also, this bike is just an upfront payment for accepting the emergency request. Be careful out there, okay? If you try to abandon the request, the hunter office will chase you even to the end of the world. Although Kobayashi said that with little intimidation, Akira just replied back as if it was nothing. "If that's my plan from the start, I wouldn't be taking this emergency request alone like this." Kobayashi laughed and looked amused by that answer. "Well, you have a point. All right then. Good luck." Impossible, reckless, futile. Using their own lives as a chip in a gamble is what the hunters love to do, am I right? Whether you'll die or come back alive, keep stepping forward. After all, there are not that many hunters who are like you these days, you know. Although, to be honest, I think I'm more of a cautious hunter though. Akira was honest when he said that, but Kobayashi thought that it was a joke, so he just got along with it and laughed loudly. Stop with the jokes. No careful hunters would go running towards a group of monsters on their own volition, you know. You should be able to see the precise coordinates in your information terminal. It's basically northwest from here, so it's that direction. If you get close enough, you should start hearing gunshots from the hunters who are fighting against the monsters. So good luck out there and I hope you have a good hunt. Akira got on the bike and went out alone as Kobayashi was seeing him off in a good mood. All the hunters in the truck's tray were having mixed feelings as they saw Akira off. Amazement, praise, envy, shame, jealousy and mockery. All these feelings were present as they were staring at the back of the hunter who chose a different option than them. Shikarabe was honestly amazed as he mumbled. "That boy went alone, huh? Not bad at all." Shikarabe acknowledged Akira's courage and praised him a little. Katsuya looked frustrated as he watched Akira disappear in the distance with a shred of jealousy in his gaze.